Welcome to the 2025 Precision Fuel and Hydration Ironman 70.3 World Championship in beautiful Marbella, Spain. Today, over 2,600 women from around the world will kick off in the quest to crown a brand new Ironman 70.3 World Champion. And that's not all. Today, we will conclude the 2025 Ironman Pro Series and hand out the title that goes with it. Today, I'm in studio joined by the one and only 2007 Ironman 70.3 World Champion Marinda Carfrae, and I'll have guests throughout the day, including five-time Ironman World 70.3 World Champion Daniela Reef. I'm Michael Lovato. Marinda, I cannot wait to watch the action unfold today. How about you?
Yeah, Michael, I couldn't be more excited to be joined with you in the studio today. Yeah, this is going to be an epic day of racing. We have the ladies coming off Kona just 4 weeks ago. That's probably the big question mark for those women. Of course, Taylor and Lucy unable to finish in Kona, so how are they backing up? I know Taylor only got the okay to race last Friday, so she's only a week ago, and she's been bubbly and seems very full of energy all week. Lucy here too, of course, Kat and Solvi here on the start line, and then we have Paula Finlay. We have some Olympic distance athletes coming across and racing, and I believe there's 30 first-time 70.3 World Championship athletes racing in the pro race today. So 30 rookies here at the World Champs. But we have images of this morning's body marking show. That's Lucy Charles-Barclay on screen a moment ago. Marjolaine Pierre there as well, also raced in Kona. So a tight turnaround for the ladies.
That's right, and you're looking at Kat Matthews. You mentioned her second place at the last two Ironman 70.3 World Championships, and also Kona, and also Nice last year. So many second places. But you watch, Rennie, as this was happening earlier today, just steps away from where we are, they seem pretty relaxed. Is that something to do with end of the season, or is that just all for play?
I think it depends on who you look at. You look at Lucy Charles-Barclay, cool, calm, and collected. That's just the persona she puts out. Paula Finlay on screen now seemed a little nervous this morning. I know she had a hip niggle this last couple of weeks she's been dealing with, so probably a little nervous to see how that shows up or doesn't show up on race day. And then Lisa Baccaris there on screen too. Back from Boulder as well, but we saw Taylor Nibb a moment ago. She's very jittery and full of beans, I think is the correct term to use for the energy she brings to today's race.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Always bubbly, always energized, and then you put her on course and she's just straight-faced and solid, competitor. But today we mentioned this, over 2,600 women that are here. Tomorrow, the men's race, 3,600 pros and age groupers will vie for the title. We conclude the Ironman Pro Series, but there's so much going on here in the beautiful Costa del Sol in the southern part of Spain. We're talking about this, and this is worth mentioning as we watch these athletes. The theme this year, Andalusian Passion. How good is that? And there's just that vibrant, colorful, alive energy here in this part of the world.
Yeah, Michael, this week, this town has been buzzing, and I think a lot of athletes came down into Marbella, and they're like, wow, it's absolutely stunning, it's beautiful, the course, completely epic and certainly Ironman World Championship, 70.3 World Championship worthy. But 6,500 athletes here. So the triathletes have definitely sort of taken over Marbella in the last week, and the energy is high. And I think we're in for a phenomenal day of racing, both with the professionals and the age groupers.
And just look at that scene right there. You're looking out at this beautiful bay, this beautiful, fairly calm water that we've seen most of the week. There were a couple days where there was some good chop. We may see that again today. But we do want to talk about the race within the race. Of course, what we're referring to is the Pro Series standings. So atop these standings right now, we have Kat Matthews. Look at those points, narrowly in front of Solveig Lofseth, our Ironman world champion. So first and second on the screens, first and second and first at Kona just a month ago. But a lot can happen today, Rennie, as we look at this. This is the 17th and final race in the series. 5 of the top 10 are racing today. And it's kind of who's going to win, Kat or Solveig?
Yeah, so the big question is, Kat or Solveig. It's a tall order for Solveig to win, so she needs to obviously win the race and finish a sizable amount. So if Matthews wins, if she finishes inside of 640 of the winner, or Lofseth outside of 140 of the winner, and Lofseth wins if she finishes inside of 140 of the winner and beats Matthews by more than 640. So a lot of things have to happen in today's race for that to happen. I feel like Kat just needs to have a solid performance here today to lock up that win. But, Solveig is just, she's on fire this season and just keeps going from strength to strength. Coming off her Ironman World Championship win, of course, only 4 weeks ago. The question mark for Solveig is how has she dealt with just that? Now she's a big star in our sport. You win that Ironman World Championship, your life completely changes. I'm sure she's been pulled in multiple different directions in this past month. But, Solveig, a big one to watch for today for that overall Pro Series standings. Lisa Purter is really steady in third. She is not racing today. She withdrew a week ago. And then we have Jackie Herring also not racing. So the battle for fourth is between Regan Holyoke and Jackie Herring. So Holyoke needs to finish within 354 of the winner to take over fourth place.
That's a lot. And let's talk about what's at stake. $200,000 will go to first place, and that is a lot of money. And then obviously third place will wrap up $85,000, $70K for fourth, and then $50,000 additional money there goes to fifth place. But everyone that comes across the line is going to get some money in that series, I should say. Anyone that factors in that series gets some money. What a series.
Yeah, basically down to the top 50 athletes will be paid for the Ironman Pro Series. So it certainly bodes well to race the Pro Series race. Of course, 3 Ironman races and then 2 70.3s count toward that overall.
Got to be very balanced. And
yes.
We do have a very balanced and incredible field today. We're going to have a look at some of our contenders, a little bit of a look at what we're going to see later today in this beautiful race. Let's have a watch.
In our women's race, currently the start list has 6 of the top 10 from Topor last year, including the 3 times Ironman 70.3 world champion Taylor Knibb. Additionally, 9 out of the top 13 from Kona are on the start list. The 2021 Ironman 70.3 world champion Lucy Charles Barclay is also listed. Obviously, Kona took its toll on some athletes, and even those who finished may be struggling to bounce back and hold on to form and motivation after the physical and mental challenge of the race in Kona. However, Britain's Kat Matthews will certainly be fired up, having twice finished second at the Ironman 70.3 World Championships, both times behind Taylor Knibb, and now 3 times second at the Ironman World Championships. Will Marbella be Kat's chance for a title? Fellow Brits Jess Learmouth and Georgia Taylor-Brown have been racing over the middle distance this year, moving up from the Olympic distance, and will also be joined by German Tanja Neubert. So favourites going in? Taylor Knibb, Lucy Charles Barclay, Kat Matthews, Solveig Lofseth, Georgia Taylor-Brown, and perhaps Paula Findlay.
What a fantastic look at
With
what we've
2
got
World
going on
Championships
here today. And look at those scenics again as we pull back. This is our transition area right now in action, and folks are trickling in still. Most people have come and gone and set everything up, and certainly all of the professionals have. Our start time is only about 11 minutes away. They're going to kick off in the water here. It's one lap. We're going to talk more about the course, but it's really been a flat couple days on that water, hasn't it? And now we're looking at it shaking up. Take a peek at these caps.
Yeah, so we have Taylor Knibb in the pearly gold, Kat Matthews in powder blue.
That's right, and then we've got Lucy Charles Barclay. She's rocking the violet or the purple color there. Paula Finlay in orange, and then two green caps.
Two green caps, Ellie Salthouse and Caroline Pohl. And then in the pearly silver, we have Grace Tech and Marjolaine Pierre.
Then in blue, India Lee from Great Britain, and Solveig Loveseth. That's right, our world champ.
Yeah, then we have the two short course athletes, Georgia Taylor-Brown in orange and Jess Limeth. Look for Jess to go with Lucy Charles Barclay. She's in the hot pink.
That's right. And then Jennifer Arnold, powder blue, a lighter blue there. And Luisa Ionga Pratt from Italy in violet. And then rounding it out,
we have Tanya Newbert in hot pink as well. So these are our cap colors to watch for the swim. Of course, there may be some other names that factor in that top, but we're looking at pictures of the ladies just getting ready to put their wetsuits on, final moments before the race. Kat Matthews on screen, front and center right there. Of course, Paula, I wanted to say Newbie Fraser for a minute now. That's Paula Finlay to her right.
I could hear that coming out. Here we've got our race weather presented by Roca here in Marbella. We've got 57 degrees Fahrenheit currently. That's 14 degrees Celsius. And then we've got overcast, slight clouds in the air here. It does feel like 56 because we've got a light amount of wind and light humidity. But I tell you what, 79% humidity, it feels it. It's a little cool. It feels a little cool sitting around. These athletes are going to have, I think, ideal weather for their race.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
Here we are again, watching the women prepare themselves here. Our professional field who kicks off first at the Precision Ironman 70.3 World Championship. And there you're looking at Paula Finlay in the orange cap. She is representing Canada. And we do have high hopes for her, especially for the first two-thirds of the race. We're not sure how that niggle will hit, but hopefully she has what she's capable of today throughout the swim, bike, and run. And Rennie, I did just want to comment that I made an error, and I did call out that India Lee in the blue cap. Unfortunately, she did note earlier this week that she's withdrawing. She didn't have the recovery from Kona that she meant to or hoped to have, and went out on the course, felt like she couldn't hit those high-end efforts. Body wasn't responding. Not abnormal, so a shame, but I wanted to bring that up since I erroneously pointed her out on the start list. But once again, Rennie, looking down at that transition, looking at the sea behind, looking at the palm trees, it really just gives you a nice snapshot of this beautiful area. But it's not not all beauty. It's a brutal course out there.
Yeah, no, good time to talk about that. You know, you see the mountains in the background, but yes, these women, over 1,700 meters of climbing in this course. That's around over 6,000 feet. So, you know, that's usually what you would see in an Ironman distance race, so double the distance. So over a half, that just means that, yeah, the ladies are in for a treat here on the bike.
That's right. And yes, the run may be a little bit flatter because we are here by the beach and by the sea, but you saw that. That is La Concha. That is the shell, what they call that massive mountain behind. And that should tell you, yes, we are at the ocean. We are at the edge here of this beautiful region of Andalusia, but we're also right in these mountains, and it will show. We can't wait to see these athletes get out there on that Zoot bike course and really rip it up, because I think it's going to it always defines it. And in fact, Renee, did you know this? Since 2013, the individual with the fastest bike split has always won,
race.
Right?
Yeah, it's an incredible stat to think about, right? Like, the fastest biker on the day generally wins the 70.3 World Championship. That may or may not happen today, but history tends to sort of repeat itself. So, yeah, an interesting stat that actually I was on the plane ride with Taylor Knibb on the way here, and she brought that stat up to me. That's the first person I heard it from. So, yeah, important to have a fast bike out there.
That's right, yes. And looking way back throughout all of those names that have won the race and watching over history, it's so fun to see just the history since we started this race in Clearwater, Florida, USA, back in 2006. I mean, so many good, in fact, Canadian, right? We had a Canadian up there. You were up there in 2007, 2006, Sam McGlone.
Sam McGlone
right.
was the first.
But here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, our number one bib here, Taylor Knibb. She's coming right off of that disappointing Kona, but no disappointment in the Ironman 70.3 world. She has won 6 of her 8 starts, including 3 World Championship titles. Taylor Knibb.
And wearing number 2, that's Kat Matthews from Great Britain, coming off her second place finish in Kona just 4 weeks ago. She is looking ready for a great day today. Of course, runner-up last year in Topor as well at the 70.3 World Championship.
That's right, and Great Britain has a lot to be very proud of, including number 3, Lucy Charles Barclay. This is an athlete that almost needs no introduction. Best swimmer in the sport, obviously going to be someone to watch and key off of, and she's running better than ever. Lucy Charles Barclay from Great Britain. Watch out for number 3.
And then we have number 4, that's Paula Finlay from Canada. She's coming off 4 wins this season, has had a great year. Obviously, this is the big goal for the year. Hopefully she has what it takes to get up on that podium.
Yes, one of the few non-Kona starters there in the field. Another non-Kona, non-Ironman athlete is this, the Aussie Ellie Salthouse. Wow, she just won Ironman 70.3 Sunshine Coast, 4th in Wollongong. She has done extremely well, and she's ready to improve on last year's result down in New Zealand.
And wearing number 6 from Germany, that's Caroline Pohl. She did just come off a DNF in Wollongong down in Australia, but she'll be looking for a top 5 finish here today. Very strong swimmer. We'll expect to see her towards the front. Raring
to go. She's running off the carpet there. Here we've got Grace Tech from Australia, 3rd in Geelong, and that was a great result. An excellent swimmer, and watch for her to probably be in the group with Paula Finlay. Really a contender. Look out for the Aussie.
Great little runner, Grace is.
Mm-hmm.
And wearing number 10, our Ironman world champion, newly crowned, Solveig Lovseth from Norway. A phenomenal performance just 4 weeks ago. Very strong all-around athlete. Look to her for a great bike ride here in Marbella.
I like the energy there. Very lighthearted. Okay, here we go. In number 11, Georgia Taylor Brown from Great Britain, a great swimmer. We're going to see where she hangs. Also a great runner. Short course athlete coming up here. Has struggled a bit with the nutrition, but let's see if she crushes it today on the big stage in Marbella.
And wearing number 16, that's Danielle Lewis from the USA. She is an extremely strong runner, very good biker. You look for her to improve as the day goes on.
Fantastic. And that is only just our top 10 of an amazing field of women here that are all coming to rock and roll across the course here and give their best. We are 1 minute and 20 seconds away from kicking off the 2025 Precision Fuel and Hydration Ironman 70.3 World Championship. And as you come back here, we prepare for our national anthem to be played. You can just look down and see these women queuing up on that red carpet. and the calm, calm seas that will soon become our Roca swim. One lap of that course. And now we are just seconds away here from kicking off this beautiful race as the women line up for that beach start. They come running into the water, one of the most dramatic ways to start a race. They are all intense and ready to go. We know as you're facing right now, Taylor Nib all the way to the right, Lucy Charles center left. Look for these caps. We'll do the best to call them out. We've got a crew out there as well helping us, Rinny. It's almost go time.
It's almost go time. The ladies are ready. Final moments, final last breaths, and they are off.
They are off. With that, of course, our Precision Fuel and Hydration Ironman 70.3 World Championship is underway. The Roca swim one lap in this beautiful 67-degree water here. They are kicking it off in style. And Rinny, I expect, as always, to be absolute fireworks as we watch who can go with Lucy Charles Barclay, who wants to, who dares to, and also who can. We all want to, don't we?
I think everyone would love to, but yeah, this is a one-lap course, 1.2 mile, that's 1.9 kilometers. The athletes will be going 300 meters directly out before they make that first left-hand turn, and then another 345 meters before the next turn, buoy. But yeah, we see a pink cap at the front of the race already in second place. Now I have to pull up my cap colors again to call out who that might be, but most likely Jess Limeth sitting in second, most likely. I would say Lucy Charles Barclay probably got out to a good start there. I didn't catch her cap color, but Lucy Charles Barclay, again, she's in that violet cap. We have Craig Alexander and Daniela Riff out on the boat, so they'll be able to get a really close look and point out who is who as we get into the first few hundred meters of this race.
Yes, 1,000% ever, the fastest spotter crew on a boat ever, and not to disrespect anyone else, but if we've got Danny Reef and Craig Alexander out there, those two both know what it means to be at the front. Here we go, into the water there with Lucy Charles Barclay up front.
And Jess Limeth, the hot pink cap sitting on her feet. So this is exactly what was to be expected, but you see Lucy just edging away from Jess there. You want to be right on those feet so that you could at any moment reach out and touch them. And right now it looks like a half a body length, which is kind of going out to a body length. So Jess desperately trying to get back onto Lucy Charles Barclay's feet. No easy feet.
No, that is well said. And I guess this is one of the things that really is impressive about Lucy Charles Barclay. She just has that incredible top end. And so really, can you sit with her at her regular pace? Perhaps. But you have to get through this initial effort that is just above most people's capacity. So she hits it hard. And you can see that in choppy conditions, even better, which it's a little rough out there today.
Yeah, you see the swell coming in a little bit there. And Lucy seems to even do better in conditions like this. But yeah, once she, it's a signature move, right? She starts the race, and that top end speed is unbelievable. Every athlete is trying their best to sprint out that first 150 meters and establish themselves, but Lucy just does it better than anyone else.
She really does, and it is no disrespect to any of the swimmers because we have so many exceptional world-class and high-caliber swimmers. They're here, some from the short course, some experienced long course athletes, but it really is just what we're used to seeing. And so here she goes. You can see she's got that kick going as well. And I think when you get really down, that shot shows it quite well where the swell is hitting. It has been pretty kind of lake-like flat most of the week here. You mentioned early in the week it was kind of rough.
It was kind of rough. There's actually a bit of a swell, almost a wave you could catch on the way in. So when the wind gets up, it can be very choppy and very wavy. But we are, just a couple of 100 meters in now to this race. And
that's right. And we're going to have a quick look at this Roca swim course so you can see it from above. Have a look. So as you look down here, we come to Playa Puerto Banús. That's the name of the beach here. You come straight out. You've got two different turns right away, and then you have that far out section long across the top, and then you come in that final turn straight in, it's a point to point. Give us those distances.
Yeah, so you know, the long straight that the athletes will take is a 525 meter out the back that will parallel the beach. So that's the longest stretch they'll take. And then there is a few turns on this one. Then a right-hand turn, 340 meters. And then the last little turn will be a left-hand turn and 200 meters into transition. So the start of the swim and the finish of the swim, two different places. But yeah, it's a great little swim here. And it looks like Lucy has already established a little bit of a break.
That's right, getting away there. And how important is that? Like you said, touching the feet is ideal. And anyone that's ever swum in a pool behind someone knows that 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 seconds, you still get a bit of a draft, but it's nothing like that position behind the feet.
No, right on the feet, I think it's, 20 to 30% save in energy, right, when you're right on somebody's feet. So soon as, if you're swimming with a better swimmer, you need to be right basically almost on top of them, being able to touch their feet, and that is the best way to swim. And you saw Jess desperately trying to get on Lucy's feet, but again, Lucy just so incredible. And this really bodes well for Lucy. 4 weeks ago, she was in Kona, basically told to stop from her husband early in the marathon. Well, not early, sort of almost halfway through the marathon, and with heat stroke. And so recovering from something like that can be tricky. And to see her just up to her old tricks right away, it looks like she's feeling good, the body's good, all systems go.
All systems go, and it is a tricky thing because you really don't know. You can test yourself. You can wait, as Taylor's crew did, who also had a rough Kona, right? You can wait, you can test, you can assume, but really the body will tell you when you try to hit that high end, when you try to put what you really know you need to put out there. And when that happens, that's when you know, uh-oh, this was a mistake, or yes, indeed, this is my day.
And just thinking about, we actually have Daniela and Craig standing by, so we're going to throw it down to them right now. Craig, Daniela, what do you have for us?
Thanks, Rennie and Michael. Yeah, I'm here with triathlon icon and 5-time Ironman 70.3 world champion, Daniela Reef. We're just off the beach of Porto Banús, and what a start we've had, Danny.
Absolutely. Lucy is going for it. She already has quite a comfortable lead. And then we're looking at the three chasers, Jess Learmonth leading that 3-pack. Then Jennifer Arnold right on her feet, and Taylor Knibb. What do you think of the choice of Taylor? She went on the right on the start.
It was interesting watching the tactics at the start. Most of the contenders sort of went center right. Taylor went on the opposite side, so it didn't look like it paid off initially, but she's a good enough swimmer. She's been able to bridge across, and now, as we see, she's just swum around Jess Learmonth into second spot. But Lucy Charles Barclay off the beach was phenomenal. Her run down the beach, one porpoise dive, and then she just exploded. And Jess Learmonth was on her feet for probably 50 meters. But yeah, Lucy has just cleared out. But a lot of the contenders, I mean, a lot of the talk before the race was the quality of swimmers here. Would anyone be able to swim with Lucy? Well, I think we've got our answer to that question as they're coming up to the second turning buoy here. But we've got Taylor comfortably in second, Jess Learmonth on her feet, Jennifer Arnold from Brazil, another swim specialist, and then there's quite a gap back to a lot of our other pre-race favourites.
There's Lizzie Rayner, Paula Findlay, Ali Solthaus, and Kat Matthews actually had quite a good start into the swim. I think for her it's important to be in that mix, in the group. But as you said, there's the field, and the quality of the swimmers in this field is absolutely astonishing. So a lot of short distance athletes, they know how to sight. And as we're going against the sun, I think it's quite tricky to actually see the buoys. But Lucy's not doing this for the first time. She's really going for it.
No, this is not her first trip around the block. She looks amazing, Lucy. But you mentioned Kat Matthews. I think that's a great shout. Last year in Taupo, she was only 43 seconds behind out of the water. So she's setting herself up really nicely here. And she's in a group with Paula Findlay, some of the support boats here creating some chop. But really, conditions are quite good. I think, Danny, the wind is out of the east, but it's dropped off. Interestingly, this long back straight, they will be swimming into the current, which I think favours the stronger swimmers. So I expect Lucy to clear out even more the second half of this swim.
Yes, as they're going out, they're having a little bit of a swell with them, where I also agree on the way back it's going to maybe even spread out more. And the conditions, I mean, it's very. I mean, when we were on the boat outside on the way back, you know, on this long straight, it looked like it was a bit more choppy as it looks from the land. But definitely, the conditions are really great.
So, Rini and Michael, we did get the fireworks we were expecting. A lot of the contenders are into that second chase pack, but we've got Lucy Charles-Barclay just doing what she loves to do, which is lead from the front. So back to you guys.
There's a bit of
Thank you so much, Danny. Thank you, Crowe. This is great. Craig Alexander, obviously, this guy, you don't need to introduce him, but he knows what he's talking about. He's been there, won this race before. Daniela also. And I always mention that because if you're just joining us or if you're coming in, you're saying, who's talking? Well, we have on, aside from myself, everyone on our commentary team has won this race. And it's a great, great spot to be, I think, gaining insight. Now, back to our leader, Lucy Charles-Barclay. Now, they said she's up to her old tricks. You've said it, you see her. Is there anything that we should expect to kind of, when she comes out of the water onto the bike, anything we should expect to see as a chink in the armor, or will we know right away? What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, at this point, and certainly early in the run, I think that, you know, Lucy's looking great.
Okay.
The thing I'm wondering is, would it have been better? I mean, Jess Limeth actually seems like she's dropping off that second pack, and I believe she had a couple of down weeks recently, so maybe she's not coming into this race at peak fitness. I saw a couple of interviews with her before the race. But, you know, Taylor Knibb right there in that second pack with Jennifer Arnold, who's coming across from short course as well. Yeah, again, athletes that come across from short course are used to being really hot, really fast coming out off the beach or starting a race. So I think that's great for Taylor. She gets to sit on Jennifer's feet right now, but it's all Lucy Charles-Barclay right now. Again, signature move. She's off the front and looking phenomenal at the early stages of this race.
Welcome to the world's best airline, where your journey is 5-star. And so is your Wi-Fi. Experience the fastest connection in the sky with Starlink. And best of all, it's free for all passengers. So, why settle for less when you deserve the best?
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
And we're right here watching Lucy Charles-Barclay lead out in the Precision Fuel and Hydration Ironman 70.3 World Championship. Yes, this is one lap of the Roca swim, Rini, and this is incredible. She has gone off in fury, but look at this. We now have company.
Yeah, we have. Well, that's
oh,
Taylor
sorry,
Knibb.
we've shot back.
No,
yeah.
that's the second pack. That we're looking at the second pack here, and that's Taylor Knibb at the head of that second pack there. I believe Jess Limeth in the pink cap as well. Right on her feet. Jennifer Arnold was with those two women, or maybe, nope, I think she might have dropped off her. But that's Taylor Knibb leading that chase right now. We don't know what that break is. I think Crowe and Danny might be able to get a split for us at some point. But yeah, it's 25 meters. So, you know, you're talking 15 maybe 20 seconds.
Yeah, so they're hanging in there pretty well, and you could see that was a great shot that showed you a bit of that swell that's coming in, and you could see they're kind of, as Crowy mentioned, they've got the swell, and they're going to have a bit of a current pushing them back in. That does favor the stronger swimmers, which is interesting. You kind of it's counterintuitive. You would think, hey, if I have a weaker swimmer, maybe having that current push me is good, but it's a little bit more difficult to swim with that the current at your back. So a great shot here as we pan back, and you can see La Concha, that mountain behind, that giant sort of iconic image here of Marbella and the coast where we are. These athletes will ride right into those mountains, and they have a challenging course ahead of them. But let's not get there too soon, because this swim has plenty of drama. We mentioned, you said it, Kat Matthews, where is she now?
Yeah, so Kat Matthews at this point, I believe that might be Jennifer Arnold. You see that lone swimmer between the two packs, but I believe Kat Matthews is in that main chase. So we have Lucy Charles-Barclay out front, then we have Jess Limeth and my brain is blanking, and Taylor Knibb second in that second chase, or first chase, I should say. And then the main group, it has all the rest of the contenders unsought. You'd have Solvi in there, you have Kat in there. I don't know that Solvi's in there, but I would guess. It seems like it's a big pack, but we'll have Denny and Crowy down there, and they'll get closer eyes and maybe a split for us before they get out of the water. The ladies now on that back straight, so it's a 520-meter straight. They're going to take a right-hand turn, 340 meters back in toward the beach, and then a left-hand turn to go into T1, 200 meters into shore. So, yeah, right now they're on that long straightaway, the longest stretch of this race. And as you said, like, into the swell, so sort of tougher for the weaker swimmers, better for the stronger swimmers. But, you know, you see everyone. You see Lucy going up and down on that swell now, and, you know, it's a different style of swimming when you're swimming in these conditions, Michael.
It is, and it's great to see. I mean, I think it's great to see. We always like the most challenging conditions you can have at an Ironman 70.3 World Championship. Here you've got Lucy Charles-Barclay from Great Britain, and you did notice, and I think it's worth mentioning again, you do notice that she is in fact in that purple cap, but some of our highlighted athletes we talked about earlier didn't make it with their seeded cap. We ended up seeing that Solveig has shown up in a white cap, and then we also have Georgia Taylor-Brown in white as well. They did not have their seeded caps, and we're getting reports also that Kat is currently in 7th place, sitting in a great spot. I think 7th place for her. Wow.
Yeah, 7th place. Kat tends to swim very well in a wetsuit, and in 70.3 championships, any championship, actually any race this woman lines up at, she races very well. She had an uncharacteristically slower swim in Kona this year, but again, non-wetsuit swim, completely different conditions. You put that woman in a wetsuit, and she can swim very well. So sitting in 7th in that second chase right now is Kat Matthews. We'll be keeping an eye on her keenly throughout the day, and as we get onto the Zoot bike course.
That's right. And here's the thing with Kat Matthews. I mean, we know her. We see her perform so well at Ironman. She has won 6 Ironmans. Guess what? She's also won 6 Ironman 70.3s. And included in that list of stats, she was 2nd at this race last year, the year before, and the year before that she was 4th. And then previous to that, she was maybe 16th, I think, if I remember correctly. But an incredible track record of recent times. And I tell you what, this is a 3-sport race, but there's a very important section that we get to tackle before we go out on the Zoot bike course. It's called transition. Let's take a look at what T1 is all about here in Marbella. And as we go, we're going to get there. I think I may have thrown to that a little bit quickly, but I'm watching as Lucy Charles-Barclay approaches one of our MDOT tetrahedron buoys. And yes, she's going to make a hard flip. And you saw, what did you see there?
Yeah, no, I was just saying is she's going to take that hard right-hand turn now and sort of head in back towards the beach where they started, and then take a left-hand turn on the next buoy there.
Yeah, that's right.
300 meters before that last turn. So we're moments away from the end of this Roka swim.
That's right. Technically 530, we'll say 530 meters. So as we watch these two athletes approach that turn, they will have a 340-meter section and then 200-meter section. So coming right in. But there it is. This is your Ruby transition, and this is an actual POV. We've got that point of view running through here and rolling past your bikes. Always a frantic moment. You want to kind of go with haste, but also carefully. Make sure you don't make any errors. Don't forget things. Often stuff gets forgotten.
Yeah, and so the professional athletes will run through all the age group bikes here. They'll go under the Ruby transition banner there into the pro racks, and then that's where they'll pick up the bike. And it is hectic. I think, wetsuits off, caps off. Make sure you don't get your cap or goggles caught in your wheel. I've seen that happen many times. And then, helmet on before you touch that bike, and then off you go.
That's right, and those other errors, just getting their equipment on, not forgetting the helmet, not forgetting the glasses, the visor, not dropping anything. There's so many things that even though these are elite best of the best, these things happen. And then more red carpet as you exit here again, and this is your mount zone. So a lot of on-foot traffic before when you see that mount line. You cannot get on before that. That should go without saying, but it does happen often. And so you want to remember that now once you're onto the asphalt, you are actually on the Zoot bike course and you can pedal away. It's a great overview as we come back here and looking back down on our Roca swim course. We are 19 minutes and 5 seconds in. And Miranda, you talked about this, the course record. Let's talk about that a little bit more in depth after we hear from Daniela and Craig out on the boat.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, we're out here. We're on the back side of the course, the more exposed part of the course, Danny. There is a little bit of swell out here, and what we've currently got is Lucy Charles-Barclay off the front. She's got 20 to 25 seconds back to Taylor, who I think's had an incredible swim. She's in second with Jess Limeth on her feet. And then it's about another 40 to 45 seconds back to Jennifer Arnold, who's still on her own. And she's about to get picked up by this first big chase pack, which really has all the contenders and the pre-race favourites in it, Danny.
Yeah, and as they're heading back to the beach, you can really see that swell, the little waves pushing them. And it's going to be hard. As you can see, Jennifer Arnold, I'm not sure she's in a straight line at the moment, so there must be quite a swell pushing the athletes to the right side. And as we're looking at the chase pack, so this is the chase pack with the big contenders in there, 13 swimmers here, led by...
we've got Georgia Taylor-Brown on the front there, yeah.
And Kat Matthews is in there. She's having a great swim. Then Hannah DeWet, Bianca Bogan, and Caroline Pohl, Ali Soltos, and also Tanya Neuberg and Paula Finley. And Solveig, she's in there as well. She lost her cap, I think. She was in the blue cap before, but she's on the very end of this group. So I would say all the big contenders are in there.
Yeah, I'm surprised they've... the gap's going to be over a minute to Lucy Charles-Barclay when they get back. You're right, Solveig's just dangling on the back of this group. Kat Matthews looks pretty comfortable right towards the front of the group. For the majority of this back straight, it's been Georgia Taylor-Brown leading this first chase pack. And you're right again, Danny. I think Jennifer Arnold's this swell has pushed her a little off course. She's been pushed into the middle of the swim course, whereas this chase back seems to be taking the tidal line towards the swim exit. But it's Lucy Charles-Barclay. I think she'll be quite content. I mean, the first part of this bike course is flat and fast, and we will see some of these gaps open up as they hit this bike course. So, I mean, it's not quite a sprint race, but these gaps are significant heading out onto the bike course.
Yeah, and it's good to see Taylor Nip. She's really holding that gap, so I think she's in a very good position. And as they're heading back to the beach, they're heading against that statue. It's possibly quite hard to sight. What's your tactic on sighting when it's choppy and you don't know where to go?
Yeah, I think these athletes would have been out here during the practice swimming in the days leading up doing the course reconnaissance, and they would have been picking some pretty specific and significant landmarks on the shore, either a building or a statue to help their sighting. There is a little bit of a swell. I mean, the surface water is moving. It's not as calm as we've seen it. It's certainly not what it was earlier in the week, but slightly more challenging conditions in the last couple of days as we're getting a nice close-up of Georgia Taylor-Brown here leading that first chase pack. But all in all, yeah, I agree. I think Lucy's we knew she wanted to really light this swim up. She's done that. But for me, Taylor Nib, I thought she picked the wrong spot to start, but she likes to be on her own, and she was able to swim right across the front of most of this chase group, and she's been clear second and really is only 20 to 30 seconds behind Lucy as they are about to hit shore. So, guys, we'll throw back to you guys. They're coming into Ruby transition pretty shortly.
Thank you so much. That's great insight from right there on the water. And today, I've got to ask this question is, how important is it, I think, from a mental standpoint, but also from a tactical standpoint for these athletes to be alone or with someone? I mean, is the question do you suffer when you're somewhere that's drifted off on your own, or can you make that up?
I mean, I think it's never good if you're drifting off on your own and not on course. Yeah, I mean, I think it's strength in numbers to a degree, right? Like one or two swimmers is probably going to be faster than just one swimmer, although Lucy doesn't need any help at all. And it seems like Taylor, at the end there, Craig said that Taylor started sort of off by herself, and I distinctly remember her, I don't know at which World Championship, but she got beat up at the swim start, and she was like really upset about it after the race. She's like, that's all she could kind of talk about. She just won a world title, but she was saying, well, I got so beat up in the swim. So it is a factor, right? You want to find space, create some space so that you can just get out and swim and not be beat up and not be like pulled back or hit in the head or hit in the face. It's nice to just get to your own space and find, and having just one other swimmer or two other swimmers with you, you can find that space and just get into a nice rhythm early in this race. But we see Lucy Charles-Barclay just heading in towards the end of this Roka swim. You see those two Roka buoys. She'll head into the Ruby T1 and go and look for a bike.
There you go. And it's always important to remind everyone that the orange buoy that you saw there in the foreground of your shot, that is a sight buoy. It's not something you should go around either side of. The green buoys and those Ironman buoys, green and the yellow buoys are the ones you have to make your turns around. So even when Craig mentioned that we had a swimmer inside of the course, it's fine. It doesn't amount to a penalty or anything off course per se. You just are not taking the straightest line. But folks, we started talking about the course record, and we are well above that now, 24:36. Let's just share for fun that back in 2016 in Australia, Lauren Brandon, the American champion there, she went 22:54 to set that course record. So we're over that. But again, totally different course, totally different conditions. It's just fun to mention. This is still an exceptional swim as we see Lucy Charles-Barclay running through the final meters of this swim.
Yeah, there's a shallow section where the athletes will be able to stand up a little bit early there, but we see Lucy Charles-Barclay now into Ruby T1, and she will make her way along the amateur racks to the pro racks there and look for a bike. And this is where we are waiting for the splits. So
these
now,
splits, yeah.
the splits, we would love to see what's going on.
That's right, and as we look, I mean, you can see great shots above. Lucy Charles-Barclay making quick work of it, peeling back the wetsuit. She's got that part down. And as you go for the play-by-play, we're going to take a look at that Wahoo Element rival fastest time here, 25:05 for Lucy Charles-Barclay representing Great Britain. Bib number 3, we'll see if that stays. And now, look, let's just try and analyze. She looks great. She looks comfortable.
She looks
Super
comfortable.
smooth.
She, cool, calm, collected, and those splits are just rolling in now. So 47 seconds back to Taylor Knibb and Jess Learmonth. So that's the gap that we're seeing between Lucy, Taylor, and Jess. So they're out together. We'll now be waiting for Jennifer Arnold, we believe, unless she's been swallowed up by the third pack. So now we wait. Where is Kat Matthews? Where is Ellie Salthouse, Paula Finlay, Solvi Ludstedt, Marjolaine Pierre, the other athletes that we'll be keeping a keen eye on. But Lucy Charles-Barclay, she is off.
She got something in her mouth. Was that food or gloves? I couldn't tell.
Like gloves,
it did look like gloves. But it's always fun to see what people do, what they want to take care of on the bike, what you're capable of doing on the bike. But that was a great transition as she runs, again, that section we saw on the red carpet, making her way to the mount zone. Now we're looking at Taylor Knibb, the American athlete, the 3-time Ironman 70.3 winner. Will she make it 4 today? She's 47 seconds down, close enough, of course, to catch up. And she does like to catch up.
She does like to catch up. So this bike courses are flat for around 5K before they get into the mountains, so the athletes will get to settle in. But we are looking at Taylor Knibb now. She is notorious for taking her time in transition. I don't know if it's taking her time or not, but she takes the time to put her socks on in transition.
Yes.
That's something that she won't have to do in Ruby T2. So a quicker T2 generally, but she's letting Jess Learmonth out here. She'll be out in second, probably 20 seconds back will be Taylor Knibb, because she always opts to put those socks on in Ruby T1.
There you go. And then we saw Jess Learmonth just jump on there, bump her leg on the bottle going over. Not uncommon, but she made it, didn't knock the bottle out. As we come back to Lucy Charles-Barclay, first on the road here for our Zoot bike course and pushing hard. A reminder here, we're 27 minutes into the Precision Ironman 70.3 World Championship in beautiful Marbella, Spain. And I am Michael Lovato, sitting with our 2007 Ironman 70.3 world champ, Marinda Carfrae. Good stuff, Marinda.
Yep.
And now helmets are on. This is such an exciting time. Here comes the pack.
Here comes the pack, and that was Jennifer Arnold, I believe, right now. She's heading out. So she was basically swam the swim by herself. Now we have this, you see Kat Matthews in the front here, getting onto her bike. We have Caroline Pohl in there. We have Ellie Salthouse in there.
And there you go. We can kind of look
Georgia
at
Taylor Brown, Sif Bendix Madsen, Anne Devet, Bianca Bogan, Tanya Norbert, Lizzie Rayner is in there too.
Salthouse from Australia, Paula Finlay, all of the women that we talked about. Solvi's in there, and those are all 2 minutes. Let's say 2 minutes 15 to 2 minutes 20 down. So a notable amount of time lost on the swim, by my opinion, but still plenty of space to make that up.
So in comparison, last year, Kat only lost around 45 seconds in the swim in Topor. So a lot bigger gap this year. You know, we didn't have Lucy last year in Topor. Right. So that probably is the difference. So, you know, let's do the math between... she still lost 90 seconds to Taylor Knibb. So, you know, double the time than what she lost in Topor. But again, we have a lot of racing left to go. This Zoot bike course is really going to shake things up. And it'll really show who has the legs and who doesn't. Post Kona, of course, a lot of these women backing up after the Ironman World Championship just 4 weeks ago in Kona, Hawaii.
That's right. And I tell you what, this flatter section of the Zoot bike course, you say flat, well, that doesn't make it easy because you're going to always be putting that high output. I think right now for Lucy Charles-Barclay, there's going to be a little bit of a get away, stay away mentality. She has really excelled off the front, racing off the front. And then with the introduction of Taylor Knibb to the races that she's in, she does tend to have company later. But I think the goal really is going to be put down the hammer and go. More women coming into transition. You can look down at the bottom. The leaderboards there show Lucy Charles-Barclay, 26:38 out of transition, and then behind her, those are the athletes. Those are the women that want to knock her down and come up and catch her and get past her. So a beautiful shot up the road there, clear road. That's something that Lucy Charles-Barclay is used to seeing, that no one in front of her but a motorcycle. And I tell you what, it does not disappoint. It gets me very excited to see when an athlete comes in great form and just really tackles it like this.
Yeah, not unfamiliar territory for Lucy Charles-Barclay leading this race. But again, you know, she has Jess Learmonth and she has Taylor Knibb chasing her keenly. Jess Learmonth only 30 seconds behind at the bike start. So Jess making a little bit of time up, and Taylor 45 seconds at the bike start. So, yeah, we see Taylor right now. She's making a move on Jess Learmonth. So now has caught up that 10 seconds and will go around Jess. Again, first 5K or so of this bike course relatively flat before the ladies hit their climbs, and that's where we believe things will start to shake up.
Yes, things always shake up a little bit later there. You start going uphill like that. And just a couple words there as we saw that pass, do you think, Vinny, or just acknowledgement?
I think probably a couple of words there. You know, let's go and catch Lucy most likely. I think a lot of these women race against each other throughout the year, and so there's a lot of good camaraderie between the athletes. So yeah, I mean, Taylor's used to being around Jess.
And yeah, used to being around one another, and I think that understanding of who you're with and what their strengths are, what their weaknesses are, that's huge. Great familiarity. But here's the real question: is we asked this earlier, and the questions will be answered as we watch these women crush it. But Taylor Knibb, who has already made up 16 seconds by my calculations, from 47 now to 31 as they go through 2.3 kilometers of the bike. Rennie, the question almost just got answered. I think Taylor feels pretty good.
I feel like she does, and that's kind of been the feeling all week. Again, you know, she only was cleared to race on Friday from her doctors and her coaches. The first step was getting the okay from the doctors. Health-wise, she was good to go. And then a couple of tests with how her body was, going and doing some threshold on the bike, some threshold on the swim, and some hard running to see how her body actually felt. And all systems will go. So Dan Lorang and Julie Dibbins said, okay, go ahead, go and race. You're free to go race. And she's been full of beans all week. Just like, I didn't know that I'd be here a few days ago. I'm here. I get another opportunity. And now you can see, Taylor can see Lucy Charles-Barclay off in the background there. So now, you know, she can see her, she's within sight. So, you know, that gap's probably going to be very tight once we get to the hill.
How cool is that shot? That was a great shot there, because you could just see that silhouette into the sun there of Lucy Charles-Barclay. Really awesome. And then another shot as we come back here, and this shows the bay in which we swim. That shows the Ruby transition. That shows actually each of those two towers. Those are the towers that the run will make 2 out and backs around later today. So what a great venue as we look here. Recapping at 33 minutes into this race, Lucy Charles-Barclay in front of Taylor Knibb and Learmouth, Arnold, Benoit Madsen, Taylor Brown, Pohl, Devet, Matthews, Salthouse, Rayner, and Bogan. Wow, what a field. And we can come back more specifically to those times. But just watch as Lucy Charles-Barclay rips through that roundabout, hits the speed bump, and continues to crush it while this duo chases her down.
Yeah, and as I look back through the field, you know, I look at, you know, Kat Matthews, and these women are only just at the opening few kilometres of this bike at 2.3 kilometre split. Kat's already made up, you know, what, 20 seconds. So a faster transition on Lucy. Is that telling? Is Lucy not feeling herself? Is she, you know, usually you see Lucy out there, she's going away from each other, or at least maintaining. Either she's being a little conservative or not feeling good earlier in this bike. That remains to be seen. I think we'll know the answer to that once we get to the hills. But also a lot of urgency in the Kat Matthews pack in the Taylor Knibb group of 2 as well. So they all are making inroads on Lucy right now.
Yeah, very, very fascinating question and a great observation, because we don't know also if there's some tactics involved where right now we see back to Lucy up front and pushing, and she looks great. She's got really nothing to gauge off of. She can't see up the road. She won't look behind her. She won't get any splits this early.
Exactly,
really kind of just doesn't know really what's around her. Well, on the other side of that, you saw it. Taylor Knibb can see Lucy just up the road, and she's also got company with Jess Learmonth. Jess has had a great year. She also won Ironman 70.3 Nice earlier this year. She's got the chop. She's got the skills. Will she be pushing and Taylor trying to drop her? It's all just such a great early dynamic, and I think that realistically much of it too is just shaking off that initial early race vibe, which is it's good and bad, right? Because you're so amped up, you're so charged up, you're so fired up, yet you still have to be patient and put yourself into race mode.
Yeah, absolutely. And going back to Jess Learmonth, she's had a phenomenal year. Stepping up from short course racing to middle distance racing. She was 3rd in Spain, 6th in London, 3rd in Vancouver, 7th in San Francisco, and of course 1st in Nice 70.3. So some phenomenal performances from her so far this year. But let's just go and take a closer look at the 13.1, at this Zoot bike course.
And here we go. As you can see, this bike course has it all. We talked about it from the very outset, where it's got a flat start and then it begins to climb. So as you get going here on this flatter section, you're still kind of warming up the legs before you get ready to dive right in to the meat of this bike course running, and you start climbing up and away into these mountains, into and beyond La Concha, that big mountain that we see at the outset.
Yeah, about an 8-mile climb. The athletes will go up, and that's the most aggressive climb of the day. You're climbing up from sea level up to the highest point there of the course, and then a nice descent through, the mountains there and out. You do a little sort of dog leg at one point, then out to the turnaround, and then back up you go.
Yeah, that's right, and it's great to have a race like this. I think where you get that turnaround here that you're about to see, with the turnaround, athletes get that opportunity to have the visual, and that's it right there at 30 kilometers or 18.6 miles. You're going to rip around right about here. You're going to do that turn here momentarily. And when you start to come back,
this is the dog leg, yeah. So they'll do this dog leg here. They won't hit that on the way back. So now they'll keep going out. That's kind of a distance grab. That's what we kind of like to call those little extra dog legs or distance grab. And then they'll go out to just past the halfway mark, because of course they don't do that little section on the way back, and then straight back. And on the way back, there's a little less climbing because they're already at a higher altitude than they were at the start of the race.
That's right. And they drop back down. You mentioned this early, a total of 5,800 feet of climbing, also known as 1,700 185 meters, 1,700 meters of climbing. But this, another divergence where you come back on a slightly different road. There's the 75K mark, 15K to go, mostly downhill, you can see. And it is technical. You do have to have your wits about you, not dissimilar to an Ironman 70.3 in Nice, where you have to technically have good skills. And then you right back into town as you rip into the Ruby T2 and you begin the third and favorite part of the race here, the Hoga Run course.
And a lot of the talk before the race was about that fast descent. And, you know, on the way back, on the way up, there's a section where the athletes take sort of some switchbacks and more technical. On the way back, they're on a highway. Yeah. So when you're on that highway, it can get a little breezy up there, and that can knock you around today. I don't know that that would be a factor, but the athletes talked about being brave on that descent, because you're going to get up to sort of 45, 50 miles an hour, 80 kilometers an hour on two wheels. These athletes have done that before. They're used to it. But, you know, if you're, you know, a little nervous on your bike, you can lose time. And that's, I know a lot of the professional men and some of the professional women changing out chain rings to make sure they have enough gears to keep pedaling, to keep putting power down. And that's a big... you know, a course like this, you need all of your chain rings. You need the small one, and you need that big dinner plate chain ring, the big chain ring, so that when you are going at such a high velocity, you can keep putting down power, which is super important to every single second that you're trying to make up throughout the bike course.
Yeah, great. Well said. And I think that is another unique aspect of this course, where you do truly have it all. And we're sitting here waiting. We've just gone through 5.3 kilometer split, and we can note that another
kind of sitting the same now.
4 seconds. So still, if you look at it from leaving the swim, Taylor Knibb has brought back 20 seconds, but yeah, more or less sitting the same. We are watching as Taylor Knibb is in second place here of the Precision Ironman World Champion, 70.3 World Championship. Will she stay in second or catch first place? Time will tell. Our race coverage today is brought to you by Precision Hydration. Personalize your race hydration with precision, fuel and hydration. And by Oman. Beauty has an address. Endurance has a destination. Experience Oman. And today, as we look at these overhead shots, Miranda, of this incredible part of the world, Andalusia, the southern part of Spain, a beautiful region, but one that brings great challenge and adds a tasty mix to this incredible lineup that we have today of competition. Just a little bit of a reminder, we have Lucy Charles Barclay in front representing Great Britain and rocking that bib number 3. She's on camera now beginning one of our climbs. We've got Taylor Knibb in second place, only 27 seconds down, and Jessica Learmouth in third. That cast of characters that follows them, incredible, and we will wait to see as they chase down these leaders throughout the day. Rennie, it's so exciting to sit here and cover this. I just almost fall out of my chair.
Yeah, so the athletes now, we're on screen with Lucy Charles Barclay. I like how you said it's a tasty course. Yes, a very tasty. The athletes now hitting that first climb, and Lucy Charles Barclay maintaining that gap now. Early on, it seemed like she maybe was just finding her legs the first couple of kilometers. We were, jumping the gun. Maybe she's not feeling that great, but it seems like, she's found her legs now. She's holding the gap to Taylor Knibb and Jess Learmouth, who are in second and third. And then we go back to Sif Bendix Madsen. She's at 1:43 back, and Kat Matthews at 2 minutes. So they're sitting around the same amount of time. Everybody seemed to make up a little bit of time on Lucy Charles Barclay in the first 2 or 3 kilometers. And now everybody's sort of settled in. But again, now that they're on this climb, we're with Taylor Knibb right now, of course. That's when we expect to see things shake up. But yeah, I'm very anxious to see the next couple of splits come in and see what's sort of starting to eventuate.
And Rennie, one of the cool spots, this is going to be when you come into the town of Ojén. This is an area, part of this region, where you're going to see these traditional Pueblo Blancos, or the whitewashed homes that really characterize this part of the country. It's beautiful. These narrow, winding streets, panoramic views, situated about 9K inland from Marbella, Ojén. This is one of Andalusia's charming pueblos, like I said, and it's awesome. It's going to really give you that flavor as you look behind. Now we've got that moment where we all know what's coming. Lucy probably doesn't quite know yet, but she's probably sensing it.
It's kind of deceiving, though. I mean, yes, Taylor is making inroads, but now they're on a climb, so, that 30 seconds, that gap, it's probably 20 seconds now, but maybe less than that at this point. But, when they're on the climb, they look a lot closer than they did when they were all riding at, 30 miles per hour on the flats.
Well, that's fair to say. Thank you for bringing that up. It feels like there's inches.
It feels like
it's
imminent.
Well, either way, we're excited here today as we watch this amazing segment of the course to welcome into studio with us our CEO of the Ironman Group. This superstar that's sitting next to us here is not just our CEO, but he is a competitor himself. Earlier this week, you got to throw down. Scott DeRue, thank you for being here with us.
Thank you. It is an incredible honor and a pleasure. It's an exciting day for the sport of triathlon.
It is. It absolutely is. The first time we're here, it's very exciting. We're here for this event in Spain, doing so much, and there's such a positive impact that Ironman brings when it comes to this area, a triathlon crazy and Ironman crazy nation. But tell us about that, please.
Well, there's so much history of triathlon in Spain, and certainly here in Marbella. The town, the community has really welcomed us into their home, and it's really a privilege to be here. But you can just feel the energy and the excitement throughout the community here, everybody coming out, all the fans supporting it. We're really incredibly honored to be here.
Fantastic. I totally agree.
Yeah, and just looking at the race today, Scott, there's obviously the World Championship, a world title on the line today, but also the Ironman Pro Series, and this is the last race of the Ironman Pro Series in its second year. Tell us a little bit about, how you see that playing out.
Yeah, it's super exciting. I mean, these are the best of the best athletes in the world, and they're all vying for the Ironman 70.3 World Championship. But that race within the race with the Ironman Pro Series across the entire season, with this being the culmination, we're going to see who's going to win. I mean, it's going to be between Kat and Solveig. As we often say in Ironman, anything is possible, and we won't know until the finish.
That's right. Yes, and every second counts here, as we know. You can't just win. You have to minimize that gap or maximize that gap if you're in front. And we're watching here. Neither of these two is in contention for that front, but this is an incredible race right here. We have to pause for a second and watch as Taylor Knibb is making that pass. She is up out of the air bars, as is Lucy Charles Barclay. But this is the moment we're waiting for. It's coming very early, Rennie.
Yeah, the Precision Fuel and Hydration Ironman 70.3 World Championship. This is the first pass. Lucy Charles Barclay has been leading from the gun. Signature swim, the day she always has in the swim there. But now, will she try to go with Taylor Knibb?
Well, and Scott, I mean, you watch every one of these races. Is this reminiscent? These two beat each other so beat each other so much just a month ago, and here they are again.
As we were watching Taylor pass Lucy in that moment, that's exactly where my mind went. Is just a few weeks ago in Kona, this is exactly what we saw. And they pushed each other really hard in Kona, and so hard that ultimately neither finished.
Yeah.
We'll see how hard they each push and whether they work together here or not. But these are two of the best. And they're really role models for the sport of triathlon, and have many fans around the world cheering them on right now. And it's really exciting to watch them race each other once again.
It is exciting. And Rennie,
these two women, of course, are Taylor and Nib. These are the two that have won this race before. So Lucy Charles-Barclay back in 2001 in St. George, Ironman 70.3 world champion, her first world title, and Taylor Nib, 3-time defending Ironman 70.3 world champ. And yeah, we just see these two just going, the gladiators going to war yet again. Only 4 weeks ago, they were in Hawaii just laying it down, and it's just wonderful to see this sort of competition. Of course, we'll be keeping our eye on, Kat Matthews and Solvi and the ladies in that second pack, but these two gladiators are they're at it again.
And they came in with a lot of confidence. Nobody, including them, knew how they were going to recover after Kona. But they recovered really well, and both felt really strong coming into today. And so I think they started the race with a lot of confidence in themselves, and as they should. I mean, they're champions. They know how to win this race, and they're showing that once again.
I'm going to ask this. Either one of you wants to weigh in on the tactics here, because you saw Taylor. I mean, she looked over, didn't give her no time. She glanced, and then she is working so hard. Lucy chasing. What do we do here? What's going on, Rennie? Who wants to weigh in? You, Scott?
I think in a 70.3 race, you can take risks.
Okay.
And yes, what happened in Kona is a little different. The conditions, the Ironman, the distance, you take risks. It can be detrimental at the end of the day. In a 70.3, you can take those risks. You can, and right now, I think Lucy Charles-Barclay is taking or burning one of those matches. Taylor Nib is the class of the field on the bike, but Lucy Charles-Barclay is a phenomenal cyclist too, and so if she has the legs and she can, she will go with Taylor all day long.
I trust Rennie on tactics. The closest I've ever been to a race like this was our Pro-Am a couple days ago when I raced alongside of Rennie, and I learned to trust Rennie's tactics.
Well said, Scott. That's great. And then anything else? I mean, we talked about this, but I'd love to hear just your insight as far as what you see here. Any surprises? I mean, you know how this has played out of the water. Any surprises from some of our other competitors that are out there?
Look, Solveig's right up there. Yeah. Kat had a remarkable swim. Yeah. I think that was a really strong swim for Kat. I think she came out of the water 2 minutes, 2:20 behind Lucy. So that's a really strong swim. So, our very best athletes are right up there in the top 5, top 10. Danielle Lewis is up there, I see as well. So, there's some really strong cyclists that are coming up behind them. Paula up there in the top 5. Many of the athletes that we would expect to be at the top are at the top, and that's going to make for a very exciting day.
That's very good. Well said. Go ahead, Rennie.
Yeah, I was just going to say, we just got that 10-kilometer split, and Kat Matthews is sort of holding steady with Lucy Charles-Barclay. So now Taylor's gone around Lucy. That will probably keep Lucy going away from that main pack of Kat Matthews, Paula Finlay, Hannah DeVette, Kelly Salthouse, and Solvi, and the likes of those women. So, this is where it's all at. Like the pictures coming up, you see the athletes are in their smaller gear. They're probably getting towards their smallest chain rings because the pitch is increasing, and there are some significant pitches on this bike course as well. And you see none of them are in their aero bars. They're all sitting up. You can push more power when you're not in your aero bars. So, and the aerodynamic benefits of being down in those bars are pretty much negated by the velocity that they're at right now.
There you go. And when I look at that close-up shot of Taylor Nib, I mean, I can see the work in her face. And that's not – she often has a poker face. You often can't tell exactly how hard she's riding. She is putting a solid effort. I think she's really trying to say, you know what? I'm back. I'm going for it. Goodbye, Lucy.
Yeah, no, I mean, she's out there to win. And Taylor, I mean, all of these ladies are – Taylor is a racer.
That's it.
And, in Kona, I think when I saw her after the race, she was like, it was win or nothing. And you're seeing that here is she feels strong and she's putting in the effort and she's out to win the race.
I think you're spot on, Scott. And I think that when you go there to win and you go all or nothing and you end up with nothing, as she did, you're even hungrier. I mean, she's always hungry. She's always trying to be the best. But now, disappointment, the ultimate disappointment, and you get to come back and do it better, do it right.
It's heartbreak, honestly, like getting that close. I think everybody at the finish line, I was included. I was coming across from the commentary booth to come and interview Taylor as the new world champion, and I look up at the Jumbotron and she's sitting on the tarmac.
Right.
And you could just, I looked around the crowd and you could have heard a pin drop. Everybody was just disbelief, heartbreak to get that close. And Taylor's a young athlete. She has many years in the sport, and I have no doubt she'll raise that tape at some point. But in that moment, it's heartbreak, and it takes a while to get over that. But there's no better way to get over that to come here and win another 70.3 World Championship. That will make it sting a little bit less.
That'll send you into the off season a little bit a little bit happier. And here we've got now a shot of Lucy Charles Barclay showing us that yes, out of the saddle, this is a steep pitch, and you can see Taylor has crested, but that is a very good illustration to me of exactly how difficult this part of the bike course is.
Yeah, and again, the athletes look like they're pretty close together, but now it's so steep, and the time gaps are starting to creep out. It was at the last check, it was about 17 seconds, and now also Taylor is getting out of sight, and out of sight, out of mind. So now Lucy might not have that that gauge right ahead of her that she can sort of just keep looking at, and keep working towards. But Taylor now clearly in the lead of this race.
That's right. And Scott, any thoughts? Have you been out on this bike course? Did you get on a car, or have you get out and ridden it? Do you know anything about this? I have not.
I've seen parts of it.
That's right.
I haven't seen the whole thing, but I've been listening to our athletes all week, because they've been riding it and driving it and studying it.
Yeah.
And it is a championship-worthy course. It is a lot of elevation in a short period of time. And as you see here, we have some pretty significant downhills with some hairpin turns. And so the technical aspects of the course are going to keep them alert and keep them challenged throughout the day and make for some exciting racing.
Absolutely. And well, I tell you what, I don't want to tie you up all day. I know you can sit with us. We will keep you here. But I want to say that if you have other things to do, I want to say this. Thank you so much for bringing this race here to this beautiful community, because I love being here. I love watching these athletes enjoy Andalusia and the passion of this area.
Well, this area is really special to us, and you use the word passion, and I think that's a really good marker for what Marbella and Spain bring, and why we're so honored to have the Precision Fuel and Hydration Ironman 70.3 World Championship here. When we announced it a couple years ago, the community, you could just feel the excitement, and with 6,300 athletes over 114 countries here this week, and the exciting racing this weekend, it's really special, and we're really grateful to Marbella and the entire country of Spain for hosting us.
Fantastic. Absolutely. Well, thank you so much again,
Thanks,
Scott Daru, our CEO of the Ironman Group. We appreciate you being here, and we'll see you again soon.
Entirely my pleasure. Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Rennie, what Scott said about the technical nature, keeping alert, staying with it, you can see a little trepidation. Each of those athletes, as they finished that last climb and they started to go down, a little bit of the find my rhythm, right, on the technical descent.
Yeah, it was. There were a couple of sections there where they really had to be on their brakes to be careful not to overshoot it. You don't want to fly off the mountain. It's very important to make sure you ride within your abilities when you come down these switchbacks. You see Taylor Knibb taking a little peek over the shoulder there. She will have seen nobody but road behind her and maybe a few motos, but Taylor Knibb now in control of this race, and we're eagerly awaiting a few more splits. But actually, Lucy's sitting back there. She's 15 seconds back. So she went out to sort of 17 seconds, and now she's at 15 seconds behind Taylor Knibb. So she's hanging right in there. Some more, technical sections of the race. I don't know who would be the better technical rider out of the two athletes. And that's important, being an all-round cyclist. In a course like this, it's not all about just climbing and brute strength. It's about finesse, being able to carry speed through the corners. Of course, you do only ride to your abilities, because, crashing would be a big detriment to the end of your race. But, that's where being a complete cyclist really comes into play.
Absolutely. And now we're watching, when you saw her peek, Taylor peek over her shoulder, it is a little bit of, I know how this feels to me. I know this hurts. I know this effort is right up there. I wonder how Lucy's responding. You don't want anyone to see you taking that look, that glance, but you do want to know. And so that's what you saw there. She sort of said, gosh, I really have to see how she's responding. What a dynamic race, 16 seconds. And I think some of that will be a little back and forth on who handles those technical turns better than the other.
Yeah, and interestingly, I go back to Jess Learmouth, and she was out at about 90 seconds behind a moment ago. And then in the technical section now, she's only 1:16 back. So I think, you know, Jess is handling the technical sections a lot better. Paula Finlay really holding even with Taylor Knibb with the last of the climbing, and that's in the start of the technical section. We believe Kat is starting to lose some time. So Kat may be feeling the effects of Kona. She's now at 2:42 back from the lead, so losing time on Taylor now that Taylor has gone to the front. Everyone was sort of making a little bit of time, or holding, I should say, Lucy Charles-Barclay, but now that Taylor's gone to the front, gaps are starting to form. So we'll be watching this space. Paula Finlay riding phenomenally well, sitting right around 2 minutes back, and that's about what she's been sitting at the whole first, 10 miles of this bike, or 13 kilometers.
Yeah, and really carrying the highest, one of the highest, at least, average speeds throughout that last segment. Of course, Jess Learmouth as well, but very good racing here. And I love the way we have started. We are entering the fun and challenging and spicy part of this course. A lot more action coming up ahead. Taylor Knibb in front on the Zoot bike course. Will she continue to hold a 16-second gap, or will she extend it? Only time will tell, and I can't wait to find out.
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
Endurance isn't just about medals, it's about showing up, even when your brain says go and your body says no. Showing up means taking care of yourself, skin and all, because when you train hard, your skin works hard too. That's where Bulldog comes in, with products packed with brilliant natural origin ingredients that help prepare, protect and recover your skin. No fuss, no nonsense. Bulldog skincare is man's best friend. Official men's care products of Ironman Europe.
And we are back here in the action, right an hour and 1 minute in to the Precision Fuel and Hydration Ironman 70.3 World Championship. And we are watching these athletes tackle a very challenging Zoot bike course. I'm Michael Lovato, sitting with Mirinda Carfrey, and our cast of characters that will be continuing to impress us out on course include the likes of this woman on camera, Taylor Knibb. If you're just joining us, she didn't waste a lot of time getting to the front, and she put herself in front of Lucy Charles-Barclay, but guess what? That gap is only 10 seconds now. It's bouncing somewhere, Rinny, between 17 and 10 seconds.
Yeah.
That means they're together.
Yep, they're basically together, which is a great testament to Lucy Charles-Barclay. Again, Taylor Knibb, phenomenal cyclist, but Lucy Charles-Barclay is no scrub, we like to say, back in the 80s. But the woman on screen earlier, that wasn't one of the top three. That was Lizzie Rayner. So Lizzie Rayner, a phenomenal cyclist too. She was on screen a few moments ago. But yeah, Taylor Knibb and Lucy Charles-Barkley kind of sitting at that 10 to 15 second mark is Lucy sitting behind Taylor. And you can see Lucy right now has Taylor in her sights. So, yeah, in those technical sections, again, it's important to be a complete cyclist. And you know, I say that all these athletes are complete cyclists, but it's about who is more comfortable on their bike, who is more comfortable holding higher speeds through the corners and turns. And, you know, that's, you know, seconds here and there, and you see them just running past that 10-mile marker now. So still a lot of cycling to go in this Zoot bike course.
Well, that's exactly right. And also, just to kind of come off of what you said, to be a complete cyclist also means being able to maintain and carry momentum through various segments. If it's a race like Kona, you have a little bit more, you stick with the plan, stay in a certain zone, more or less, of power output. Here it's very different. You have to excel. You just saw Lucy Charles-Barkley out of the saddle, pushing a very high power output. Then she'll sit, it'll still say high, but then all of a sudden you're doing a hard switchback down just a little bit. You've got to maintain that rhythm, that pace, that focus. So it's very different here, and not every athlete really has that full breadth of skill.
Absolutely. A lot of the races that these athletes do are, you know, straight out and back, and Kona is a perfect example. You're basically out on a highway and there's not really many turns. There's no technical aspect there at all. So a race like this, really important to and know the course. Like I know Taylor was in late.
Yes.
Lucy's been here a little bit longer, so Taylor only arrived on Tuesday night. She, I believe, maybe drove the back half of the course, but it's very different in a car than what it is on the bike. And to be able to know the course is like amazing. You can be much more brave. You know what the corners, you know what speed you can take around corners and so forth. So maybe we're just seeing that in Taylor's tentative nature around some of these corners, and Lucy may know the course a little better.
That's a great point, and I think that if we talk to the 70.3 fan, you'll look back over the years and you'll say, hey, where have we raced? Well, this race on this Marbella course is a little bit more similar to a Nice than it is to, say, a Topa, or even going back to Finland or any of our races. We haven't really seen this outside of Nice, where you have that skill set that really demands a complete package of a cyclist. But back to Taylor Knibb, I think she continues to look really good, sitting up, showing us exactly how steep it is as we climb up to the town of Aachen.
Yeah, and as we look back through 16 kilometers, it's around 10 miles. We saw that mile marker a moment ago. We have Paula Findler sitting, 2:16, so losing a little bit of time to Taylor. Again, it's Taylor is riding away from these women. They're not so much going backwards. It's just Taylor is now putting that pedal to the metal, which we all expected to see. We have Tanja Nobert as well from Germany. She's sit at 2:45 back. She's a short course athlete. Phenomenal results over the WTS series. And then we have Kat Matthews riding with her at 2:47 down, sorry. Sif Bendix Madsen sitting at 2:52 down. And then we have Henda Vet at 2:57. Georgia Taylor-Brown now at 3:06. And Ellie Soltas at 3:20. And Bianca Bogan as well. That's Rico Bogan's sister, sitting at 3:30 behind. So that's the top 11 through the 16-kilometer mark. We're seeing the ladies who have the legs now on the climbs shine through.
There you go. When you mentioned Tanja Nubert from Germany, the 25-year-old has multiple WTS series finishes, and her second place at 70.3 in Bahrain at the end of last year is really the only we have on record. But second place, I mean, she did annihilate that with a 1:14 run, and she went sub-4. So just talking about the lack of experience does not mean a lack of speed at the distance. So very exciting to see her now in fifth place.
Yeah, and one notable absentee from this group, now we're through 14 people, is Solvi. Solvi is nowhere to be seen. So, that World Championship just 4 weeks ago, we have Paula Findlay on screen right now, riding phenomenally well. She's sitting, around that 2:20 behind Taylor Knibb at this moment, but sort of riding away from Kat Matthews and some of the other really strong cyclists in this field. But yeah, Solvi, a notable absentee from that top sort of 15 women right now. And again, her life has been turned upside down in a good way in the last 4 weeks. So, she's happy to, come here and just put in her best effort. And she's already had a phenomenal, successful year. Ironman World Champion. It doesn't get much better than that.
It is just staggering, though, to think about when you have a 4 week or so turnaround. So most athletes are going to be dealing with, how do I recover just enough and then prepare just enough, train but don't train too much, travel here, travel there, and then also you factor in the fact that she's got media commitments, all of her countries supporting her, all of those that go with being Ironman World Champion. Actually, everyone, again, at this commentary booth that'll be here today, aside from myself, understands that, but it is a massive weight that you have to carry, a good one, but it's still a weight. So great point as we come back above and we look down at these athletes. I really love those shots because they show just how twisty and curvy this ascent is to Ohen.
Yeah, and of course we have 2,300 age group women racing as well today, so they are hitting the bike course as well as we speak. They'll be treated to some amazing views out here on this phenomenal bike course, and Taylor Knibb leading the way. We have Lucy Charles-Barclay in second, and we have Jess Limerick still sitting in third, and Jess hanging in there. She's only 40 seconds back from that group, and Paula Finlay has made some inroads, Michael. Paula Finlay only a minute back from Taylor, so Paula fastest at this point in time.
At this point, and by a lot. Look at the notable kilometers per hour difference there, where she's up in the 22 kilometers per hour, just really pushing it, and you can see it. The one thing that just remains so cool about watching Paula Finlay ride the bike is she always just looks incredibly smooth. You're not obviously looking at her right now. You're watching Lucy Charles-Barclay. She looks incredibly smooth, but there's a difference. When you see Paula Finlay on a bike, it's just pure poetry in motion across that bike segment.
Yeah, and I think Paula is one of those athletes that she's won with her bike. Like
That's right.
She's a phenomenal triathlete. She's also raced the UCI World Championships for Canada. She's been national champion on the time trial for Canada as well. Again, one of the best, as has Taylor Knibb, raced at the Olympics at the individual time trial. But Paula Finlay really showing some phenomenal cycling here to be taking time out of Taylor Knibb on the bike at this stage of the race at only 1:03 down. I'll be watching her keenly as this bike goes on.
That's right, and we are an hour and 9 minutes into this race. A lot of action still to cover here. As you look at that Zoot bike course graphic at the bottom, you can see the shaded side, the white side on the left, and the star. We are just approaching Ohen, that high point, and we drop down and continue to roll all the way through. We talked about how it's a little bit more climbing on the way out than it is on the way back, but still so much cycling still to be done. And it is fascinating to see now 23-second gap Taylor Knibb enjoys over Lucy Charles-Barclay, and then still keeping herself close, Jess Learmonth from Great Britain, Paula Finlay coming in, and Kat Matthews, our Ironman Pro Series leader. They're battling it out with Solveig Lovseth, and we'll watch to see if Kat remains in front for the title of the Ironman Pro Series and the $200,000 that goes with it, just like she did last year.
Yeah, just another lazy $200,000 at the end of the year. Of course, Kat Matthews, phenomenal season again this year. Second in Hamburg, won Ironman Texas, second in Kona. So those three scores, almost maximum points there. And then she won a couple of 70.3s as well. So this score will actually replace one of her 70.3 scores. Of course, regional 70.3 event, maximum points would be 2,500. Here at the World Championships at 70.3 distance, maximum points is 3,000 points. So, right now she looks solid, barring any catastrophe from Solveig. Solveig seems to be sitting in 15th place now, around coming up to 4 minutes behind the lead. So that sort of tells me Solveig's legs maybe are still in Kona, which is fine. Hopefully they'll stay there for her for another year, and next year she'll be able to grab
They'll be
them
waiting
when she
for
races.
her. Any other surprises so far, Miranda, that as you look through and you say, hey, I didn't really expect that, or I thought someone else would be higher or lower, or is everyone kind of following the script you had in mind?
We know you mentioned a name earlier that's relatively unknown to the 70.3 distance, and that's Tanya Norbert.
Yeah.
You said it, 1:14 run split in the 70.3 she did last year. She's only done 1:70.3, qualified for this race. She did at the end of last year. This year she's been doing WTCS races, so short course, Olympic distance, and that's dangerous.
That is
a
dangerous.
1:14 run up your sleeve, and you're sitting 2:20 behind the lead right now. I mean, of course, Lucy Charles-Barclay has been running phenomenally well all year. Taylor Knibb is a very good runner too, so is Paula Finlay. And Kat Matthews is ahead of her right now, but still, I wouldn't be super comfortable with that runability and heat coming from behind.
I wouldn't either. That's very well said. 114. It's tantalizing right there to hear that number. And it wasn't. I'm sorry. It wasn't that long ago. That was a men's time as a traditional run, and now you're seeing women like that. And that's just amazing to me how our sport has evolved, and the folks like you that set the bar, and Daniela Reeve, the folks that have put the bar up there, and then women just chase it down.
And we're looking right now, that's Paula Finlay. She's moving into third place right now. She's just passed Jess Learmonth. So Paula Finlay, again, fastest on course right now, riding phenomenally well. Yeah, she looks fantastic. I mean, her legs have shown up for her today in a big way. And again, I think she's taking the technical parts. And you know, some of it is being a little brave and taking a few little risks. I mean, of course, the athletes are going to ride within their means. But, yeah, Paula really the class of the field on the bike right now, which I never thought of. I mean, not never, because Paula, again, is one of the most phenomenal. But when you're racing against this woman here who lights up every bike course she races, I don't know, that's a surprise.
You never would expect to see Taylor outswept by anyone. And Paula, here's what we mentioned. She's one with the bike. She looks so smooth on the bike. That, as you just saw a second ago, that translates to when she's out of the saddle or in the saddle, the smoothness. It just feels like she really is at home on the bike. And then the times, represent that very well when she's on course. So here we go again.
Repass here, just coming back around. So she may have accidentally. So you see the race rangers in action here today. You saw that red flashing light, and Jess may have not been paying super attention. And again, on a rolly course like this, it's hard to stay exactly at that 12-meter mark. She may have rolled in and thought, I've got to get going, I've got to go back around. So, Jess and Paula, this might be a really good partnership for the both of them.
That's right. Two incredible athletes pushing one another, trying to get up the road and catch up with Taylor Knibb and Lucy Charles Barclay. Will that happen? Time will tell. Stay with us. We're just here an hour 14 into this race, and now into the meat of the Zoot bike course.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Today's race is brought to you by Oman. Beauty has an address, endurance has a destination. Experience Oman. And by Breitling. Aspire for the ultimate finish line reward. And here we are, Marinda, right behind Paula Finlay from Canada. At the moment, she is fourth on the road, so she is really bouncing back and forth with third place Jess Learmonth from Great Britain. The Canadian and the Brit, they are going after Taylor Knibb, who's in first, and Lucy Charles Barclay in front. So just to recap, we have USA, Great Britain, and Canada in front of also Kat Matthews from Canada. Very international top 5 at the moment.
Kat Matthews from the UK.
Did I say Great Britain? What did I say?
You said Canada.
I said Canada also?
Yes, but maybe Commonwealth. You were thinking a Commonwealth country.
My apologies.
Kat Matthews from the UK, of course. And the split seemed to be jumping around a little bit. But again, Paula Finlay riding with Jess Learmonth. The last split, now we're looking at over 2 minutes. So maybe that 1 minute was an error. We'll see how it plays out in the next little bit. But regardless, Paula Finlay basically holding her own with Taylor Knibb and Lucy Charles Barclay, Jess Learmonth with Paula Knibb. Paula Finlay from Canada in 4th place.
There you go, and we're back with Taylor Knibb here, and we are climbing, of course, to that key component we actually have already rolled through, and it's worth mentioning we rolled through this section of Ohen where you have incredible vistas and views, really a beautiful segment, and locally known as caracolillos, which it does translate to little bitty snails, which is like a little escargot, basically a very much part of the dietary and the cuisine here. But the road coils through, so it's representing that it coils through the Andalusian hills, offering athletes technical and a challenging climb. Of course, we saw that, these incredible views, and opening up the coastline there and seeing everything. Not that these women are seeing those views at the moment, but they are there. And look at this nice little tasty downhill, Marinda, in the aero bars, looking good.
Yeah, Lucy Charles Barclay looking great now. She's tucking in, and you see her spinning out. So she's in her biggest gear now. And when you see them stop pedaling, it's because even at like 100 RPM or higher, they're going too fast. So they're probably up over 60 kilometers per hour, which is around 35, 40 miles per hour. So athletes riding very fast in sections on this course. And she can see Taylor just up ahead. So she's riding back up onto the wheel of Taylor Knibb.
And could that be that, like you said, she got here earlier, got more familiar with the course? Is it also a case of Taylor knows that where she's really going to make her mark is on the uphills here or some of the more challenging segments? Either way, that 14-second gap between Taylor and Lucy, it's remained more or less the same since Taylor caught her. They're just there, a good camaraderie, a good partnership, if you will, and they're maintaining that 2+ minute gap on everyone.
Yeah, and that's where this racing on courses like this is really interesting. It's not like a flat drag where, the time splits are predictable. They're going to just keep slowly going out. On this course, it seems like what we're going to see is, Taylor pulls away on the hill. Lucy Charles Barclay comes back up on the downhill section. And you see, whoa. So that was, you saw Lucy Charles Barclay kind of jaunt to the side. That's the wind. So I've heard from the athletes up in there, it can be a little bit breezy, and if the wind sort of grabs your front wheel, and that's what happened there, it sort of pushes you over the side of the road. It can be really scary in the moment, but she handled that really well.
She sure did.
And now she's riding right past Taylor Knibb. I think Taylor will be surprised to see Lucy coming back past her. But yeah, Lucy is riding better, more technical sections. Taylor is riding better on the uphill section. So I think this is going to be how it will play out. Again, we're still early in the bike course. We're only at 27 kilometers, so almost a third of the way through this bike course. But at this point, Lucy really hanging in there and doing a great job in the technical sections.
Absolutely. Well said. We went at the 27-kilometer mark. We went to now where Lucy Charles was the second behind. Boom, she just passed. And here's what's interesting as well. There's such a mental component or emotional component as well. I think when Lucy got caught by Taylor, there was that deflation, right? Oh, man, I'm gone. I'm down a little bit. But then she doesn't ride away. She gets a little bit more confidence, as you had said, a little bit more belief. And then Taylor got away, probably had that confidence, and now you see it where they both looked at each other at that pass, and they're now thinking, okay, now this is our race. We need to stay together. No one's getting dropped here. Let's get away from the rest of the field. Let's run away from those 114 runners behind us. Let's ride away from them.
Michael, I like to think that, but also these two are fierce competitors. Yes. I think they're looking at each other and like, okay, now I know that Lucy's riding better in the downhill sections. I need to really punch an uphill section and get away, get out of sight, out of mind, and I need to take risks. If I'm Taylor Knibb, that's what I'm thinking. It's a race for a world title. I don't know that they're friends right now.
A friend, it's probably very well said. Probably friends is a little bit of an overstatement. Perhaps untrusting allies. I don't know. I think that there's strength in numbers, but you're totally right. Each one of these women wants to rip the legs off the other, and so how do you do that, and when do you do that? Right now, and you said this before, we all want to, like, you want to stay with Taylor, or you want to drop Taylor, and vice versa. Everybody wants to get rid of Lucy Charles-Barclay, but can you? And so right now, we're still early, 27 kilometers in of a 90-kilometer bike ride. There's a lot of time left, and so the legs still feel pretty good, and I think a lot of us can get in and play, but gosh, time will tell here in about 30 or 40 kilometers.
And you notice Taylor taking the time. She's behind Lucy now. She's like, okay, I'm going to take on my nutrition. I'm going to get myself situated here. I'm going to regroup.
Yeah.
And I think at some point you'll see her make a concerted effort to make a big move, put down some big watts and get away. Because if you look at the two, Taylor and Lucy's run performances in the past year, if you're Taylor, you don't want Lucy anywhere near you.
Yeah.
Lucy is running phenomenally well this year, and so that's going to be an interesting cat and mouse game. We had Paula. He want to say
Finlay, yeah.
Paula Finlay on screen a moment ago, and again, she is riding phenomenally well today.
She sure is, and we did also get to hear a little bit about what's going on with Taylor Knibb as she comes off disappointment a month ago in Kona to excitement and optimism here in Marbella. Let's hear what Taylor had to say in her Fighting Chance segment earlier this week.
But I love my swim shorts, so they're Roka. You know Hoka and Roka rhyme, just so you know.
¿Cómo estás?
Bien, ¿y tú?
Bien, gracias. What do you think so far?
Nice. At sea level. Slept really well last night. All the bags are here. My bike's built. I get to go swim.
How are the few days after Kona?
Did I tell you I couldn't stay awake for more than 3 hours the first few days. I was so tired. I slept a lot. I was on off-season mode. Felt like I had a hangover, even though I've never had a hangover. So, yeah.
3 times reigning champ / should be 4 after this weekend situation.
Oh, goodness. Can't ever say that. It's a very deep, good field.
So you feel the pressure then?
It's a privilege to be here, and so I'm very grateful. I wouldn't say I'm confident, though, but I'm excited. Then I got asked for a picture. No joke. I never stopped to take a picture. It's a cool course.
It's pretty, yeah?
Oh, it's gorgeous. This is amazing. I woke up 5:15 on Monday a.m. My alarm was for 6:45. I was up at 5:15 because I was so excited that I got to go to just being that day. If you ask me most travel days, I'm like, oh. Yeah, so I'm excited, and that's probably the most dangerous part. Because when I'm excited about something, there's a lot more energy. I also feel bad because a lot of people have been here for a while. And I just got here because, I booked my flights on Friday. That's when I got approved to race. It's just like a spontaneous trip.
Thank you, Taylor Knibb. A Fighting Chance presented by Hoka. For more, watch short AFC episodes on Instagram at Ironman Tri and full AFC episodes on proseries.ironman.com and our Ironman Triathlon YouTube channel. Just a spontaneous trip over to Marbella.
I tell you what, though, when a couple things. She said excited but not confident. And then she said excited again, which gives a lot of energy. I mean, it's very unique, I think, where we see her come into this race. And she comes in here with that, I think, clearance from her doctors, clearance from her coaches, as you said, optimism, but not the confidence you're used to seeing. I don't know. And then also, hey, I feel bad. I didn't really get here early. Maybe she doesn't know the course. Either way, we're seeing she looks good. The legs appear to be in good shape. She's riding well, and she has company here with Lucy Charles-Barclay.
Yeah, it's an interesting turnaround from Ironman to this race. You basically, you don't train into the Ironman because you're tapering. You do the Ironman, so you do get a little bit of fitness from that race, but it's a different kind of fitness than you need for a 70.3. It's that like steady state power output and not the high end, which is kind of what you needed at 70.3. Then coming off that and the heat stroke and getting so close to the finish line, the emotional drain of all of that and disappointment, that's a lot to come back from. And then, she didn't really do a whole lot for a couple of weeks. She, laid low. She said her coach, Julie, took her for a walk with her dog. So she said, I got walked with my dog. Julie walked me with her dog. And then also her strength coach, Erin Carson, walked her with her dog too. So she's like, I got walked a lot when I got home. Yeah. And then back to, training only in the last couple of weeks. So I think that's where the nervousness or not her usual confidence comes in, just because it's been a completely different build into any other 70.3 World Championship. Like usually you have a great training block and you're ticking all the boxes, you're doing all of the normal lead-in stuff, and this one's been just completely different to any other. And so I think that's where the question mark comes in her mind. But again, she's racing great. She's looks to be riding very well. She has company with Lucy Charles-Barclay, but I think, so far I think things are pretty good. I feel like she may have expected to keep riding away from Lucy at that last section, but right now, she's leading this World Championship race, so I think things are pretty good.
I think so too, and confidence comes in different ways. Confidence doesn't stay. Confidence is earned, as you know, and I think that she hasn't earned it in the last maybe 4 weeks, and so that is the trickiest part, but that can happen pedal stroke after pedal stroke and section after section of this race, and I think that we'll see that she's not lacking anything at the moment. So another section here as we're up on the top of the course, and you can look at the graphic, a little bit of a dip, but we're going uphill now, out of the saddle, well, not the moment, out of the air bars and somewhat out of the saddle, a very challenging segment. So much elevation gain, 5,700 feet of climbing, almost 1,800 meters of climbing, a lot of up and down. What a great shot there of Taylor from the side, showing that Andalusian countryside in the background.
Yeah, beautiful shots of these athletes on this phenomenal course. But yeah, as to your point, there was that big climb at the beginning. Now they're kind of in that undulating section. So, at not as steep, there will be some ups and downs through this. And sometimes in those ups and down sections, you can carry your speed through. So you're not necessarily climbing all of those, or you won't feel all of those feet. You shouldn't feel all of those feet, because a lot of the time you can carry speed from the last hill into the next one, and so you're sort of halfway up the next climb before you have to start putting power down again. So we're in that sort of flattish, undulating section right now, and you can see they are climbing a little bit, but they're in the air bars, so they're moving pretty quickly.
They are, and if we look back in the field, we can see that third place Jess Learmonth still holding very well in that third position in front of Paula Findlay from Canada. So that little 2:18, 2:27 gap we see to those two, our top four really there. And then you have to jump back all the way to 3.5 minutes, 3:36 back for Sif Bendix Madsen from Denmark. And then you scroll down, Kat Matthews lost kind of a little back and forth with Madsen. Kat Matthews is one that we expected to come in. She seemed very charged up. I expected anyway to see her start to move through the field on the bike. I don't count her out ever. She's just the person that you always have to vote on her getting in that top three. But it is interesting at this point that she's not up there, I think, kind of chiseling a little time, losing some time.
Yeah, I think with Kat Matthews, we just expect Kat Matthews to race well every time. She races, obviously she didn't race as many races this year. She put two big, Kona was her big focus. Of course, she raced enough Ironman Pro Series races to secure the series, and it looks like she will do that after today's race. But you can't understate how disappointed she was also in Kona. And while she finished second and had the fastest run time of all time there in Kona, she was 35 seconds off that win. And it takes time to process. So there's like a big mental, emotional down after that. That was like it almost feels like a missed opportunity. Like the race was right there. I could have won. Like I was right there. I did everything I needed to do to be at the pointy end of that race, and I fell short, and it was so close. So I think you can't understate that emotional turmoil. And again, she raced a whole Ironman. She, Taylor pretty much raced a whole Ironman. Lucy only got to, halfway through the run. So you can't understate what Kat Matthews has also gone through in the last 4 weeks to get here and race at this level.
Welcome to the world's best airline, where your journey is 5-star. And so is your Wi-Fi. Experience the fastest connection in the sky with Starlink. And best of all, it's free for all passengers. So, why settle for less when you deserve the best?
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
And we are back here on the Zoot bike course of this Precision Ironman 70.3 World Championship race here in Marbella. I am sitting in studio. Michael Lovato joined now not by one, but by two past Ironman 70.3 winners. Now Daniela Reed from Switzerland, a 5-time winner of the race. Thank you so much for joining us.
Well, thanks for having me.
Well, it's a pleasure, and we can't wait to hear your insight here. And we're just seeing for the first time on camera, bib number 2, Kat Matthews. We talked a bit about her, and Daniela, I'll lead with Kat and let you go from there. Any surprises with Kat, where she is currently, or thoughts about how this race could play out for her?
Yeah, I think Kat is in a good position. Maybe, she had a great swim, I would say. Then on the bike, of course, she probably would have wished to catch up a bit faster, but she's around 3:30 back. So I discussed before, like how much does she need or how much gap can she handle to actually still close the gap in the run. And I think even if she comes off the bike 3 minutes behind, she can still win this race. And I think she's definitely here to win. How do you say, the mood was great. She's very excited, and also I think she's quite hungry for that win. So yeah, I think she's had a second place in Ironman Hawaii. So I think it's taken a lot from her, and so now she wants to win, and as she's making the pass, she just has to do her own race. And I mean, we only had the hills so far, so now the aero section is about to start, and I think that's where also the CDA plays a big role. How aero are you? And Kat definitely is very aero on the bike.
Yeah, and of course, Kat Matthews just making that pass on Sif Bendix-Madsen. So we have 5th and 6th on screen right now, Kat Matthews and Sif Bendix-Madsen in those two positions. But Kat looked great. I think she looked really strong. Her cadence was up on that section. She looked like she was riding aggressively. Yes, she's losing a little bit of time to Taylor and Lucy, but what sort of legs to all of these Kona women have. That's the big question mark. Like on the bike, sometimes after an Ironman, you feel good, and then on the run, you feel awful, or vice versa. Like sometimes you feel terrible on the bike, and all of a sudden your run legs are amazing. So that's the question mark we'll have throughout this race and as they go onto the run as well. But right now, my big surprise is that Lucy has come back up to Taylor, and now, as you said, riding with Taylor on the flat sections.
Yeah, to me, I think before the race, Lucy didn't seem so confident or comfortable. She was very quiet before the race, even though it's a perfect course for her. And as we're seeing the race progressing, she had an amazing swim, and now sticking to Taylor, that will give her a lot of confidence. And I think this bike course is quite special because you have that climb in the beginning, which is kind of set in two pieces, but now they're on the aero sections, and as we see them almost like going a bit downhill, it's about who can stay in the aero bars even in the fast sections, and that's what it's all about. And as you can also see, both of them are not in the aero position, so it's interesting. Like I mean, it's hard to say, like they're going probably 70k an hour, and as you can see, the wind, it must be the reason. Lucy is really has to hold her bike to really be staying on there, but she's moving fast, so she's almost overtaking Taylor by just going floating. But yeah, it looks like the wind is really coming from that right side, and that's where it makes it really hard to stay in the aero bars and hold that bike.
Go ahead.
Yeah, it's actually scary in those moments when the wind just pulls your front wheel across. And so, yeah, you're seeing Lucy really wobbling around. She might have a deeper dish wheel on the front, or her bike just handles the wind a little bit different than Taylor's bike does. But it definitely looks a little precarious as she comes down on this section. And they are going very fast. So any other day when this velocity is up like this, you'd have the ladies in the aero bars trying to be as small as possible, that coefficient, the air going over them, they want to be as small as possible, so they're punching a small hole through the air in front of them. But yeah, when it's windy, you have to hold on to those brakes so that you can be careful, and you're going to see here and now making the move.
Yeah, I think Lucy is really starting to become more confident, and I think she knows, like, if she's in a good position. Taylor probably would have wished to, ride away from the field, and I don't know how she feels today. She definitely doesn't look as comfortable as she has looked before on the bike, and it's just about now the mental aspect. And these two, I mean, we saw it 3 weeks ago. They are battling it out, and I think maybe there's still some battle thoughts in their minds. They're going for the world champion title, and they're not. Yeah, they're going hard. It's awesome.
They're going hard, and look at this, back and forth, back and forth. This is so exciting, and when you're in this section and you're chasing one another like that, there's one advantage I see for being behind. You can see when that wind hits. It's the only advantage. Otherwise, these women racing to get in front. Taylor, again, out of the aero bars up. And what a fascinating part of the race. We're not even halfway through. And just incredible stuff here. And I love the commentary, Danny. Is there something else, if you look back, is there anyone that we're missing that could factor in? You talked about Cat Matthews needing to be within his 3-ish minutes to run through. Who else would you earmark for a potential run to the podium?
I mean, yeah, Tanya Neubert is definitely going really well. I think she's definitely in the mix and can do a great race here. I think we would have loved to see Solveig Lovsev a little bit further up, but she's actually making up some places. So I think that second part of the bike course will really bring out the aero aspects, where the first part was just really climbing, and so it's completely two different requests on the athletes. And I think, yeah, these two, I think also how they're battling it, I think it's really also a mental thing now. They, as they're turning the positions for first place, it's almost like they want to show each other, like, I'm here,
Yeah.
You're going to have a hard time to beat me today.
You haven't dropped me yet.
Yes.
Yes. Continuing. That's just
I think the mental aspect is a huge part. You want your competitor to feel like that you're there and that you're confident. And I feel like as this race progresses, Lucy is getting more and more confident. And I think, yeah, Kat is doing her own race. I think that's good for her. She can really now focus on that aero section and really put that pace, and I think she's definitely one to watch also for the fast sections. She's able to she's very aero, she can really hold the bars when she's going fast, and I think that's going to be a really, really big factor on this course, especially in the second part.
Wonderful stuff, and we just want to call a little bit of attention as we came through that 40-kilometer mark. We are rolling past, or have rolled past, Pueblo de Coin, and that is a section that has roots stretching back to Roman and Moorish times. Colleen has those whitewashed houses, those cobbled streets, citrus-lined orchards, and a glimpse of authentic inland Andalusia. It is really known for traditional marble and ceramic crafts and for being a transition point between the coast and the mountains. And very beautiful stuff. Lots of cultural depth there here in this part of the world, Rennie.
Yeah, and just looking down through the field now, Marjolaine Pierre, we haven't spoken a lot about Marjolaine. She didn't have a great race in Kona 4 weeks ago, but does race really well in the mountains. And, you know, she said before the race, I'd like more mountains or more climbing. But she's racing. She's up in 7th place right now. She's 4:30 behind the lead, but, you know, she has some great company. Hannah DeVet's with her, and also Georgia Taylor-Brown and Tanya Newbert as well. So, yeah, Marjolaine Pierre, a great little runner as well. She may, you know, run herself up into, you know, one of those top 5 positions, depending on what the women up the front have in their legs at the end of the day. But she's someone that I will be keen to watch as the race plays on. Again, a phenomenal performance, a breakout performance last year in Nice at the World Championship. She finished 4th in her, you know, hometown there, so that was incredible. But again, Marjolaine, she loves the hills. She's very good technically on the downhill sections, and she's a light little athlete too, so she goes up the hill lightning fast.
That's right. She took the win at Ironman Portugal in 2023, and she has 3 Ironman 70.3 wins to her credit. Pierre has won in Portugal, Bahrain, and also in France. And that is a great track record to come in young, hungry, tenacious on a good up curve, and so maybe still hungry as well from a disappointing Kona. But back here to Taylor Knibb. She's in the air bars, in charge, pushing forward. I'd say we're at that point in our Zoot bike course where it's essential to make sure you're tending to the hydration needs and as well as your fueling needs. When we look at this, pretty mild. 60, climbing to 68 degrees Fahrenheit, round about 19 to 21 for the temperature in Celsius. Danny, what do you think the differences are? Can you go harder? You still have to pay attention. Where does that play for these athletes?
Yeah, I mean, it's completely different conditions to Kona. So, yeah, you can definitely push much higher watts. Also on the run, you can push harder. So that means you also will maybe need a little bit of more energy, because if you push more watts, you need more energy. But I mean, I think today, yeah, it's definitely perfect conditions. And also, I think if we look at gear choice, Lucy Charles-Barclay going with gloves. I assume it's an aero thing. Also, maybe she was cold in the morning and she wanted to be sure she has warm hands and good handling, and also the handling on the downhill. But I mean, it's not that technical, the downhill here. It's really just, I mean, you want to stay in the bars. So I think it's possibly also an aero advantage why she chose to wear the gloves. And then both of them going with the aero with the sleeves on the calves. Lucy choosing an aero helmet, where Taylor most of the time doesn't use the super fast aero helmets. It's an interesting choice. I don't know if she's considering the heat, or if she just feels more comfortable, or she tested it and it was just faster.
So most the same maybe for her.
So yeah, these athletes go to the wind tunnel a lot, and as you can also see, the bottles between the arms, definitely a big factor on the aero aspect as they stack up the bottles for their drinks, of course, but also as an aero advantage.
There you go. We are watching Lucy Charles-Barclay chase down Taylor Knibb from USA. These two athletes locked together. Will they stay that way, or will one break away? Let's find out later.
Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Pick a run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
And just as we left them, we still have the same dynamic duo up front. Taylor Knibb from USA with Lucy Charles-Barclay from Great Britain just behind her. A little bit of cat and mouse back and forth for these two. We were talking a little bit on the break about how the confidence on course is very different than the confidence that we saw with Lucy Charles-Barclay before the race. Danny, share a little bit more with the folks what you're seeing that differs to pre-race.
Yeah, I think coming from a race like Kona, both of them seem to be a bit unsure how their body is going to react. And to me, it felt a little bit surprising. Lucy is normally quite confident. She says, I'm here to win. And she definitely didn't say that before this race. She was more, I'm grateful to be here. And, you know, that I think a race like she had experienced in Kona definitely does something to your mental state. And she definitely had to readjust and also think, okay, I need to go back into the fight mode. But as this race progresses, I think she definitely looks really good, and I think she's really she looks like she's gaining confidence from what's happening here. And as Taylor also had a really tough Kona experience, I mean, I'm really glad to see them both here racing. But yeah, it does something with you if you have your body kind of going against you, and you need to find that trust again if you can trust your body.
Okay.
Yeah, the pro women there just making that turn, the far turnaround. So now they're making their way back towards the transition area. They're at 48 kilometers into this bike ride. So they're past halfway with that extra little distance grab they had to do on the way out. They won't do that on the way back. And we believe they'll be heading into more of a headwind on the way back, Danny.
Yes, so the wind is, they're definitely having a tailwind now, or a little bit side tailwind, I would say, as we can see the bikes wobbling around. But on the way back, they will have a bit more of a headwind, which means also they're going to go quite a long straight up. So they're going to turn fairly soon, or did they turn already, right?
They've
so they're on
already,
the way
yeah,
back.
So they're on the way back a little
so
head.
they're going to have quite a long little climb, so it's not like you can see that it's a climb, but really they're going to go against the wind and slightly uphill, which is really, really hard. So that means you need a lot of power and still staying aero.
That's right. We've got Marjolaine Pierre on camera now, and she looks great. She's pushing it. You can see that we talked about her having a little bit of a disappointing Kona, and she was one. You know, she's one that's rallied. I think what was really interesting, we were talking about some of the disappointments and the letdowns in Kona, and I think I want to bring that back up again just briefly, because I think that the interesting thing is you mentioned it with Kat, and so Kat was second, and I just want to revisit that because there are various ways that we don't meet our expectations and we therefore face disappointment. Second place, but she could be just walking away going, oh my gosh, what could I have done differently? Questioning everything, 35 seconds. What could I have done? How did this happen? So she also has that where she has to regain. It's not, her body didn't let her down, but she just missed. And so now she's got to come and say, where do I have to regain that confidence? Where do I have to get that swagger again? Because that's important. Coming in like Lucy does, I'm going to win it. I'm here to win. This time she didn't come that way. It's just fascinating to me with this championship falling when it does.
Yeah, I think it's just a tough turnaround. 4 weeks from arguably the biggest race of the year for all of these athletes that race Kona, right?
I think also gave Kat confidence that she's so close.
Okay.
And I think
Good
she
point.
said it before that, you know, she was happy with second and now she knows she can win. And she was so close. Of course, it's a disappointment, but also I think it got her really fired up. And she seemed to be really excited for that race. She seemed to be like, I want to leave it all out there. And she also mentioned, I want to win this race. And that's a new way from her. Like, she doesn't normally show up to race and say, I want to win this. And I think it's really cool. She definitely is gonna put everything out there, and she's still, to me, she's still one of the favorites today. So I think she could win this today.
Fantastic. Well, I always like to say something and then be wrong and correct it, so I'll try and do that many times, and I think I like your perspective better. But as we say that, I'm not sure that all of you guys saw this, and in case you did miss it, in Nice, Ironman announced a landmark global partnership highlighting a major new adventure destination to host Ironman and Ironman 70.3 events, including the 2029 Ironman 70.3 World Championship, which is going to be absolutely epic. Let's take a look at what is to come with Ironman and Oman.
Beauty has an address. Endurance has a destination. Experience Oman. The Ironman Group and the Ministry of Heritage and Tourism unite to realize a new bold vision and are proud to announce Experience Oman as a global premier partner and official destination of the Ironman and Ironman 70.3 series. Taking center stage in 2026, Experience Oman will become the naming partner of the Ironman Pro Series. And in 2029, Muscat will proudly host the Experience Oman Ironman 70.3 World Championship. Oman, a country rich in heritage, a country that strives to move forward and evolve, where every mile of the course is steeped in history and offers spectacular scenery. A place where you can race in the pristine capital Muscat one day and climb a 3,000-meter high mountain the next. In 2026, Oman will become host of premier events, including the first full-distance Ironman event in the region with the Experience Oman Ironman Oman. Experience Oman Ironman 70.3 Middle East Championship Muscat, and the continuation to host Experience Oman Ironman 70.3 Salalah. Oman offers you the opportunity to recover in one of many freshwater pools and rest beneath a sky filled with 1 million desert stars. Wander through lush green landscapes and follow your senses to the mystical Frankincense Mountains. We can't wait to welcome you to this incredible country, where you can race in a breathtaking destination.
What an incredible destination for endurance athletes and adventures. Let's head back to Marbella. Here we are, and obviously we have not seen many changes. We are still actually past halfway into the Zoot bike course here at our race, and we've got Taylor Knibb in front of Lucy Charles-Barclay.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you, Kat Matthews on screen right now, but Danny, you've raced Lucy so many times. If you're in Taylor's shoes right now, what are you thinking, and what are you trying to do?
Well, it's a hard one. I mean, it depends. Like, it's not always the same thing what you want to do and what you can do. But of course, I think Lucy is a strong runner, and I would always feel more comfortable to be having a little bit of a gap. But also, let's think about Taylor. She's actually really a good runner. So I would say she's definitely a better runner than I was. So if you ask me what I would have done, yeah, I would definitely try to use that uphill, like slight aero uphill, to really put the pressure on the pedals. But we don't know how Taylor feels at the moment. I think she definitely will do if she can. I think she will make a move if she can. But some days feel a bit tougher, and I think, as you can see, her head sometimes dropping. I don't think she feels her absolute best. But, I mean, she's leading the World Championship, Ironman 70.3 World Championship here. Still a really riding strong. So I wouldn't say she's not fast, but I think she's not as dominant as she sometimes is. And that can be hard mentally if you used to riding away and then you can't. I've had that at some races, and it's, yeah, you just have to keep pushing and grind it out. Yes.
Grind it out, yeah. And we were just watching Kat Matthews and Sif Bendix Madsen a moment ago. I think they were riding up on Paula Finlay, so that was the 4th, 5th, and 6th on the road right now. But we are looking at Taylor Knibb in lead of this race right now, and perhaps maybe not having the legs, but we're speculating, right? Like maybe Lucy Charles-Barclay is just having a phenomenal day. Maybe Lucy Charles-Barclay's legs, contrary to what we saw leading up to the race, she didn't have the confidence. She wasn't coming here saying, I'm going to win. She wasn't all smiles. She was very guarded, very quiet coming into the race, seemed kind of unsure of herself. And again, after having been pulled off the course in Kona, maybe some doubts were put in her mind. But again, growing with confidence every kilometre that she's able to stay with Taylor Knibb.
Yeah, and maybe she just said to herself, okay, I'm just going to play it low. I'm just going to focus on myself and not do the talking too much, because as we know, there's a lot of talking before the race, yes. But the action happens in the race, and that's what we're looking at now.
It's interesting as well, because I think that when you see someone kind of change character like that, she may not have known. You really don't know. You have no idea. And I think a lot of us as athletes, when you show up, you expect you're going to have great legs, but you never really know. And so then it becomes what you said, Danny, just shifting on the fly. You've been there before where your legs didn't perform. If Taylor's feeling that, what are some of the tricks you can pull out of the bag to make them work or readjust?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. I think when you have changes of scenery or changes of the course, like having a downhill, you can recover in that, just shake them out. But there's no recovering now. Now it's full gas on the pedal for another 20K, I would say. And they're going against the wind now. It's slightly uphill, so there's no hiding. And you have to put the pressure on, otherwise you're not moving fast.
Totally. And then there's a long descent too, Danny, after that climb. So even if, Taylor does try to make a move and create some separation between her and Lucy Charles-Barclay, there is that big descent. Again, it's not a technical descent, but we've seen it's a very fast descent. So the athlete that's bravest and has the most confidence in themselves and their equipment, and the biggest chainring maybe, will be able to get down that descent section quickest, and then of course about a 5K flat section before they get to the Ruby T2. So I mean, this is the back end of the course now, the business end, and then after Kona, we talked about this earlier, sometimes after an Ironman race, you hop on the bike and you're like, wow, my legs are so powerful, they're so strong, I've got that fitness boost from the Ironman, and then you'll hop off and where's your run legs?
Where are they?
They're not there. I feel terrible on the run, or vice versa. So we'll see how these ladies look as we come off this bike course. And again, on a very quick section, you see Lucy Charles-Barclay again in the aero bars, not pedaling, whereas Taylor must have a bigger ring on her bike, chain ring on her bike. She is still pedaling down this section.
Yeah, I think here is pretty straightforward. On the last part of the downhill, there will be a lot of not slow corners, but like wide corners. So it's going to be interesting if the athletes are going to stay in the aero bars, because you have to really go quite strong into lean and strong to be able to do that. And as we see Kat Matthews here, she looks really smooth. I think this part of the section from the race is really her strength. It's the aero part. I think she can see some athletes ahead, and that's going to give her another boost to try to catch up. And I wouldn't be surprised if she's going to make up some time. I think she already did 30 seconds, or 20 seconds she caught up, and she's definitely moving fast.
That's right. Let's see if Kat can narrow that gap or keep it close enough to catch him on the run.
Endurance isn't just about medals, it's about showing up, even when your brain says go and your body says no. Showing up means taking care of yourself, skin and all, because when you train hard, your skin works hard too. That's where Bulldog comes in, with products packed with brilliant natural origin ingredients that help prepare, protect, and recover your skin. No fuss, no nonsense. Bulldog Skincare is man's best friend. Official men's care products of Ironman Europe.
Today's race coverage is brought to you by Precision Hydration. Personalize your race hydration with Precision Fuel and Hydration. And by Oman. Beauty has an address, endurance has a destination. Experience Oman. And as I watch this race, Danny, it is exactly as it was when we left for break. Taylor Knibb working very hard, this time out of the air bars with Lucy Charles-Barclay not getting left behind. This is the section you said she needs to get real aero, real hard, real aggressive, real assertive, and try and get away. When do we need to see that happen? It needs to be now.
I mean, Lucy's riding strong, and as you can both see, they're breathing hard. This is a hard section because you have that headwind, you have the uphill. I mean, it's just a long straight, so you can just see far ahead. And they've already done quite, some big efforts going up a lot of vertical meters.
Yes.
And as we see Paula Finley here, she's still great in a mix. She's in a 4th position at the moment, around 3.5 minutes, 3:45 back. She's doing great. She's really consistent, looking really smooth on the bike as well. So she's a great rider. I think also a course like this, she's won 70.3 St. George a few times. So it's actually, if I had to compare a course, it would be from the bike section. It's quite similar. You have, I mean, maybe not as steep, but you have these long rolling hills, and now we're in these long rolling hills.
Okay, yeah, great comparison and good to know. I think we do expect a lot of Paula Finley because she is often on that podium or winning races. She mentioned she was having a bit of an issue on the run. The cool thing there is we also don't know. She could come in here. She's still got to race her race, get aggressive, get assertive. She may find that she comes off and just feels nothing nothing with regard to the injury, the niggle. Just races great. So that's our hope. She's such a dynamic athlete. And I think she's very well positioned at this point in the bike ride.
Yeah, I mean, if you're in a position for, a podium at the World Championship, sometimes, you can really, things can change and you don't really feel the body that much. You're able to really push it without, even if you had some niggles in the race or coming into the race.
Well, that's a great point. And sometimes you get in there and there's a difference. If you're vying for the podium at the World Championship, you can get through some other things that you might not get through. It's worth it. So if you're saying, hey, I may do some damage here, it's the end of the season and it's the World Championship. So let's go. Let's hope that she's feeling great. Let's hope that she has an amazing bike and run component coming up.
And this is the last race of the season. So let's not forget that. These athletes, they've had a long season. They had Kona 3 weeks ago, and now they're ready to let everything out there on the course, and then they have a season. They can have some holidays afterwards.
That's right.
They're here to push hard.
That's right. And what a great spot here in Spain to have an after party and have an off-season kickoff. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We're still here right in the meat of the race. The Zoot bike course offers a lot of challenges, and we are right in one. You can see kind of interestingly, Taylor has pushed all the way to the right of the road there, where you see Lucy Charles-Barclay a little bit to what is our camera right, or Taylor's left. Just interesting placement on the road. Doesn't amount to a whole lot other than maybe she's trying to find find a little bit better pavement, a little bit less wind, something. Either way, that shows that elevation gain. And Rennie, what do you think here as you're watching? Do you think that Lucy Charles-Barclay is just having that epic day, and she's going to come in here and just run away with it?
It certainly seems that way, Michael. I think, to Danny's point earlier, she wasn't sort of her usual self before the race, but we saw her get out speed in the swim. So she had the spark there. And then she's hopped on the bike. Taylor, she was kind of slow in the first couple of kilometers, and Taylor came past her. Certainly looked like Taylor was going to ride away. And then that downhill section came, and Lucy was able to bridge back up. And then I think she's building confidence as the race goes on. And you know, she certainly has the endurance to go well as the race goes on. And sometimes you get better. And I think confidence is the big thing, right? Like, you feel good, you see you're in, you know, keeping in contact with Taylor Knibb throughout this bike ride. And I think, it certainly looks like it's Lucy's day, but again, you just don't know what sort of legs she's going to have on that run. She's been running phenomenally well all year. She's running the best she's ever run in the T100 races she's been doing around the world. She has been unbelievable. So, yeah, I'd feel pretty good if I was Lucy right now.
Yeah, and also the decision to take her out of the race in Kona from her husband and her team, that was such a hard decision because they put everything for Kona and then made the decision to drop out, as she's going, struggling, but that could have actually saved some, corns or made her able to do a better performance today. And I think it makes a big difference if you run 25K or 40K like Taylor did.
Totally, yeah.
And so
Taylor has another 15 kilometers in her legs, more than Lucy has. You're right, yeah. Pulling out or being pulled out or off the course, while devastating in the moment, was able to preserve her or, take what she has from all of the training she's done and all of everything, the preparation she's done, and bring it now to this World Championship event. So, we still wait to see how she looks coming off the bike, but it certainly feels like Lucy is feeling good and has the legs to maybe take one more world title here today.
Yeah,
it's going to be good because also, the thing is, we're talking about these two women are so well matched because Taylor Knibb has an exceptional run also. And so we look at these two where there's a slight advantage in the splits in the past. What really matters is what happens today. Okay, what the legs feel like and what you're willing to risk. This is a 3-time defending Ironman 70.3 world champion in Taylor Knibb. You've been there. You win them all, Danny. You win. You keep winning. There's a little bit of pressure, but there is a little bit of also just inner confidence, right? You've won all those. I could be making this up, but it feels like there's a card there.
Yeah, but every day is different. You're there at the race, and it's the nerves play up, and you just have to show it again, and that's what makes it hard. If you won once, it's really hard to do it again. And I think what really matters is, can you just drop that pressure? And both have that, and I think it's going to be a question how much risk are they going to take going down? And then the run is completely open. And as we see Jess Lermont here showing a great race. She's in 3rd place, 3:25 back. So she's showing a really great race. I think she could definitely have a shot here at the podium.
I totally agree, 100%. It's a good call out. She's there on camera, and she looks like she could definitely be in a great position. She has bounced back and forth with Paula Findlay. She's just right there, well positioned. 3.5 minutes, 3:25 down. Watch out. I think that's one of those things too. It's always fun to see who rises to the occasion and pulls out a breakout performance at World Championships.
For sure, and we're back with Lucy Charles-Barclay still sitting right behind Taylor Knibb. Jess Learmonth, as we saw just moments ago, she's 3:25 back from the lead. Paula Findlay sitting at 3:30, so right behind. You see Paula Findlay right now on cue, coming back past. The ladies having a little chat with one another. The thumbs up from Jess Learmonth and Paula Findlay going to go around. So that'll be the 2nd and 3rd on course right now, Paula Findlay and Jess Learmonth. A smile from Paula Findlay. Always good to see Paula smiling out there and having a good time, but Paula having a phenomenal bike ride out there. Only bested by Taylor at the moment on course, and Kat Matthews sitting probably only 40 seconds behind this group of two. So if Kat can bridge up, and Sif Bendix-Madsen's with Kat as well, if they can bridge up to this duo, then maybe limit the deficit coming into T2. Again, last year in Topor, Kat ran about 3:45 faster than Taylor. It wasn't enough to win. Taylor, of course, winning in Topor last year, and Kat running phenomenally fast. I believe she ran a 1:15 and took that second place finish last year. But yeah, at this point, she's over 4 minutes back. So again, it's still a running race. Like, you know, it's the ball in the ballpark. If Kat comes out and runs a 1:15 again, she's right there in amongst the mix for a win. So we definitely have a race on our hands, and this Hoka run is going to be on fire.
It is, and as we watch the smooth legs of Paula Finlay aboard the bike here, we want to share her fighting chance component that we got to see earlier this week. Let's have a listen to Paula Finlay.
I got in big trouble yesterday because I dropped Eric and didn't tell him I was doing a session. Huge fight.
It's nice to know when a workout's going to happen.
Even if he knew, he wouldn't have been able to stay with me though. He's on off-season. Yeah, day 2 here. We're like right downtown Marbella right now, right? It's way bigger than I thought it was going to be. Like, it feels like a big city. Yeah, but it's super pretty. The course is amazing. It's just so hilly. Roads are in great shape. Views are crazy. Yeah, I really love the bike course.
You put a lot of focus on this race this year?
Yeah, so starting like the beginning of the year, my whole focus was this, and still is, but unfortunately I've had a few setbacks. I got sick the last couple weeks and then had a bit of a hip injury after Augusta, so it wasn't like the lead up I was imagining. But I'm just trying to tell myself, like, sometimes that can be a good thing, to have a bit of forced rest, put a little more focusing on my cycling over the past 4 weeks, and kind of forced me to have a bit more of a taper than I would otherwise. So there are some positives.
A course like this kind of plays to your strengths, yes?
I would say I'm a good climber, but what I realized yesterday is with a lot of climbing comes a lot of descending, which is a little more out of my comfort zone, but the descents aren't technical, they're just fast. So I think it'll really favor riders who are, yes, able to climb, but also really like ballsy on the descents and able to like hold power even while going super fast. I've done a lot more riding this whole year, and not just with the little run injury I've had recently, but just throughout the entire season. A lot more long rides, a lot more back-to-back, like hard rides one day, long ride the next day. So just an increase in bike volume in general. And I'm kind of enjoying the bike a little bit more than I did in the past. And I've raced well this whole year. So yeah, I have high hopes for myself, but also cautiously optimistic with a little bit of a rocky lead-in.
And thank you so much, Paula Finlay, for that fighting chance. If you want to see more, you can, of course, go on to Instagram. You can go on to the Ironman page on YouTube. You can catch up and see more in-depth interviews, more features, and see, of course, all of your athletes here in these episodes. Go to proseries.ironman.com or, of course, Ironman Triathlon on YouTube. Here's what's kind of scary to me when I hear that she was focusing the last 4 weeks a little bit more on her cycling. I mean, this is an athlete that just excels on the bike, and she's saying, hey, maybe I don't have the technical skills. It's not my comfort zone, but watch out. I mean, she's also coming off of a great season, a little bit of a setback on the run, and then working on her cycling. To me, that positions her to have still, I think, a possible podium finish here, just surprising herself and maybe others that have kind of counted her out.
Yeah, and you saw Taylor Nibb on screen right now, but you saw Jess Limeth and Paula going back and forth in that second and third position. So those two ladies sort of working together and pushing each other along. But Taylor Nibb now on an uphill section. You see her on the drops there. She's back in the aero bars now, but a slower cadence, so grinding sort of up the hill there. You see Lucy Charles Barclay on her brakes or on her hoods there, just putting down as much power of it as possible, keeping Taylor in sight. This will be a section where Lucy will have to work, sort of grit her teeth a little bit to hang on. But again, after this, there's a long descent, very fast descent for 10 or 15 kilometers, 10K probably, and then onto that flat section at the end of the race.
It's just, it's fascinating to me as we look at this where I keep starting to think, oh, is this the moment that Taylor's breaking away? And there's just never been that moment. Lucy, I just have to say, is having an incredible race, both of these two athletes, and I'm excited to watch. Some of my favorite races are the ones where we have 2 or 3 contenders hit that Hoka run course together and push each other. We've seen that so much this year, and these two women have really, as we know, beaten each other up, pushed each other so hard throughout the season, and of course in Kona recently. But I think we're all in store for some great fireworks as we come off for that 21.1 kilometer or 13.1 mile foot race. It won't be long now. Still quite a bit of riding to go, but we are anticipating that, and I couldn't be more excited.
No, absolutely not. We're 60 kilometres in, so 30 kilometres to go. Taylor Knibb, pushing very hard, has been all day long. But these two ladies locked in a battle. It's a repeat of Kona. That I'm pretty confident we're going to see them both cross the finish line. But who will be in front and who will be relegated to second, or who knows, third place? We have Kat 4+ minutes down now. Again, she was around 3:45 quicker on the road in Topor than Taylor Knibb. So, but you just never know whose legs have shown up. And all of those 3 women have raced in Kona. We also have, sorry, go ahead,
And then
Danny.
there's Tanya Newbert, right?
Yes.
She exceptional runner, so she's 5 minutes 25 back at the moment. But she could still run on the podium.
I think so too. Yeah, she's definitely one to keep watching. She's from Germany, raced a lot of WTCS races this year. Her only 70.3 that we have recorded is Bahrain last year, the end of last year, almost pretty much a year ago. She ran a 1:14, I believe, off the bike. So just
That's very fast.
bananas. And yeah, you run a 1:14 here. Yeah, you're 5 minutes down right now. That certainly puts you in the mix for a podium in your first ever 70.3 and second 70.3 ever, but first ever 70.3 World Championship event. So yeah, we'll be keenly watching her as she progresses throughout the day. But yeah, it's these two women locked in a battle right now. I think they're making more time, and again, this course is interesting in that, the uphill sections, they seem to take a little bit of time out of the rest of the field. The downhill sections, they kind of hold even. So it's not like that time just keeps blowing out. And typically in a 70.3 event, and certainly in Topor last year, Taylor really made the majority of her time up in the last 20 or 30 kilometers of that race. So
That's right.
She tends to really ride away from the field at the end of the race. But in this course, because it's different with the downhill and the flat, I don't think that's going to be the case. We have Marjolaine Pierre on screen right now, and another great little runner who could factor at the end of the day. Again, it'll be an interesting run battle when they get down here back into town and onto the Hoka run course.
Yeah, she will. Marjolaine she's 5 minutes 40 back at the moment. She will like that run course. I think flat like in Nice. She's a great runner too, but I think she's having a good race. After Kona not having her best, I think she definitely is showing strength again on the bike, and that's what makes her happy, right? She said she's here to. She mentally also had to struggle a bit, was a bit disappointed for her performance in Kona, and now, I'm interested what she can do today.
As the athletes roll through Monda, the pueblo here, we have so many beautiful aspects, beautiful small towns. Also, when we were sitting with Scott, he mentioned how this is just a very passionate triathlon community, region, country overall, and it really rings true. You see folks coming out, and they really love this sport, and I think that you'll see that a lot on our Hoka run course. Right now, we are continuing to see a lot of the same. Taylor Knibb leading Lucy, Charles Barclay. Will that continue to be the tone of our race, or will we see a shakeup? Let's stick around to find out.
The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
You're looking at Lucy Charles Barclay from Great Britain. She is having a phenomenal time on the bike here, riding together with the American Taylor Knibb, but much action is transpiring behind. Rennie, what did you see there that we have not yet seen?
Yeah, we actually have seen Kat Matthews now move into third place. So she's caught Jess and Paula, so Jess Limeth and Paula Finlay, who have been riding together for the majority of this bike race. Kat Matthews with Sif Bendix Madsen have caught that group of two. So now that group of two is a group of four at 64-kilometre mark. So, yeah, I mean, Kat still 4:25 down, but Kat can run. Kat can run real quick, like we saw in Topor last year. So, yeah, this race is just heating up at every time split. But these two ladies taking a little bit more time out of the rest of the field at every time gap as well, with, you know, Taylor Knibb leading the way. And, you know, we see now Paula Finlay. We see that group now on screen. So Paula Finlay going back most likely to the front of that group. I'm not sure.
Seems
Yeah,
like
so that's a group of four.
Yeah. They should. I mean, that's where they really have to, like, they know, all of them know the podium is up in the front. I mean, they're at the moment, they're in 3, 4, 5, 6, but they want to make time to the front, you know. Kat wants to win this.
Win the race. Yep.
So, yeah, it will be interesting who is going to take the lead. So at the moment, it looks like
Sif Bendix Madsen is going to the lead
so
right now. Yep.
She's going for it. And this section is, it's actually the last uphill section. So they have about maybe 6 to 8K to go on the uphill. And then from there is really just downhill. There's not going to be, you know, too much pedaling. It's just going to be holding the bike and not trying to, just trying to go fast.
Interestingly enough, we have not seen Sif Bendix Madsen finish a race this year. Had been out. She was contending last year, but we haven't really seen her finish since August of 2024. She did have a great win in Gdynia last year, in Poland in August as well, but we haven't seen her. Been a bit of an off year, Rennie.
Yeah, she's been dealing with some injuries. This is her first race of the year and hasn't raced since August last year due to some injuries. So, yeah, so she's a very strong swim biker. We saw her in Boulder one year ride right 2 hours flat or something crazy. So phenomenally fast on the bike, but has been battling some injuries and not known for a super fast run. But again, it's her first race and first look at her in a while. So we'll see. And we have Paula Finlay now coming back past Sif Bendix Madsen. So yeah, like a lot of lead changes in this 3rd to 6th place, 7th place, sorry, on course. But yeah, I think they're working somewhat together. And honestly, just trying to decrease that deficit or limit the damage from the first two ladies.
Yeah, and maybe Kat is also just taking a little breath. You know, she just caught up to them. So
That's right.
I think she will probably trying to make the pass. But as you catch up, you might just take a few seconds to also let the others lead a bit.
And that's a great question I was going to bring right back up as well, is if we're at 425, 427, 427 down, these four athletes, are they strong as a group, or does it have a little bit of that dynamic of losing time because you can't figure out a true lead? It seems interesting, or is it just a case of the front two pushing away?
I think it can be either, right?
Okay.
Like if they get organized, it can work out well. You know, we have now Lucy Charles-Barclay. It looks like a bit of a big gap, but again, that's over the top of the climb. And now they're back on the faster section. Will we see Lucy bridge back up to Taylor? Honestly, I don't think there's going to be much between these two into T2. I say that now, and then probably there'll be a big gap, as always happens.
I think it's going to be Lucy doing the attack on the downhill.
Yeah, so that's what I think. I think these two will most likely enter Ruby T2 together. Lucy, again, you see her stop pedaling, whereas Taylor keeps pedaling. So again, the gear choice for these two women. But Lucy's getting in that super tuck position. She's got her hands on the brakes because, again, it's a little windy out there. You see the athletes getting blown around a little bit. Danny, what do you
Yeah,
what
it's
do you have?
also really, actually, I just thought like it's a hard choice also on gears, because if you go, you know, 60, 70k an hour, you need to have the big chain ring. You need like a 58 to actually still be able to pedal. But then you have the really, really steep sections where you want to have like a 39 in the front. So
It's maybe a 2x, not a 1x at the front.
I
think you need every
2x,
gear.
unless they're happy to go big jumps.
Yes. And you see the flags in the background, so sort of you can't see them right now. A moment ago, we saw the Spanish flag up on top of the mountain, blowing pretty heavily. So yeah, the wind up in the mountains. Yeah, down here in town, there's a little bit of a breeze starting to come up, which will play a factor out on the jetty on the wall there. It does feel windy. When I was doing the Pro-Am the other day, it felt like a headwind, and it wasn't really windy. So you felt like you were running one way into like a block headwind. The other way, you had a nice tail. Again, there's that great aerial view of the flags, and the wind is up in the mountains.
That's right. And I think that the question becomes too, we're still getting a little bit, if you look at the graphic at the bottom, we still have a bit of a climb to Ojen, and then we go down, and that is that big descanso, that big break. How much of a break it will be, I don't think so. That's just what our notes call it. As we have one more climb, is this the opportunity that Taylor says, let me get that gap, that out of sight, out of mind? We're going to see, but it's a great question, right? Push one more time, because we have seen that Lucy has had the advantage or taken advantage on those downhills.
To be honest, I think she's doing that push.
Yeah.
It's just Lucy also doing the push. I think it's she's going fast, and also that means that shows, because Kat would also like to catch her. I'm sure she would like to catch her, but the gap is pretty much similar. It stayed quite constant, so it will be interesting if the group with Paula and the Kat can catch up on that downhill. Maybe a little bit, but it seems like they're quite consistent at the moment.
Yeah, Danny, what sort of gap do you think Kat's I mean, I don't feel like you're happy with any gap with the way Lucy has been racing. But say they come into transition. Right now it's sort of moving above 4 minutes. If she brings it down and somehow it's 3.5 minutes in T2.
I think 3:45 everything is open.
Yeah.
But it needs to be under 4 minutes for sure, because Lucy can. I mean, she showed some phenomenal running this year. Also at the middle distance racing, I think Lucy is capable of running. I mean, it's hard to predict times, but on a
118, 117.
Yeah, I would have said 117, 118 exactly. So yeah, that means if you want to be closing a gap for 3 minutes,
you've got to run a 114.
Yeah. So I don't know if Kat can do that, but I wouldn't be surprised if she did. I mean, it's her splits. What's her fastest marathon? It's a 2:30. No, 40.
40, low 40s, 241, 242.
So,
she did in Hamburg when she raced Laura Philipp. So yeah, I mean, Kat, you never count Kat out.
Yes.
But yeah, I mean, it's just tough when you have Lucy just lighting the world on fire all year and running better than she's ever run, and she's ahead of you.
But
the ladies still have Kona in their legs.
But also, we don't know how Taylor is going to run. She improved her running. She's worked really hard on her running, and I mean, let's not forget she also ran with Lucy in Kona. So
it's all open.
It's all open, and that's what triathlon is about. You just don't know what's going to happen until the last straight of the race.
I think if you just look at the stats to try and gain a little bit of insight, the generally speaking, you see both of these women running about 118, 119, generally speaking, on the 70.3 run. But we did see a year ago in Topa Kat pull out a 1:15. So if you put that 1:15, that's again where your math came from, Danny, where she needs that 3:45. And then Taylor, again, she's more in the 1:19, 1:20. Very close. All women are going to be very close, these three. But it is going to also be not only Kona, but how hard did you have to work on this bike course? Because often running very well off of a hard bike course like this is a little bit different story than some, right? Nice, we see that. Topaz is a little bit easier bike course, a little bit faster bike course, enables you to save some in the legs or have some left over. All this is speculation. We'll know soon enough.
And you look at the race clock right now, Michael, it's 2:31.
Yeah.
These ladies rode around 2 hours in Topola last year.
Exactly.
And they still have 10 kilometers to go. So, you know, much bigger effort here today, longer time on the bike. Of course, most of these women are racing Kona. They have the strength endurance, but nonetheless, they're racing a 70.3. It's 70.3 effort for a longer time.
Correct.
So does that mean that run times will be a little slower? Maybe.
Yeah.
You know, hard to say. The other thing to consider is the end of this bike is downhill and flat. So there is maybe time to sort of recover the legs, not push as much power, gather yourself. I don't think there's much time to take nutrition on the downhill section. So that's also going to be a big factor here today. I was chatting to one of the coaches yesterday, and they said half of these athletes will leave 60% of their nutrition on their bikes because we're used to doing efforts uphill, you know, 4 by 15 minutes or whatever at threshold, and you tend to not take your nutrition on. You're at a high heart rate, the nutrition is not absorbed as easily, and you take your gels or whatever in between those efforts. Of course, these efforts have been sustained and the downhills have been aggressive and fast. That's also not a good time to take nutrition.
You don't want to take your hand off the handlebar.
Totally. So this course presents another challenge, making sure you're getting in the calories that you need to get in. Who has been diligent, who has been smart, and who's been taking in those calories and keeping note of that throughout the race, and who is just abandoning that plan and attacking this bike course as well. So I think that's something that we'll see sort of midway through the run. If nutrition has been great, you'll see them running great, and you know, no chinks in the armor. If nutrition has not been great, you'll start to see some chinks.
That's right. Well said, and a great point. Nutrition, that fourth sport. And we do know that when you make those mistakes, you pay for them very dearly in all distances, Ironman and Ironman 70.3. We don't need to bring up any past stories, but we will say that does happen. Here's another thing that we've also learned. I love to kind of run through these scenarios. Taylor Knibb, I've seen her run a 1:17. I just looked through some old results, and we come back to Kat Matthews 1:15. I just want to bring this up. How many times have we seen Kat Matthews hit the run, do the math, run the calculations, and then halfway through, you start to think there's a chance, and then she's just murdering herself. Absolutely, it's the most fun racing to watch, and then sometimes she comes up short. That's why she has so many seconds. But we do know, without any doubt, she is going to give 100% warrior effort on that run to get that first place.
Yeah, and as they just probably passed the last aid stations, Lucy taking some water, but yeah, putting it away. Now she has the little torpedo in the middle between her arms. So as we see the little straw, she would have to actually catch it with her arms or with her hands to put it to her mouth. So that means, yeah, riding downhill, she won't be able to drink. So she'll get that nutrition in. It's not long now until they hit that top, and then it's going to be some really fast downhills. I think I heard from the men they were up like 90k an hour.
Yeah.
Maybe
50
even
miles an hour.
So yeah, super fast. And there's this little corner. So yeah, it's going to be interesting if they can actually hold the handlebar or like the TT position in that downhills, because it's going to make a big difference if you're in the base bar or in the TT bars.
Yeah, and in this section, Danny, it's from all accounts, very fast and not too many turns, so not so technical. So this is where you want the big ring. This is where you can go very fast. If you can push a big ring, and I think from all accounts so far, it seems like Taylor has a bigger chain ring than Lucy has had. Lucy seemed to be spinning out a little bit more, and it's worked well for her so far.
I'm not sure how much of a big chainring you need when you go 80k an hour. Though. That they might just maybe they're just going to use that time to also have a bit of a rest. They've been putting the pressure on quite a bit, and as we say it's not that technical, but I rode it yesterday with the car, and when you go 70k an hour, a corner, even if it's not that tight, is still a corner.
Yes.
So that's still hard to do when you go 70k an hour.
I think that's a great point. Everything is technical at 70k an hour. I mean, that's, yeah. And also how much, because there is a point when you do, and you mentioned this at 80k, you get to a point where no matter how much you're pedaling, there's a diminishing return there. You're not actually going faster. And so it's better to just stretch,
save the
energy, and that it's a fine line, but you've got to get to that.
Yeah, we're back with that chase pack again. Kat Matthews in the center of your screen there. Paula Finlay, she's taking her lead.
But Kat is not doing the lead here. It's is it Paula?
Paula Finlay,
yeah. So they're working together. They know each other well. I'm sure they talked, saying, "Hey, let's work together." They're holding strong. I think still similar gap to what it was last time. But yeah, just in reach. Maybe 30 seconds to bridge up, and then Kat is still in the race for the win.
Oh, it's so good. We have so many questions unanswered, so much time to kind of speculate and continue to wonder. But look at the graphic at the bottom there. We just go through Ojen, and then we go straight down that descanso. And then as we talked about, this descent winds down from Sierra Blanca, the White Mountains here, through those sharp curves, sweeping views towards the Mediterranean Sea, offer athletes a little bit of relief. We'll say some athletes, and also that technical challenge. But this Puerto de Ojen is often used in cycling tours and connects that inland village of Ojen with the coast, and it's known for these panoramic views. Wow, there we go. Let's take a close look at Taylor right into the heart of that descent. Doesn't feel like a rest to me.
I love seeing that. That's the pure passion for riding, having this fast descent, the corners, and it's just like, yeah, my heart beats high now. It's just so beautiful.
And you see Lucy again coming back up closer to Taylor. At least it seems right now she's moving back closer to Taylor. There was a little bit of separation between the two of them. But again, it looks like these two are locked together, and they'll come into a transition to two by all accounts so far.
And only those of us that are watching can actually appreciate the views, because right now pure focus on this section of the Zoot bike course, and we're just all leaning in intently, because I'm with you, Daniela. This is such a fun part because it demands so much on a race that already is demanding everything you've got. You've got to have the nerve, the confidence, the skill. You can't overcorrect. You've got to really just get there and be one with the machine as you come down the mountain.
Yeah, and it's a smooth road, but there's some little bumps, so it's not all perfect smooth. You still got to watch what line you take. You don't want to go in a little bump when with 80k an hour. And there's just these long corners, and as you can see, Lucy trying to get the corner and then straight back into the handlebar, in the TT bars.
Yeah, you'll see them round the corner. They have their hands on the brakes if they need them. Not using your brakes. Generally, you try to wash off that speed going into a turn and just roll around. But yeah, so both of those beautiful images of this area, and that's the best part of cycling, right? You climb the mountain and you get to cruise down, and beautiful open descents like this allow you to send it, full send.
Yeah, what goes up has to go down, and that's these little moments where they can just have a little bit of a rest, but I'm sure their hearts are beating high as well, because you need to have full concentration, and as you can see, touching the base bar to just get a bit of a easier handling in the corners, because they're closing quite a bit towards the end of it, so you still need to be able to hold that line.
What a beautiful shot right there from the side as you watch them cut into that mountain and rip down the side. A beautiful Zoot bike course here, 56 miles in total, of course 90 kilometers, and we're mostly through this race. We continue to have Taylor Knibb at the front of this Ironman World Championship. We've got Lucy Charles Barclay, Paula Finlay, Kat Matthews, Jess Learmonth, and of course Bendik Madsen-Pierre. We've got a lot of talent coming on. Top 10 is still a magical honor that you want to take home at an Ironman or an Ironman 70.3 World Championship, and today is no different. Again, folks, we mentioned this at the outset, 2,600 plus women from around the world are vying for the overall title and for each of the individual age group titles, and of course, the culmination of our 2025 Ironman Pro Series. We do believe Kat Matthews is well positioned to take that win, but she still must get to the finish line ahead of Solveig Løvseth. In the meantime, we have questions that are left to be answered. Does Taylor Knibb and Lucy Charles have enough space in front of Kat Matthews? Will this battle be three-way? Time will tell. Stay with us.
Welcome to the world's best airline, where your journey is 5-star. And so is your Wi-Fi. Experience the fastest connection in the sky with Starlink. And best of all, it's free for all passengers. So, why settle for less when you deserve the best?
We're not here to sell you on this life. You already chose it. No shortcuts. No hype. Just work. Same as you. Built to outlast. Endure. 40 years in, and we're just getting warmed up. Welcome to the Ohana.
And we're watching the closing kilometers of the Zoot Bike Horse here at the Precision Ironman 70.3 World Championship. And yes, in fact, Taylor Knibb, Lucy Charles Barclay both have just over a 4-minute lead on the chasers. Jess Learmonth, Sif Bendix Madsen, Kat Matthews, and Paula Finlay. That top six has really distanced themselves from most of the other competitors and really puts kind of into view who will ultimately be our podium. The question is who and in what order as we come back here. And again, as Scott Drew very well said, anything's impossible. Anything is possible in this race, and anything is impossible. No, not really. Anything's possible. I mean, because this is what they're doing. They're extending themselves. They're putting themselves out there as hard as they possibly can, taking big risks. Brittany?
Yeah, interesting on that aerial view. We only see 3 ladies together. So someone in that 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th position has been dropped. That group of 3 riding together now. So as we get them through the next time split, we'll be able to see who that is. But yeah, they're sitting right around 4 minutes back. We expect it, you know, they've taken a few seconds back at the last split. It was 4:27 and back down to 4:14. So they're taking a few seconds back. So now we are looking at maybe they could be inside of 4 minutes. Danny's prediction, if it's 3:45 or better, then it's all open. The top 7 of that podium is open again, depending on what legs everyone has coming off of Kona. So we, can only sit here and sort of speculate as to what sort of legs they're going to have coming off that bike. But further back down the field, we have Rebecca Anderbury. She was 2nd in Swansea to Kat. She was now in 16th place, up 30 places. She exited the water in 46, so 46 to 16th. That's a pretty good move. Her back in the pack. And speaking to, earlier you said getting a top 10 in a world championship event is a prestigious thing to do. So, yeah, amazing to see that.
That's right, and we are here watching a little bit of a look in on T2. This is our Ruby T2 transition number 2. Coming off the bike, you're going to run along here. Oh, actually still riding here as you come in, and you're going to dismount. No, we were off the bike. And these are the racks. You're going to come up here, the professional racks. See the bins where you must dump your helmet, leave your bike there, and then you head out onto the Hoka run course, 2 laps to tour about this beautiful city, beachside city here on the Costa del Sol. But this, our transition, exactly how it looks. You come around that, and then you do that roundabout. This is your Hoka run course, up over the bridge, and then off into that 2-lap course. If I had gone through transition that fast, I would have cramped up, certainly. So that was a really quick view. But and they did a fantastic job here. Our crew, race crew that put this race together, building those bridges, making this a super fluid course, adding extra challenge as well to go over the bridge. But
yeah, they
really
needed some hills. They're like, you got hills on the bike, we're going to give you some on the run. Man-made.
That's right. Man-made hills hurt just as badly. But here we are with Taylor Knibb back in town and onto the flat section, and we're going back to take a peek.
Yeah, now just looking back through the splits now down to 404, so that chase group, and Paula Finlay is actually the one who got dropped off of that, which surprises me. I know Paula's very good on the descents, but she has been dropped off of that pack. So when we saw that aerial view, it was Sif Bendix-Madsen, Jess Limeth, and Kat Matthews, and they're taking time back. So Paula Finlay riding the same time as Taylor and Lucy down the mountain. Sif, Jess, and Kat are flying down that mountain and have taken 25 seconds out of elite girls. And actually now we see they're
under
4 minutes.
Yeah,
we're in it.
Just under, yeah. Danny's prediction earlier was if it's within 3:45, it's all open. So we'll see if that keeps coming down. And again, the last sort of 5 kilometers through town is more flat. So yeah, we have a race on our hands. We knew all along it would be this way, but again, it's just all about who has the run legs today.
Oh my goodness! And if it's go ahead.
Last really steep sections here, just a few technical corners, and then they're pretty much safe. You know, I always think like when you're on the bike, you just never know what's going to happen. So you're a bit more safe when you're getting off that bike. And
So
looking
true.
at the splits, 350. So they're moving now. I think they're really, a little bit like I said. I think they're fantastic. All of them fantastic downhill riders, very aero. So yeah, them bridged up to 349. So 4 more seconds, and this chase pack is really back in the game. And they're going 67. Yeah. Very fast.
67 kilometers per hour versus around 60 kilometers an hour for Taylor and Lucy. So that's the difference, and that's what it takes to take back a few seconds from your competitors in front. So, yeah, they're flying down the mountain, and they're flying back to T2.
I tell you what, too, when I look at this, and Daniela said 3:45, and Kat's at 3:57. There's a 12-second difference. We've got time to go. It could be exactly at your split, but it's setting up perfectly to be that nail biter where we're going to be running the numbers. We're going to be trying to figure it out.
Do you think she listened to us?
I think so. I think
She heard us.
Somebody is passing information to these athletes.
It's actually a good point, because with the information, on that course, it's really hard to get information. So I don't know if they got any splits.
Yeah.
And maybe even on the downhill, you wouldn't hear any splits anyway. So yeah, maybe she just she's with us in her thoughts.
She's with us. Well, it does become exciting. We know this is a great race. Everyone puts everything on the line. These 2 women here cornering, handling the bike through, still together. That question has been answered. We will not see Lucy Charles be dispatched from the wheel of Taylor Knibb. There is a gap, but essentially they are together. And then we have that amazing pack of 3 chasing with the exceptional efforts and running pedigree of Kat Matthews from Great Britain. An exciting race is even heating up from where it was earlier. And I say this, a matter of moments, we're going to see these athletes come through transition 2. The crowd around us in our commentary booth is going to go absolutely bananas, because they love a nice tight race as well. And plus, these are 2 of our sports superstars that are coming off the bike, first and second.
Yeah, absolutely. You see him going through a more technical section in this back half of the course, a lot of roundabouts. But yeah, they smell the finish line. They smell the barn. They're coming back into Ruby T2, and you see people on the side of the street shouting out splits. And to Daniela's point, very hard to get splits out here. Not a lot of spectators out on that course. It's basically almost impossible to get out there unless you're planning to stay out there all day. And a lot of these athletes have partners and coaches and friends. But again, not a lot of information shared with them while they're out on the course. I'm sure they'll be getting splits now and realizing, okay, this is the gap I have, or the gap between the first place. Again, hard for them to hear when they're going as fast as they are under those aero helmets too. But yeah, this is now where they're getting all the information, and okay, now what do I need to do?
Yeah, only for a few more kilometers, and that's kind of the time where you start to think about the run. You still need to pedal because that you can still lose time here. But yeah, the legs will feel tired, and also you want to, well, we'll see if they do a little, corner, if they're going to shake themselves a little bit, loosen the muscles, because they've been pushing hard. And even though they had a downhill, it was still, pretty full on, and the nerves and concentration needs to be really high.
Yeah, and speaking about how the difficulty of this bike course, the time is 2:52 now. So this is going to be a 2.5 hour bike ride, which is like a lot longer. We saw them in Topor, 2 hours on the bike, thereabouts. Now they're probably going to be around 2.5 hours of cycling. So yeah, just speaks to the difficulty of this bike course here in Marbella.
Well, and that extra 30 minutes, the fueling needs, the time on the bike, that everything, the back gets tight, or whatever is your ailment, whatever is your weakness, whatever is sort of hurting out there, which something hurts. I mean, we manage it very well. These athletes are exceptional, but there's something, and you've got 30 more minutes of that, right? And so it makes the run all that much more difficult. As we watch Taylor Knibb here power forward, I think that the difference, Taylor and Lucy look kind of the same, where that chase pack, you could see a little bit more urgency, a little bit more turnover in the pedals. I felt like they really are trying to say, hey, you know what? We've got to put every last effort in here to get off the bike and minimize that gap. Fascinating.
Yeah, and as also I've talked that it's a little bit. Oh, we are 3 minutes and 42. Oh, they must have listened to us.
Kat Matthews is 3:47.
We wish for 3:45, and now we are 3:42. So the race is on.
So it's a 45-second turnaround. They were around 4:30 at most down from the lead too, and 45 seconds they've taken out in this downhill section, and that's just purely being more aggressive, taking more risks.
I mean, they had to, right? They had to take
totally.
the risk.
You get to a point where, okay, now I just have to take risk here. I have to, get every second I can possibly get if I want to contend for the title here in Marbella. And these women just flying down the mountain and toward T2.
And also, let's mention, Bendix Madsen. I think it was her pushing the pace as well. So she's fantastic rider, and definitely. She would be super happy where she's at the moment. Yeah. At the World Championship, riding with Kat Matthews, you gotta be happy.
Yeah, and after over a year off, injuries, battling. Her last race was August last year, so well over a year off battling, injuries and so forth, and to be at the World Championships with the Kat Matthews, Jess Limeth, Paula Finlay, and Lucy and Taylor, the only two up the road ahead of you. Incredible return to sport, regardless of what happens on the run here. And certainly goes to show that she herself is one of the premier cyclists in our sport.
We talked about this earlier when we were saying Lucy Charles-Barclay felt grateful to be here. Well, I believe she really is. But when you talk about Bendix Madsen, truly she's going to feel absolutely grateful, having missed an entire year. Racers miss racing. Professional athletes need to be doing their job. It's very hard to sit out an entire year off the race course. So you also wonder, and I mention that because I think there's going to be that extra special effort and sort of just ability that comes from really truly being grateful here again, finally on the race course, and it's on the biggest stage.
You're just hungry, I think, after you've had to have some time off. You're just hungry, and you're willing to hurt more, you're willing to put more on the line when you don't, you definitely don't take it for granted.
Yeah, but also being grateful means being happy, right? And that means happiness can bring you joy and bring you also motivation, and just take a little bit, maybe the pressure off if you're realizing, hey, I'm here and I'm just going to do the best. And I think as we see Taylor now, I think it's not long. I think she already get out of her shoes? She must change the. She will. Oh yeah, and here she goes.
Let's get right on down to Craig Alexander, who's in T2. Take it away, Craig.
Yeah, thanks, Michael. We're standing, I feel like I'm almost standing in Taylor Knibb's transition box, but we can see Taylor now running across. She's gapped Lucy by probably, maybe only 5 or 6 seconds. So she's had a great run. Taylor's had the fastest ride of the day, and I know you guys were talking about that stat doing the rounds, that the last 11 champions here on the women's side have had the fastest bike split. So she's accomplished that. That's mission 1 today. But I tell you what, she's going to have to outrun Lucy Charles-Barclay and maybe a couple of others to take the title today, as we see Lucy now racking her bike right next to Taylor. So they're right next to each other. The atmosphere down here, mate, is absolutely electric. The crowd is about 5 deep along the whole transition fence. And it looks like Taylor's going to have the quickest transition here, but we know Lucy Charles-Barclay is in pretty good run form. She won those two T100 races earlier this year on the run. As we see Taylor struggling a little bit with her shoe, and now she's off. So Taylor's first out onto the run course. Lucy won't be far behind her. Taylor came back to actually throw her stuff back in the bucket, and Lucy Charles-Barclay's hot on heels, about 10 seconds down, and we have a race on our hands, guys.
Absolutely, Craig. Incredible commentary there as we watch Taylor. I was struggling, watching her struggle. I really wanted to get the shoe on for her. Now we've got Lucy Charles-Barclay. It is a 2-person race, and take a look here at our Wahoo Element Bold fastest time of the day, 2:28.36 for the 90K or 56 miles. Taylor Knibb takes it. That is it. And so then, revisiting this stat, since 2013, our Ironman 70.3 world champion has had the fastest bike split 11 consecutive years. That means that to keep that streak alive, Taylor must win today. Does that matter? All that really matters is who wins, right? But it's a cool stat.
It's an interesting stat, yeah, for sure. I think, obviously Taylor the last 3 years, fastest biker on course, and then was able to hold on for the run. She hasn't had someone like Lucy on her shoulder off the bike, so of course now she has to have a faster run than Lucy, and certainly not let any of basically Kat Matthews, probably the best of the 3 behind her, catch up. But she does look really good running out of transition.
Both of them do. I think both look really smooth. That's always the first thing you want to look at. The athletes, when they get off the bike, how do they run? And they both look great, and both look like they're moving fast.
And this is a really cool course, the Hoka Run course. There are 2 laps, and they've got multiple out and back sections that they can check each other, see each other. You're going to get more accurate splits. This is the time as well when your person, your coach, your partner, whoever is here with you, you can get the splits from them. And the tricky thing is, when you're getting those other splits, you may not trust those other random strangers. Now you're going to see it. So a very good part of the course. Also, as Craig said, just totally nuts. Completely bananas. The crowd here loves the sport, and they love these superstars that are racing. So great support.
Yeah, Taylor was hot out of transition. Yes, we saw her struggle with her shoe, and those super shoes are really hard to get on, even when they're unlaced without the laces on there too. So, Taylor with a lot of urgency out of transition. Lucy seemed like she was more relaxed, like, I'm going to settle into this run. Maybe a little bit more experience at World Championship events, but she's really fully into her stride now, and I think it's going to be an interesting battle. This run.
They know that there's chasers coming, but also as they saw each other, they probably both had a little look at each other, even though they have the sunglasses. And we're throwing back to Craig.
Yeah, guys, we're down here. We can see Kat Matthews. We got Chase Pack 1 entering T2 now, and led by Kat Matthews with bike shoe in hand. So Kat Matthews is next to rack, and she's followed closely by Jess Lemuth and Bendix Madsen. And you guys talked about Bendix Madsen. This is her first race in 12 months, so she's had a great comeback to racing. And interestingly, the time split around 3:45. That's exactly the time that Kat Matthews ran out of Taylor Knibb last year at the 70.3 Worlds in New Zealand. So this race is certainly delivering on quite a few fronts at the moment. We see Kat putting her socks on. Very quick through transition, normally Kat. Jess Lemuth's had the fastest transition out of Chase Pack 1. She's out, and Kat's right on her toes. So she's just putting her race number belt on, and Kat's out. So Jess Lemuth P3, Kat Matthews P4, and Bindix Madsen having a great comeback to racing. She's the next to hit the run course. Back to you guys.
Incredible stuff there. Very exciting. You could feel the energy there. Kat Matthews had an incredibly quick transition. We'll get to see those splits later. But as you see, Taylor Knibb at the bottom of your ticker with a 10-second lead over Lucy Charles Barclay. And soon we will see, as we hit these, the run start, well, we'll see in it now, 3:29 for Jess Learmonth, 3:32 for Kat Matthews, and 3:41 for Sif Bendick Madsen. So she did have a faster transition, is now inside the time that she capitalized on last year. Kat Matthews hitting this run, about to be in third place, I would say.
Yeah, she's making quick work of the start of this transition. Kind of brutal that they have to go straight up over the bridge, but it is what it is. Everyone has to do the same thing. But yeah, so yeah, that split that we'll probably talk about a lot throughout this day is 3:45 was what Kat ran out of Taylor in Topor last year at the 70.3 World Champs. We've got Lucy Charles Barclay on screen now. I'm not sure if she's passed Taylor or if she's sitting in second. Yep.
I think she's in second, 10 seconds.
Okay, yep. So Lucy is sitting in second place right now. Taylor has the lead right now, but yeah, battle up in the front, and also Kat coming from behind.
Actually looks super smooth. Both women do. And as you watch, as we come back to here to see Lucy, who's got the, I think, somewhat the power position to be able to see and kind of mark Taylor Knibb. Others would argue that having that front runner spot is more powerful. Either way, they're so close together, and you could just see how smooth and how powerfully each one is running. We're going to get to see splits as they roll through. A little bit notable now, they're running 4:16 and 4:27 per kilometer, but that's only through, not even through a K. And then here we are as well through 3:29 through the 1.3 kilometer mark. Very quick. Folks, we have that same battle at hand. Taylor Knibb, then Lucy Charles with Kat Matthews chasing hard and others. So much action. I can't even wait. Stay with us.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
Today's show is brought to you by Oman. Beauty has an address, endurance has a destination. Experience Oman. And by Morton. Get used to it. as we come right back into the heat of the action. We are square front and center with Lucy Charles-Barclay, who is chasing hard the likes of Taylor Knibb. And we just noted this, Miranda, off camera on the break, that Taylor Knibb, who is in first by now 26 seconds, actually 26 seconds, she was able to drop the hammer and put a pretty big difference in between her and her Lucy Charles-Barclay. It's now down to 18 seconds. Either way, she went out super hard, is what we noted. Very hot.
A 26-second gap after 1.3 kilometers. So, yeah, we saw a lot of urgency in Taylor at the start of that run. We saw Lucy kind of come out, fast, but she, took her time to put her watch on, get herself situated, and now it's sort of settled at 18 seconds. So Lucy running a little bit quicker in that last small segment.
And before we go much further, I want to share with everyone exactly what this Hoka run course looks like. We're going to take a quick peek, an overview, if you will. Run with us as we dive into this 2-lap course.
Let's take a look at what the athletes will face on the course in Marbella. The Hoka Run course, 21.1 kilometres, 13.1 miles, is 2 loops and takes athletes onto the picturesque Marbella promenade, which parallels the Mediterranean Sea. The course then twists and turns inland, where athletes will find themselves on one of the classic avenues again, the Golden Mile, before dropping towards the exclusive Puerto Banús Marina. Then a spectacular out and back on the jetty, with the Mediterranean on one side and the inner harbour on the other, and which on a clear day you can see Gibraltar and Morocco. After 2 laps, the finish line beckons and the athletes head back to the water's edge and the finish line on the beach.
And there you have it, a great overview of our 2-lap Hoka Run course. We are with Lucy Charles-Barclay on camera, but here in studio, we are honored to be joined by the premier Spanish Ironman professional triathlete who was meant to start, unfortunately did not start, but her lack of starting is our gift here. We have Marta Sanchez, a 2-time Ironman winner, 2-time Ironman 70.3 winner. Thank you for being with us today.
Hola, ¿qué tal?
Hola, ¿qué tal?
Yeah, it's a pleasure for me to be here. Since I'm not racing, but at least I wanted to be here to cheer. And yeah, it's a different way to be and be part of this course. And yeah, I'm really excited right now and a bit nervous seeing again these 2 amazing women put this battle like we saw just a month ago in Kona. So I'm really glad that they came here.
And Marta, so far in this race, any surprises or what are your thoughts on the race so far?
I mean, yeah, I came here in summer to check, and the bike course, I've just seen it's been brutal. So I think that we are going to see now how they feel after this challenging and different bike course, I will say. But everything is coming pretty close right now. We've seen now Kate Matthews, no, just 3 minutes behind, but still Taylor and Lucy 20 seconds apart. So I think that until the end, everything is quite open.
Wide open. I think I completely agree with you. And so you came here, you got to test the course. What do you think? Did you run after riding? Did you get to test that?
Yeah, I actually ran, but it was for me go and back for the sun place. Like I thought that it was like the previously year. Yeah. So for these World Champs, they changed a little bit the run course. So I think that now it's more hilly, as we can see right now. And what I feel from that time, and I think that here you can feel also that you are near the sea, so you can feel the fresh, but still it's humid. So you really need to think about the hydration.
And that's, I think, really a great point. We've heard already a couple times that the humidity here is going to cause a different demand. It feels so nice. And, of course, sitting in the studio, it's very pleasant, almost cool. But out there, when you're working very hard, hydration is going to be key. And, Miranda, take a look at Kat Matthews. I mean, this is what we talked about. When she comes in here, she's like, you know what? no more am I going to be the runner-up at the World Championship. I'm going for it. She looks incredible.
She looks incredible. Now only 3:04 down, so she's taken, some time back already from when she started this run, a good chunk of time. And look at her backwards hat. She means business today, Michael.
She does, and I think you can see she's got the beautiful, quick turnover. I mean, she's such a fighter, and we talked about this with her 1:15 last year, which almost got her up to Taylor Knibb's shoulder. This time, I think she's really saying, you know what, almost is not going to be good enough. Just came short in Kona a month ago and got second, and just so many times we've said that, and I think that today is when she not only means business, but she's got a lot to gain. The Ironman Pro Series title is at stake. She's going to take that 200K down. She's already ahead of Solveig, but she wants to win. This is the absolute goal. Martha, you see this? Have you seen her work so hard before?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, she's run. It's impressive.
Yeah.
So I think that, as you said, she's not only here to defend her title for the Ironman Pro Series. She also wants to take the world title chance. So I think that she's going to fight until the end, as she always shows.
Always, absolutely. We talk about she goes into warrior mode, and there's just nothing she's going to neglect. She's going to do everything to get to the front, Rennie.
Yeah, absolutely. And right now she's running very well. Certainly faster than the two women ahead of her, but Taylor maintaining her lead of 20 seconds. So it was 18 seconds. It was a little more than that for a few moments. Now it's right sitting around 20. So Taylor and Lucy running around the same. Certainly a big race on our hands there, and Kat Matthews now at 3:01 behind. So she's running about 5 seconds per kilometre quicker than Taylor and Lucy at this point in time. But again, Kat will just continue to chip away at these two athletes all day. She will 100% leave it all out there, as will Taylor Knibb, will Lucy Charles-Barclay, and certainly Taylor looking a little slower than she did as she came out of transition, super hot.
And part of me wonders if that's the intent, is let me go hard. Let me get rid of Lucy Charles-Barclay. Let me get rid of my closest competitor. I don't want to be running with her. And then settle into the appropriate pace. It could be a tactic. Either way, they both look fantastic. Martha?
Yeah, I think there's always this part of a mentally game, no? You know that maybe you are not sure if your body are going to respond, but at least you want to show from the beginning that you are here to win the race, and you are going to go all out until the end, and then we'll see, because they all show that they are really impressive women. So I think that they are going to fight until the end, every second.
Yeah, it looks like another 2 seconds Taylor has taken out of Lucy again. They're basically running the same time. So, you read into that what you will. I don't think it means a whole lot. We're only 4 kilometres into this 21.1 kilometre, 13-mile or half marathon off the bike. But Taylor right now running just a little bit faster than Lucy Charles-Barclay at the moment. But again, Kat Matthews as well, the one who's moving fastest out of these 3 women. They certainly look to be the fastest movers on course right now. We do have some athletes, Tanja Naubert from Germany, who is a very fast runner, ran a 1:14 in Bahrain last year. She's somebody we'll look to move through the field later, but right now these 3 looking to be our podium contenders. It's just a matter of, does Kat have enough real estate? And, is Lucy pacing this a little bit different to what Taylor is?
Oh, it's fantastic. And just watching this beautiful overhead shot again of such a fantastic area. Martha, talk to us about how proud you are of your nation, of your country here, presenting us and supporting us in this Ironman 70.3 World Championship.
Yeah, I mean, this is an incredible place. I mean, in Spain, we all know for not just triathletes, also cycling teams do training camps here, because this is a really good spot for training during whole season, I will say. So yeah, it seems quite these days the feeling was more like a holidays or chill. So everyone wanted to come here just to enjoy the World Champs, but also to join like a well-deserved final of this really long season. So I think that this is a really good spot, and I'm really glad that Spain hosts a World Champs, and also that we have a really good strong field like this.
Fantastic. Well said. And we're back here with Kat Matthews from Great Britain hitting one of those rollers. I mean, it is flat-ish, but there are certainly some more hills out there. We talked about the man-made ones, the bridges, but I think a little bit less chance to get into a straight rhythm, right, than, say, we saw in Nice or even Topa.
Yeah, for sure. And, some athletes really thrive in races where they can find that rhythm and just lock in and go. Other athletes are more dynamic. I feel like Kat is kind of a more dynamic athlete where it sort of doesn't matter, cross-country course, whatever, she'll be just fine and she can find that rhythm very quickly. Again, we're with Lucy Charles-Barkley, who's second right now on screen, and she's sitting at 18 seconds again behind Taylor. So, went out to 22 seconds, now it's back to 18 again. They're basically running the same splits, and so definitely a head-to-head battle between these two women. And again, Kat Matthews, just every split, it's a few seconds here, a few seconds there. So suddenly, sort of 10 kilometers, 12 kilometers into this race, those seconds tend to start to be bigger chunks. Right now, 2:55 down, still, 35 seconds from the start of the race. If it remains the same, probably not enough, maybe. But again, it depends on how these women are pacing and, are they aware of Kat's progress back there? I mean, I think Kat's always in the back of everyone's minds. Marta, what do you think about how these athletes are pacing the start of this run?
Yeah, we can see that Kate is slowly, like 5-10 seconds per K, but as you say, I don't know for a half marathon if it's gonna be enough. Also, between Taylor and Lucy, there's 20 seconds, so I think that they can see each other, that this is a point that it always helps if you can see your opponent in front of you. And I think that right now, Kate just maybe know if somebody else give a reference, but not visual reference. And this is also something important during the races, to keep focus on the course.
I totally agree, and I think it's cool to see as well that Lucy has taken her bottle with her, just ditched at the aid station, but the opportunity to take fuel in at your ideal moment instead of just necessarily in the aid station. Now she's able to grab the Morton gel and tuck that in for later. Obviously, that's good foresight, thinking ahead. You don't need the fuel now, but you will later. It's something you can't overlook, because I think when the athletes got in trouble, both she and Taylor, when they got in trouble in Kona, it was tied to the nutrition. It was tied to heat exhaustion, to lack of hydration, or to a slight shortcoming. And so that's ever present in the mind now. Conditions are very different, but you still have to tend to them. You said it, humid conditions here. You just really have to do everything perfectly. And I think that's even more clear to them now as we come back to Kat Matthews. She feels like she's maybe settled into her rhythm as well, right, Rennie?
Yeah, I think so. She looks great, smooth. Settling into a rhythm again. She is running fastest on course out of those top few women. 2:45 down from the lead. Again, this race is setting up to be one of the all-time greats. Still a lot to come. 15 kilometers. Oh, no, and a cramp.
Welcome to the world's best airline, where your journey is 5-star. And so is your Wi-Fi. Experience the fastest connection in the sky with Starlink. And best of all, it's free for all passengers. So, why settle for less when you deserve the best?
Endurance isn't just about medals, it's about showing up, even when your brain says go and your body says no. Showing up means taking care of yourself, skin and all, because when you train hard, your skin works hard too. That's where Bulldog comes in, with products packed with brilliant natural origin ingredients that help prepare, protect and recover your skin. No fuss, no nonsense. Bulldog Skincare is man's best friend. Official men's care products of Ironman Europe.
And just as we were cutting to a quick break, we noticed Kat Matthews from Great Britain had a devastating turn of events where her calf cramped. It appeared to be almost sort of a catastrophic cramping. It wasn't just a subtle, gradual onset. It was a moment where it pulled Rinny, and we're back with these two champions up front. But just give us a thought or two about Kat Matthews if we watch these. Here we are with her again.
Yeah, and she's clearly walking this aid station. We saw this in Miami the beginning of last year, and in that moment we thought cramp, but at that moment it was actually a tear. So it looks to be similar situation. She's, she sat down for a moment. We saw as we were in break, she sat down and sort of tried to rub it out a little bit. She is hobbling along, trying to continue. If it's a cramp, generally you can work through it and keep going. But if it's a tear, that's a different story. That's sort of game over. Right now, she's being very brave. She is in third place at the Ironman 70.3 World Championship. She went out super hot, but you can see in that stride there's definitely a limp, and she's not running. She's basically hobbling along on the course now. Just devastating. I think everybody in the booth here, just devastated for Kat to see that happen, or any athlete.
Absolutely. It caught us all off guard as well because it came on so suddenly. And I'll say that what I see now is that she does appear to be shifting from I'm going for the win to let me jog this in and stay in front of Solveig and possibly win the Ironman Pro Series. There are different outcomes maybe that you're going to have to focus on, but that's what it felt like when you saw her go to the jog. Let me not drop out. Let me keep moving, as we now have more drama up front as these two women roll through and hitting right here in Puerto Banús. This is a very cool part of the course as we look at Taylor Knibb losing some of her lead and about to see Lucy Charles-Barclay roll up on her shoulder. Plenty of drama, plenty of excitement. Not the type we expected, but here on the right side, you'll see Kat limping along, about to get caught as well.
Yeah, I believe that's Jess Limeth running past Kat Matthews. The pat on the back, again, a great camaraderie amongst this women's field, as always. But yeah, Kat bravely continuing on, doing her best to stay in this race. If it is a cramp, she might be able to run through it. If it is a tear, it might be something. And we're early in this race. It's not like she's got 2K to go. She can hobble in. It's 15 kilometers. It's a long way to still run. But we are looking at the lead of this race right now. Lucy Charles-Barclay is about to take the lead once again at this Precision Fuel and Hydration Ironman 70.3 World Championship. We have Taylor Knibb, Lucy Charles-Barclay. They are shoulder and shoulder in the early stages of this run. 6.8 kilometers in right now, and shoulder to shoulder.
Shoulder to shoulder, and these two champions have done this before. They're no strangers to the battle. They both love it, and neither one is going to submit or surrender. We have what we expected. There's the pass. Lucy Charles-Barclay edging in front. Taylor Knibb now on the second position. Martha, we were talking about how that can be a power position to be able to watch, but I don't know. This feels like a power shift. What do you think?
I mean, this is really incredible. We are seeing both parts of the sport, that these two girls fighting again, like, wow, this is, I mean, my
goosebumps.
yeah, goosebumps. Like, they are putting really a show here in Marbella in a World Champs. These two ladies that, just one month ago they were doing the same, pushing each other, this physical and mentally game. Now it's Lucy who's taking the lead, and in the other side we're seeing Kat Matthews that, it's such a shame. I don't know really now in his head what's happening. I think all we athletes at the highest level at some time we've been through this and thinking if we can make it to the finish line or if something bad, but it's a shame, but it's really good to see that how these ladies are showing up here and pushing beyond limits.
On two sides of the coin, heartbreak for Kat Matthews and all her supporters, whereas the battle ensues here, Great Britain versus USA, two competitors that know each other well through one of the most spectacular portions of our course, Puerto Banús. It is unreal. It is on, and we are excited to watch it go down. And also, I'm going to say this. We are so grateful for our title partner and precision fuel and hydration, keeping our athletes well fueled and primed to crush their goals this weekend. Let's hear a bit from them now.
Getting your hydration right for 70.3 is crucial if you want to perform at your best. And we work with some of the best professional and age group athletes here in Marbella. We thought you'd bring you some insights for how to nail your race day hydration. The first thing is getting it right the day before. Pre-race hydration is critical, and it's not just about drinking tons of water. In fact, if you over-consume water in the days before, you can risk diluting your blood sodium levels and a condition called hyponatremia, which is totally race ruining. Instead, what you want to be doing is in the day before, start with a very strong electrolyte drink, the night before and the morning of the race. That's going to help boost your blood plasma volumes, which is the key to good performance.
Almost all of the pros that we work with will have drank a 500ml bottle of pH 1500 last night and another with breakfast this morning, making sure to finish this no less than 45 minutes before the swim.
One of the characteristics of triathlon is it's way easier to drink more and actually eat more on the bike than it is on the run. So we often see athletes, professional and amateur, consuming more on the bike ride.
Of our case study data of 250 middle distance races, we see our pros front load from the bike to the run, consuming about 35% more fluid and sodium.
How much fluid and how much sodium you need to take in varies dramatically from individual to individual. It's going to depend on your sweat rate and your sodium concentration. And what we do at Precision Fuel and Hydration is we help athletes understand their numbers so they can dial it in for themselves.
Our case study data suggests that athletes will drink 600 ml per hour, which is around 20 ounces an hour on average, but that will range from as low as 200 ml up to 1.5 litres per hour. In terms of what they'll be drinking, the average relative sodium concentration of their drink sits around 860 milligrams per litre, which is close to the average saltiness of the athlete's sweat, about 911 milligrams per litre, from close to 30,000 sweat tests.
So that is why we have pH 1000 on course, because it is the closest match for the average athlete's sweat.
So let's get back out on course and see how the athletes are getting on.
Super grateful to have these partners, super grateful to have that support, and also what a great insight. And look at this now. We are out on the seawall. You can see the light blue kit of Lucy Charles Barclay just in front of the red kit of Taylor Knibb. They are not shoulder to shoulder, but they're still together. There's going to be a turnaround again, and then they go back towards seeing everyone else. They don't probably know or care just yet how far back Kat Matthews is, but they will soon see. Rennie?
Yeah, just looking back through the splits, I don't see Kat Matthews. Oh, yes, I do. She's down in 6th at 6 kilometers, so going backwards right now. But the mover now is Tanya Nobert.
Wow.
So she's now up in 4th and moving very quickly. So that's a very serious contender for a place on the podium for sure. But of course, you know, we see this beautiful aerial view of Lucy Charles Barclay now striding away from Taylor Knibb. The ladies are still, of course, on their first lap, and it is early stages of the race. But right now, Lucy Charles Barclay is looking phenomenal as she makes the turn here on the jetty.
There you go, making that turnaround now and heading back. You can take those splits, but this is when they get to see one another. You can see the competitors. They'll probably get a look at Tanya Nobert, who is running 3:55 per kilometer, now dropped down to 3:35 per kilometer, which is she's 6 minutes down of first and second and only 24 seconds off of third. So Tanya Nobert from Germany, we talked about her and the 1:14 run that she pulled off a year ago in her only Ironman 70.3 finish on record. But here's what's cool too. You've got Taylor Knibb at 3:48 per kilometer, 3:35 for Lucy Charles Barclay, and 3:35 for Tanya Nobert. It is absolutely on. I see a change here. Lucy Charles Barclay has gotten in front, and it's energized her. She looks now like she is truly charging forward. They may have gotten splits. Hey, Kat's out or Kat's not in it. That gives you a little bit more wings as well.
Yeah, just talking about Kat Matthews and the Ironman Pro Series. Now, what does this mean if she's falling back? Of course, the the race for first place was really between her and Solvi. Solvi needs to finish within 90 seconds of the lead to take over first place in the Pro Series. So even if Kat drops out, she already has her 5 scores, 2 wins in 70.3s, and of course a great performance in Hamburg, a win in Texas, and also that second place in Kona. She has a phenomenal, a great handle, and so basically the Pro Series is hers unless Solvi can come up into first. We're going to throw it down to Craig Alexander, who is on the jetty with the ladies.
Thanks, Rin. Yeah, I'm down on the break wall. We've seen Lucy Charles-Barclay and Taylor Knibb go past. We actually haven't even seen the third place runner come past yet, so that split's probably out near 6 minutes. But yeah, the 2 leaders look great. I think at this point, Lucy looks a little better. I know I've heard you guys talk all day about the big question mark is, you know, what's the recovery going to be like post-Kona? We can look at run splits from this year all we like. I guess that's the intangible at play here. To my eye, in my humble opinion, I thought Lucy looked a little better. She had a little bit more spring in her step. They were shoulder to shoulder when they came past us the first time, and we'll get a visual on them shortly because we can see the lead biker. Tragedy to Kat Matthews. I think you guys were talking about her Ironman Pro Series aspirations. Of course, if Solway doesn't finish within 1:40 of the leaders, it's not going to come into play, and Kat will win the series. And we can see now Lucy Giles-Barclay looking just majestic as she's opened up about a 100-metre gap to Taylor, and she looks probably better than she did at the start of the run. So Lucy coming past now, she's opening up a gap, her turnover, her posture, everything. Taylor, yeah, looking a little fatigued. I think her turnover, she's not matching Lucy's cadence at all, and posture. Lucy's right up on her toes, and you know, this is the Lucy that we saw at a few of the middle distance races earlier this year, particularly the T100 events in London, and I think also in Spain. She had the quickest runs, or she won the race on the run there, and we're seeing that form play out here as they're coming around the second turn on this seawall. Her gap is, yeah, it's holding solid at about 100 metres. She looks fantastic. And we also had just Limeth come onto the break wall. So we've had 3 runners come past us now as we see Lucy again, and she just looks fantastic. So no doubt they're getting the splits, and they would know, having just run this break wall here, it's 1.5 kilometres down and back to the far turn. So they will have noticed that Kat was not on the break wall at all. So I think this is the race up front for the minute. Tanja Neuberg, the big mover, as we see her come onto the break wall now. She's in 4th place, but our 2 leaders, Lucy Charles-Barclay, Taylor Knibb, about to head onto their second lap, and I'll throw back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Craig. Great stuff, and you can really just feel the energy when you watch. And here we have a pass from Tanja Neubert for 3rd place. She's really looking notably faster, and not to disrespect Jessica, but really a difference there in pace, in posture, and in form. So a new 3rd place, the young German who we saw run 1:14 a year ago today. She looks to be on pace to do something similar, running in the mid 3:30 per kilometer. That's going to put her in a great spot. Martha, are you impressed? Are you surprised?
Yeah, I mean, she finished this year 3rd in the WTS Way High and also 9 in the grand final in Wollongong in short distance. So I think that, yeah, the run, I don't know, right now she feels really confident. I don't know if 20K it's gonna feel long for her, but she definitely showed that in short distance she's there, and right now she's looking really, really great. So yeah, maybe we have here a new star.
A new star. I think you're absolutely right. Here we watch Lucy Charles-Barclay tackle one of those man-made hills, as you said, Rennie, and man, she does look incredible. When Craig said she looks better than when she started, I agree with him 100%. She has improved. She has now the confidence that she was earning throughout the race. There's no question. She's grateful to be here, but she's absolutely in the driver's seat.
Yeah, she's absolutely in the driver's seat. She looks comfortable, calm, collected. And, you know, I think she has experience. Taylor, the 3-time 70.3 champion, back-to-back-to-back, trying to go on a historic. Barclay looks to have the upper hand right now, and we actually are just getting news from the course that Kat Matthews has decided to withdraw. So I'm going to say that was maybe a calf tear again. She has had this happen to her in the past. She said in Miami early last year. It happened to her, and it sort of just came out of nowhere. She was running along, and all of a sudden she felt it sort of go. That's certainly what it looked like again today. So that's something that, is frustrating. She was coming into this race, and everything, the momentum looked to be going her way on the run here, but that calf said not today, and so unfortunate to see that. Also should mention for the Paula Finlay fans out there, Paula has withdrawn as well from this race. She did say going into this race that she had a hip niggle, and she was going to try and do the race. She hasn't really been running much in the past few weeks. It turned up in Augusta. She did the 70.3 4 weeks ago, and this hip niggle came up. She's been sort of a little emotional this week with dealing with that and not knowing, but she said she was going to go out and try and do her best, but today wasn't the day. So unfortunate for us to have two of our favorites not finishing here in Marbella.
Truly unfortunate, and two of our stars, Kat Matthews, to retire. It's absolutely serious as a woman that will just endure pretty much any amount of discomfort or pain. So to see her out, we know it's a serious injury. Very sorry to hear that, Kat Matthews, and then also Paula Finlay, a champion, and such a great season. Disappointing, and we feel for you, we support you, and we'll see you next time. As we look at the splits today, 9.6 kilometers, 8.6 kilometers as we scroll throughout to see who's doing what on the day. We have a lot of great racing ahead, and yes, back at the last time split, we did see Solveig Loveseth in 8th place, and so about 8.5 minutes back, but still plugging along very well. And now here, of course, you're watching our leader on the day, Lucy Charles-Barclay, just fantastic. And she's got to feel good now. She's gapped 2nd place. She can kind of settle into a good rhythm, and she's not out of the woods. Taylor's still present, and we have Neubert coming as well, but she's in a good spot.
And again, if you are just joining us, we are joined with Marta Sanchez, our only Spanish athlete that was on the start list for today's race and wasn't able to start as dealing with an injury. But Marta, any other thoughts on how this race is playing out for today?
Yeah, it's since now it's been crazy. I mean, we say that at the beginning maybe Lucy wasn't looking on the run, but I think that she just tried to, at the first kilometers, to drink, to push her pace, and now we are seeing that, okay, now it's the moment to push myself. So sometimes it's like this, that wait for your moment, wait for your body to tell you that, okay, now it's the moment, and we are looking now, Lucy, that she's really running really well, and well, we'll see. There's still a few kilometers, but yeah, like Tanja and Georgia, I think that they are both doing the best run split right now. So we'll see. It's been a fantastic World Champs.
That's right. You mentioned Georgia Taylor-Brown from Great Britain in 7th currently, but also running 3:38 per K, just a few seconds off of Tanja Neubert's pace. And then really solid times for Lucy Charles-Barclay, under 3:30, and Taylor Knibb still. But really great racing. These women are just doing exceptional stuff.
Yeah, and we see the Tanja Neubert rounding that turn out on the jetty. She'll take another right-hand turn here and then head out on her 2nd lap, so coming up to the halfway point for her. But Lucy Charles-Barclay in front and in control. Maybe not. Taylor Knibb, she certainly looks to be in control right now, but Taylor Knibb sort of lurking at that 20 plus seconds behind. At last split, it was actually 33 seconds, so that time gap seems to be just ever so slightly going out and out and out. A lot more racing to go. The athletes are around halfway in this Hoka run course right now, so still some racing to be done, but right now Lucy is in the control seat.
Control seat,
tower.
But I'll say control tower. And anything we learned from Kona, if we're still remembering, these two women were battling out for 1st and 2nd all the way through the majority of the race, and then we saw different outcomes. So we do have to remember that while this is a shorter event, a completely different climate, it is still something that makes our sport special. It is not, we cannot really start calling a champion or counting, who's going to be 1st, 2nd, how far back until we are in that finish chute. So a lot of racing to be done, not to jinx anything or prepare anyone for the worst, but it's Ironman racing. That's what happens.
Absolutely, anything is possible. That's what we say, and certainly in an Ironman or a 70.3 event, you never know how the tables might turn. Again, nutrition plays a big part in the second half of the run. So the athlete who has done a really good job, we talked about how this course was so dynamic, tough to get the calories in when you're, sitting at, 1 million beats per minute on the way up in the climbs, and then holding on for dear life on the descent. So, the athlete that has looked after themselves very well in terms of hydrating, taking on the calories on the bike, that will show up in the second half of this run, Michael.
It will, and I think that, again, comes back when we watched Lucy Charles-Barclay start a little rough. Maybe she was feeling a bit of that dip, a little bit control she needed to put in place. And then we saw her, as Marta said, with the bottle, hydrating, fueling, getting herself ready, not trying to make that charge until she was there. She's now there halfway or just about halfway through this run and really in charge. Now, coming back here and running through an aid station with Tanya Neubert, and she looks great. Really quick turnover, very, very, very assertive run form, and I think she just looks fantastic. Not accomplished at the Ironman 70.3 distance, except for the one event last year, but plenty accomplished at the short distance and the WCTS, so that is to be certain.
Yeah, another great aerial view of that jetty. Again, even though it doesn't look that windy, sometimes out in the jetty it does feel like you're running into a headwind and tailwind at sometimes. And with the tailwind, you tend to feel a little bit hotter, but with that headwind, you're just sort of battling a headwind. And so neither option feels that great in the moment. But Lucy Charles-Barclay leading this race right now, looking great, striding out, looks comfortable, relaxed shoulders, a nice stride going. I can't see any chinks in her armor so far. Marta, is there anyone, as you look down the field, that we should be following through the run course that may move up positions?
Yeah, I don't know right now. They seem, Lucy and Taylor, that they are still running in a really good pace, and also they have with Tanja like more than 5 minutes. So I think that first and second position, we'll say it's quite secure, but as you mentioned, until the finish line, anything can happen. But yeah, I just hope that these two ladies make it to the finish line. They really deserve. Yeah. And on the back right now, Tanja seems really, really strong, and we'll see Marjolaine because she's also running, so maybe she can move to 4th position and pass Jess. So yeah, still from 4 to top 10, I will say that there can be a few changes. Yes. So it's going to be exciting till the end.
Fantastic. Well, it's been a great race so far, and I'd like to say thank you to Marta Sánchez. Muchas gracias por estar con nosotros. Si hay algo que quiere decir en español, pues despídete antes de los 10 segundos que tenemos.
Que disfruten y muchas gracias por haber venido aquí a Marbella, a España, y que coman una paella para celebrar este gran evento.
Perfecto.
Un poquito de café. ¿Estás preparado?
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
It's the beauty of Oman. Our tradition, our hospitality, the sounds of limitless opportunities to explore. Listen, it's Oman.
Today's broadcast is brought to you by Bulldog, man's best friend, and by Precision Hydration. Personalize your race hydration with Precision Fuel and Hydration. And as we come back here onto our Hoka Run course here at this amazing event in Marbella, we are with second place on the road, Taylor Knibb from USA. And we can see I've got Daniela Reef back in studio with me, our 5-time Ironman 70.3 winner, and she's got great insight. Daniela, you and I were just briefly speaking. Let's talk a little bit about the road surfaces itself that they're running on here today.
Yeah, the run course, the Hoka Run course is quite special here. There have, as you see, Lucy Charles Barkley just doing turns. There's a lot of turns on that course. That can be quite tricky because, as we all know, with the high stack shoes, the carbon plate shoes, the stack is higher, so it's a little bit more wobbly, and so the turns are a bit harder to do. And also the surface. So we have concrete as she's running here, but also there's some sand section which we just passed along the beach. And you know, if you run on the sand, it's a little bit slippery. It's a little bit. You lose a little bit of traction, and then you have some cobblestones where you have to make sure you don't, trip over. And then on the pier, as we're going to be later, there's another surface. So lots of surface changes. The run course definitely got it covered all.
There you go. Well said. A great summary. And I think that we talked about it earlier, the difference in a bike course where there's a straight shot versus all the turns. Here it's very similar. Some athletes do great on a course like this. And I have to kind of come back and say, we talked about Kat Matthews usually being very dynamic and good in a course like this, but it could be what also contributed to that injury. All those sharp turns, up, down changes, it couldn't have helped.
Yeah, it's
maybe not. Yeah,
it's horrible to see. I think also Kat knew she had to go all out from the start. That's what she did. She went for the win, and yeah, sometimes, if you take the risk, it doesn't always play in your favor, and it's really heartbreaking to see that she can't finish this race, but she definitely can tell herself that she gave it her all, and I think that's what it's all about.
That's right. She can rest easy later, disappointed, but knowing she gave it her all. And we were just watching some rowdy fans there out on the Hoka Run course screaming at Lucy Charles Barkley. One of the things I just love about this event, and all over, everywhere you go, you're bound to have a great, great interaction with the crowd. They just love it. They love a winner, too, so it's good to be in first.
Well, and Lucy Charles Barkley is a sort of a crowd favorite.
Yes,
everyone knows
correct.
Lucy. We saw her come second so many times at the Ironman World Champs, thanks to Daniela. And then, break through and win that. She's also won a 70.3 World Championship, so this would be her second. But, yeah, a crowd favorite, and, everyone loves Lucy.
That's true. And also how she developed as an athlete. I mean, she came in, coming from racing as an age group athlete, and then really starting to take it more for professional aspect. She improved a lot, but also I think, she just really, on the mental side, she got stronger. She had to, I guess, maybe also because of a few second places, that really got her fired up. And I think she really nailed everything in her team. She got the best material she can get, and she really worked on just improving on all sides she could.
You're totally right. I mean, she did. She came in and she had won she had won in the amateur in Kona, right? And at the Ironman, I believe in Selamsi, she was the amateur winner there in 2015. And then boom, she's on the scene, and she did. I think one of the things, and again, it's truly amazing. She was chasing you all that time, Daniela.
Yeah, she came up to me to take a picture with me at the ceremony. So now I'm going to ask her a picture if she wins.
I love that. Yes. back in 2015. Here we are again now with Tanja Neubert, and she just looks smooth as can be on one of those, the sandy surface, a little bit softer, maybe easier on the joints, but a little slippier, so slippery. And so there she goes, and I think she just looks just incredible as she passes a lapped athlete.
Yeah, lapped athlete or possibly one of the age groupers starting out on first lap.
That's true, good point.
Tanja on her second lap and closing in on a possible first podium for a 70.3 event. Of course, this is only her second 70.3 race and first 70.3 World Championship. So certainly an athlete or a star for the future of the sport.
Absolutely breakthrough race, and I think that shows coming from the short distance, you know, doing a lot of high intensity racing, that definitely helps as well. We'll see how she deals with the whole nutrition thing, as we talked before, that it's a little bit of a longer race for 70.3 race with all the evolution. Yeah, they were not evolution, but like the height difference.
Elevation.
Yeah, thank you. Well, she's also maybe in a revolution and evolution, whatever.
Yes.
So we're back with Lucy Charles-Barclay leading this race. Absolutely fantastic running from her. She looks really smooth, and yeah, she's locked in for this. I think she's not going to let that go away from her. I think she knows that she can run well. She also knows she can now control, and that's always as an athlete, you always enjoy to control, because you just know, you know, at the moment she knows she's run away from Taylor, so she knows that she can, if she keeps that pace, it's going to look good for her.
Yeah, and it's a 120 at this point now, and it just keeps growing. She looks fantastic, and you can see Taylor's just slowing a little. You see a little bit more labor in each step she takes, but I'm actually going to excuse myself from the commentary booth. I've got to make my way down to the finish to do the post-race interviews, but it's been a pleasure, as always, to work with you, Michael and Daniela, and I will see you tomorrow.
Thank you so much. Again, signing off here from the booth, and see you later here, Mirinda Carfrae, our 2007 Ironman 70.3 world champ and Kona winner. Either way, we'll see you soon. Thank you so much. We can't wait to hear these interviews. There's going to be a lot of gratitude, I think, as we look at both of these two women in first and second off of the biggest disappointments, you know, we'll say of the career so far, right? You don't finish at the biggest race of the year, but then able to back it up, come in here and put that behind you. So, right, each of them now, first and second, let's do it.
Yeah, I think for Lucy, it's going to be a really emotional one. Yeah, I just had a feeling that for her, it was hard to get into this race. She was mentally unsure how it's going to play out. And I'm sure she's happy with how it's playing out at the moment. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if she's really like a lot. I mean, she has a lot of pressure. She's a 2 times, Ironman and Ironman 70.3 world champion. So 2 world titles. This is going to be her 3rd world title. So the 2nd in 70.3.
Yeah.
And yeah, she proved that she's still the best, and I think it's going to be a lot of pressure off her shoulders when she's crossing that finish line and knowing she really nailed it today.
I think you're spot on. I mean, there was so much waiting and waiting for her as she was second, and then she won the world title in Kona. Well, before that, she won in St. George in 2021. But look, she's been at the top, and then she hits some bottoms, right? And it takes a lot to continue to have that resiliency and just to keep pushing forward. And she's got to,
I think it's part of the sport. You know, there's always some moments or some races where just go not in your favor. But yeah, definitely Lucy had some really highs and some also quite lows. And she worked herself through it, and she always believed in herself. And of course, I'm sure she had her doubts as well. And but she kept working hard, and I think that's what really she's really strong. Like she's just really mentally, she wants it so hard, and she works really, really hard. And I think, I mean, all of the athletes work hard, but you need to have that extra motivation or that extra, you know, drive that can really make you a world champion.
That's right. Yes, well said. Spoken with 100% know-how and empathy there from Daniela Reef. Again, those of you that are just joining us, if so, we are here at the Precision Fuel and Hydration Ironman 70.3 World Championship in Marbella, Spain. And I am Michael Lovato, joined by Daniela Reef, all the way from Switzerland. Here we are watching Lucy Charles-Barclay. She first place and is just extending her lead right now in front of the American Taylor Knibb, also a fan favorite. Folks love both of these two athletes immensely. And while we see Taylor sort of relegated now to that distant second place, she still has command of that position. She needs to stay away from Tanja Neubert from Germany. She needs to continue to focus on all of the little things. But again, having won this race 3 times, she knows what it takes. And second place is going to be, obviously, next best thing.
Yeah, she still looks really good. I think it's just Lucy running a little bit faster, but Taylor looks amazing. And I mean, she was here. Taylor went or tried to go for the 4th Ironman 70.3 World Champion title. That would have been a historical result, because I think no one ever has done that. So it looks like it's going to be hard for her to do that. I mean, I wish she could have done it. I love Taylor also. She's an amazing athlete, and she's so, outspoken. She really shares how she feels, and it's definitely a pleasure to watch her. And also on her social media or in interviews, she's always telling you what she's feeling, and then ask you a question back, how you feeling, right?
She is. I think that one of the things about her personality is it's very real. You feel like when you see her everywhere, you're in just hanging out and having coffee with her. She's an open book in a lot of ways. There's no mystery. She just is very genuine, and that's a fun thing to see. It's not necessarily a polished answer that you should give. It's just what she's thinking. So very fun.
Yeah, always a little surprise as well in there. I loved the interview when she was on the bike, I think, training, and she was shocked that someone asked her for a picture while she was training, because she would never stop in training for a picture. She was like, she's just very funny.
Very funny, yes. And back here, as you look at the face of Lucy Charles-Barclay, great posture, great form, and wonderful turnover. And you can tell she's not cruising. You did say controlling, but she's still pushing forward. I mean, she is still absolutely asserting herself at the front of this race.
Yeah, I think it's about also showing, no weakness. You don't want Taylor to give Taylor the impression that you're slowing down if you're in the lead. And I think Lucy knows that. It's 1:30 is not a huge gap. So they still have, I think over 5K to go, 6K.
Right. Yeah.
So if she's feeling okay, she will definitely trying to put that pressure on, and maybe trying to get a bit of a bigger lead, that then maybe the last kilometer that she can maybe enjoy it a bit.
Yes, well said. And I think in this race, we've already shown that anything can happen. Any surprise can come our way. So it's important to do everything you just said, maintain that control and keep asserting yourself. Lucy Charles-Barclay with about a 1.5-minute lead over Taylor Knibb in front of the German Tanja Neubert. Will this order stay the same when we hit the podium, or will there be another shakeup? Stay with us to find out.
Meet Kicker Run from Wahoo, a revolutionary indoor running experience where you just run and your feet set the pace. We call it Run Free Mode, a game-changing technology that allows you to change speeds naturally, just like you do outdoors. You can even let popular training apps control the speed and grade for you. Kicker Run by Wahoo. It's time to run free.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
And here we are again at the Precision Ironman 70.3 World Championship in Marbella. Lucy Charles Barclay rolling through an aid station, and you can tell, even though our temperature gauge says it's 20 degrees Celsius or 68, it's warm out there, feels a bit warm when you're running this fast. Lucy cooling herself by grabbing the cups of water through the aid station, dousing herself over the head with the cool water, but really just, I would say, executing a picture-perfect race so far. She came out of the water, as she always does, with a nice lead. She just gave a wave to the crowd. You see that, Danny? She said, give me a little love, as she came through that roundabout, and the crowd acted in accordance and did just what she said. But coming out of the water with her characteristic lead, hitting the bike, getting caught by Taylor Knibb, and then matching her for the remainder of that 90 kilometers, I think was just, again, great execution. And then she went through transition, did a great smooth transition, not the fastest, not the slowest, managed to let Taylor go, kind of collect herself, get her own rhythm, take on some fuel, grab that bottle, hydrate, and then she capitalized. She's now pushed through, and she's in first place here on the Hoka Run course, really approaching that 18-kilometer mark of 21, and she's distanced herself from Taylor and the others chasing. Just really a well-run race. And look at those crowds here in Marbella.
Yeah, I mean, good for her that she can also really embrace the crowds. Definitely, she deserves it. And yeah, I would say she paced this race perfectly. She was patient on the bike and then also on the run. And yeah, she definitely looks like she feels very confident now that she can do this. And we're back with Tanja Neubert in third place. I mean, I asked you before, do you think she's going to still go for the Olympics, or is she going to change her focus on middle distance? I mean, absolutely amazing race from Tanja. Yeah, very new to this middle distance. She's had some great races. I think her first 70.3 race was in Bahrain, where she ran a 1:14. So definitely a really, really strong runner, but also she showed a great performance on the bike today as well.
Absolutely. So she can't come off the bike, off those hills, not being a great cyclist, just to only have a good run. So I think you're totally right. As we come back here again in the marina there of Puerto Banús, the famous, world famous port, this marina where some very sizable yachts and boats are stored, and we saw a few of them going out earlier. But now along that seawall, Lucy runs for the second time. She's got one turnaround, comes back and does the second 180, and then heads back in to finish out that loop. But just looking back as well, we've got first place here, Lucy Charles Barclay, second place, Taylor Knibb, and Taylor still enjoys a 5-minute lead in front of Tanja Neubert, so her third place still feels comfortable.
So yeah, I just got a message from Kat Matthews' husband. Kat was struggling with a calf strain already before the race, 12 days ago. So I guess Kona 2:47 definitely had a little bit of an impact on Kat. So really brave that she tried to race here, really went for it, and yeah, you have to try. You have to always try, and today it didn't play out for Kat, unfortunately. But yeah, kudos on her that she went for it.
Totally, and thank you for sharing that, and thanks to the Kat Matthews team for sharing that insight. What obviously that explains now is when it hit, when you saw that injury, she didn't look surprised. Disappointed, but not surprised. And I think that's where, you knew something was there, because there's a difference when all of a sudden the cramp hits you. You're like, what's going on? She knew.
I think it was quite obvious. It wasn't a cramp. It looked like it was injury, but, you know, she still looked disappointed because, yeah, she definitely thought, you know, she could do more here. But, yeah, we're back with Lucy Charles Barclay. She's leading this race, and she's soon going to turn around on this pier, and then it's not long to go until the finish line.
That's right, and we'll get to see her come down that magic red carpet here at the finish line. Taking a look at the split still, ever present, paying attention. Great presence of mind there for our leader on the day. And again, every time I see her, I think she looks better than before. She's not slowing down. She's just leaning into the effort. And I think, like you said, show no weakness. Just continue to dominate and show the others behind, I'm sorry, I came here to win.
Yeah, but also, you know, I think what happened with her in Kona, you want to go to the finish line as fast as possible. And I know it from racing. You just want to be sure. And she might not know exactly the splits. She might not know if Taylor picked it up. And you just want to make sure that you're not giving it away.
That's true. Great insight again from a multiple champion here sitting next to me in the commentary booth. And I think you're right. She's already seen the dream evaporate out on the lava fields, and now she's not about to let that happen again. But
soon they can see each other. That's always a critical point. They're going to try not to look over. So that's why you wear the sunglasses. You're just going to kind of spy over. That do not give any signals that you're fearing that someone is coming. But I think, the gap it's quite open up a little bit more. We're at 2:15, a bit over 2:15. So, I think it's going to be maybe even a, knit. I don't know if Taylor gave up already on that first place, but they might look at each other, though, and then just say, well done. I don't know. I don't think they will. They will just head straight. They're both very ambitious athletes, and they will fight until the end. That's what I think. What do you think?
I think you're right. I think we don't get any acknowledgement. I think that they're at that point now where they keep the poker face and they just keep staring straight ahead. And we'll know soon here as the back and forth is about to happen. This is Lucy Charles on the right and Taylor Knibb there on the left. And it does not look like much of an acknowledgement there as we come into another aid station.
They're going to have there's always a lot of respect between the athletes, and that's, I think, also a nice thing about Ironman racing. Everyone knows it's so much hard work everyone put in, and when you're in the race, you're competitors, but when you're crossing that finish line, you also respect the others, and I think it's a beautiful thing about this sport because we know how hard the others work, and I think that really is that mutual respect, which makes it also really nice.
Agreed, and it really is special because you do. Once it's done, hey, we can celebrate together, happy for one another, even if disappointed in your result, in the case of everyone but Lucy Charles Barclay.
Yeah, I don't think Taylor Knibb will be disappointed, to be honest. I think we'll see in the interviews. She will tell us for sure. But I think Taylor still showed a great race. She might have not had the bike legs she wanted, but she had a strong run. And, I think it was just Lucy a little bit faster today. And, it shows that how high the level is, and it's just so unpredictable who is going to win, and that's why we love watching it, right?
That's why we're here. Correct. Yes. And I think it's interesting. There is a distinction too, and I said disappointed. I think dissatisfied is maybe better. Where you come here to win, you're not fully satisfied, but you've got to be proud of the effort. And she decided just 8 days ago that she could come, or her team decided. And so there's also that where you don't even know if you're racing. You probably want to know, you want to get your mind in it, and you have to make that decision and that shift last minute. So you're probably totally right. I chose the wrong word. And then now as we kind of watch here, you've got one more turnaround for Lucy Charles Barclay. She'll hit around that last tower and then come in. And then hang a hard right and get right back to those lively crowds, and also very close to the finish line. We just saw her roll through 3:39 per kilometer pace. She's running fantastically, isn't she?
Yeah, she is. She's not slowing down. She's going to push hard until she maybe can start clapping the crowds, and I'm sure she's really going to celebrate this big. This is a big thing. Lucy really turned it around 3 weeks ago. Her team had to pull her out of the biggest race she dreams to win or keep winning, and now she's about to win the 70.3 Ironman World Championship. And I think it's a really amazing performance. Amazing how she could turn around mentally. This is not easy to give up your biggest goal, and I think maybe it was that smart move to actually stop there and then give the body the opportunity to actually recover.
Well, that's great insight, and I do feel like, it is clear now where you say, hey, maybe you were second-guessing getting pulled off the course at all. Probably not, but if you were, it is all now to bed because you're delivering a world championship performance. Back on the seawall here with Taylor Knibb, second place representing USA. She is putting together also a great fight. She came so close to winning. In fact, speaking with Marinda Carfrae earlier, Rennie said, look, I left the commentary desk to go do the interviews, and I thought I was going to be interviewing Taylor Knibb. I left thinking, what will I ask her? Got to the finish line, looked up, and saw what everybody saw, which was Taylor faltering, and that's when she realized, oh, man, this is a whole different game. So she's down there now. She'll get to interview Taylor, who will take second place behind this, the woman from Great Britain, Lucy Charles-Barclay. Again, entering that section where you can begin to soak it up and really enjoy that crowd atmosphere. One more bridge to go over before you head back towards those final couple kilometers.
Yeah, that will hurt a little bit. The legs will feel like jelly that have been heated up. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure she's also smelling the finish line now, and just one or two more turns, and then she will see the finish line soon.
This one feels bad too, doesn't it, running down the hill?
It's hard on a squat, yeah. Downhill is always hard on a quad.
Yes. Great atmosphere here in Marbella. The folks in her face giving her support, the admiration of this young lady. Because again, a crowd favorite, I think you said it, she's very serious, she's very driven, she's got that extra level, has been at the top, won her first Ironman 70.3 world title 4 years ago, and has really just been dominating so many races and so many distances ever since.
Yeah, and she's a fighter, and I think that really shows it again today. She doesn't give up, and now she starts to spread her wings, and yeah, she's realizing she got this, and she's becoming, for the second time, the 70.3 Ironman world champion.
That's pretty fantastic, and still putting that great effort forward. You could see a little bit of a smile, but still working hard, and you could see that effort on the face. But a fantastic day. We're not there yet, but soon we will get to call her a two-time Ironman 70.3 world champion. And Marbella, what a beautiful setting to have that occur here in the south of Spain, Costa del Sol, and the Andalusia region. We mentioned it. It's the theme of the race, Andalusia passion, and I think that it really shines today, that passion.
Yeah, she showed passion and strength today, Lucy Charles-Barclay, and I can only imagine the emotions going through her head now. She must feel relieved, happy, and just really proud, I hope. And yeah, soon she can also celebrate that with her team. Her husband is very working close with her, and they're setting all together, you know, for these performances, and to celebrate that together makes it super big.
Super, and that's exactly right. Her husband is her coach, is her partner, training partner, and has been alongside of her throughout this entire journey to what we are seeing today. And back here with our third place on the road, Tanja Neubert. She is Germany's rising star. Definitely a short course athlete who has performed extremely well. Won Ironman 70.3, finished to her credit, second place last year in Bahrain, and now today a podium. Wow, that's a good.
Amazing, yeah. She's so young. She has a bright future ahead of her, and all the doors open now. She could go to Olympics, or you know, go and have the big career on long distance racing. And coming with a third will be. Yeah, she'll be super happy about this. Definitely, I don't know if she's surprised, but it's absolutely astonishing performance, and really great podium. We have some experienced athletes, and then also newcomers.
That's right. And as you look at these overhead shots there of Lucy Charles-Barclay, she is at this final stretch on the side of Playa de Levante, a famous beach here at the edge of Puerto Banús in Marbella. She's got the hands up now. Please give me credit, she says. Give me some more love as she enters that carpet and the finish stretch. And this is the moment we've all been waiting for, some of us more than others, but here today in Marbella, we will get to watch as Lucy Charles-Barclay gets her second Ironman 70.3 world title. So today, your precision, fuel, and hydration Ironman 70.3 world champion from Great Britain, Lucy Charles.
She did it again.
She did it again. Coming under, look at that, with the Wahoo Element rival split today, 1:17.14. Lucy Charles Barclay, a champion, and look, she's elated as she should be. What a turn from a month ago. This woman now on top once again.
I think that's going to be this is going to be important for her. This is going to be maybe the most emotional win she's ever had.
I think you're right. Tell us why that would be. Tell us why that feels right.
I mean, when she first won Kona after a lot of seconds, that was big for sure. But experiencing that race 3 weeks ago in Kona, she got pulled out from her team because she was dizzy and struggling and about to possibly collapse. And now she's on the top of the world. You know, she won 7.3 Ironman World Championship, and maybe I don't know, maybe she even didn't believe it and just totally surprised herself, or she just kept it really low-key and then showed everyone that she can do it. But either way, it's going to be very special for her.
I think you're spot on. Nothing makes the highest of highs important like experiencing so recently the lowest of lows. But what a setting, what a backdrop here in Spain for Lucy Charles Barclay, representing Great Britain in fine form there with Scott Theroux, our CEO of the Ironman group. And that setting is just magical with the sea behind, and now we get to hear, let's see, Joanne Murphy interview her and present her to the crowd, and our very own Brenda Carfrey will be there to interview her soon enough. But wow, what a day. Super happy for her. Very impressed by that performance today, as we look also to see Taylor Knibb from USA coming home, and will be finishing very soon, as you said, about 3 minutes back.
Yeah, as we see a nice shot from overhead, the hotels right on the beach, beautiful scenery, and Taylor Knibb coming in second. It's not going to be her best performance ever, but I think she can be really, really proud. She turned it around, she showed up, and she showed a super performance. I think the field was so stacked today, and I think we see. She will win a few more, I'm sure, yes. And many more. And I think this second place is very well deserved, very, very well fought. And it's good to see her back racing as well and crossing that finish line.
Fantastic result here. Precision Ironman 70.3 World Championship runner-up from USA, Taylor Knibb. Here we are, Lucy Charles Barclay, approximately or exactly 3 minutes in front of her rival, and time to congratulate both of these women. I think the entire Ironman world is watching and very happy to see this outcome versus what we saw last. These two, right?
3 weeks ago, we had that picture at the day after the race in Kona where they both, were just saying, "Oh, we didn't finish." So now they're both on the top of the podium, so I think it's great to see them battling it out today and crossing. It's unbelievable, right? Like 3 weeks ago, both DNF, and now back on the top. That shows how fast you can turn it around if you believe in yourself.
Correct. Hey, well said. As we come back to our third place German athlete here, Tanja Neubert. She is rolling as beautifully as she has been the entire time. Very smooth, very fluid. One more turnaround here before she heads out. Does get a high five. She's got to roll into this final stretch here as we approach and bring her back to Playa de Levante for third place.
Yeah, amazing performance. She will be so happy about this. I don't know if she could have believed that, but she's a rising star. Germany can look out, and it's great to see that we have new athletes stepping up at the middle distance, and it just shows that the short distance prepares you well as well for this kind of racing. And superb performance from Tanja today.
100% there, getting herself ready for that finish stretch. This is fantastic. What a day today. And I think we had a number of scripts in mind, but we didn't anticipate it playing out as it has. Certainly sad to lose the likes of Kat Matthews, and we wish her all the best in her recovery. She will have, I think, the consolation prize, if you will, of winning the Ironman Pro Series. We'll touch on that here again later, but a nice $200,000 thank you for coming, and I'm sorry you didn't make it to the finish line, but great results for others. We are looking above, from above here at this finish stretch there, Playa de Levante in front, and the finish line just adjacent to it. So great stuff. Actually, it's pretty unique to actually have that finish line right there on the beach, isn't it?
It's so beautiful.
Yeah.
I mean, you have the breeze, and also the expo just right on the beach. They had some games in the sand. Luckily, the athletes don't have to run on the sand during the race. That will make the feet very uncomfortable with the sand in the shoes. But having a great scenery also makes it always special. You know, having a great bike course. I mean, that was an absolutely spectacular bike course here in Marbella, and also the run is very beautiful to watch. And also we had super fast running today, right? Lucy Charles-Barclay ran 1:17. Fantastic time. I think that would be close to her fastest ever run split.
I think you're right, 1:17.14. Yeah, we have to scroll through, but certainly that's in the zone of what I've seen for her best. As we now see our young 25-year-old German begin to take the high fives and the smile up here on her face. She should be very proud. Her second Ironman 70.3 ever, and it results in a podium at the World Championship. So great stuff as she rounds that final turn into the finish area.
Yeah, taking it in now with the crowds, lots of high fives, and that's always the best moments when you know the finish line is just there and you can really celebrate the atmosphere, and you feel the cheers from the people, supporter and team standing there. Yeah, that's why we race.
That's why we race, exactly. And I just quickly scrolled through a list of results, and I think you're spot on. But here we have it, third place at the Precision Ironman 70.3 World Championship from Germany, Tanja Neubert. And the congratulatory hug from both Lucy and Taylor there at the finish line for Tanja.
She left it all out there, but yeah, looks super happy. She should be happy and so proud. Yeah, really great race from her.
Really great race for her, and that 1:18 run split, 1:18.16 for Tanja. A fantastic run off of a very challenging bike course. So today, I think Lucy Charles-Barclay had the 1:17.14, which presents as how we can see it, her fastest ever run at this distance. And she needed it, because that's exactly the gap, right? She put 3 minutes on all on the run onto second place. As we come back here to fourth place with Georgia Taylor
she
Brown.
ran herself into it. Wow.
She sure did. I mean, we knew she was capable, but the last check, she was still in 7th place. And you could see her now ripping it home to take that 4th place spot here in Marbella.
Yeah, a great runner, Olympic silver medalist, and she also is very new to this distance. She said she's still kind of experiencing it and trying it out, and coming here with a 4th place at the Ironman 7.3 World Championship. What a race.
And fantastic. Look at that. 4:23 for the athlete from Great Britain. Fantastic. She's gotten in front of Marjolaine Pierre.
Yeah. 5th place for Marjolaine. She had a great run too then.
She did.
Wow.
1:20, and it looks like Georgia Taylor Brown had the 1:17.30 to just squeeze past Marjolaine. Really a great race for Marjolaine. We didn't really see much of her, saw a couple shots on the bike, but she was ever present, just executing, and she's got to be happy with that top 5 coming off a disappointing Kona.
Yeah, but also for Georgia Taylor Brown, I think I'm sure this race is going to give her confidence. It was a brutal race, so much climbing and then running, some really fast running. I think this shows her that she can do it, and she's also a big contender for the future in the middle distance.
And here we go again, another finisher, just showing again, Daniela, how close they are. Solveig.
Yeah.
fantastic
She looks
show.
happy. She looks happy. I'm happy for her. I mean, she had the biggest, probably 3 weeks of her life coming off the Ironman World Champion title. It was all so new to her, and I think she also mentioned it in the media. She could barely sleep, and it was just so much attention. That takes a lot out of you, and even that she decided to race here, big kudos to her. I think it's great that she showed up, and it seems like she's very happy. It's hard to balance training and media after such a big result.
I couldn't have said it better. I mean, think about it when you fit. Well, you don't have to think about it. You felt this, but coming off that, and like Mirinda said, absolutely changes your life. And then you have to deal with the weight of, I just grabbed the goal I've been chasing forever, I've got it, and then she's going through the media just circus, really.
Yeah.
Everyone wants you. You're fielding everything. It's all positive. It's all great. But it's an overwhelming thing that your system has to handle. So your nervous system, your emotional system, everything. So how could you sleep? And then you've got to go to the biggest event in the 70.3 distance. So a whole other thing. And then she performed exceptionally, 119.24. I mean, it gives me
Great
chills
run,
to think,
yeah.
what a great show. She managed all the pressure and just had a big smile at the finish line.
Yeah, it's good to see. I think it's also good to be realistic, you know, that she knew that it will be hard for her to win here, just because it was such a busy week. And who is this coming in?
Well, we'll just have to see. That's Jess Learmore.
Jess Learmore. I mean, Learmore. A great ride from her as well today, or great race from her. I think she will be definitely happy with her bike, and coming in here in 7th place. But yeah, back to Solvay. I think that, this 3 weeks, I mean, I've done it once to try to race after the Ironman World Championship, and it's brutal. And I didn't even go home, because I knew as soon as you go home, you have all the media attention. So I think normally after such a big race, you just want to have a holiday. And I'm sure she's ready for a holiday now, and can then celebrate big time, because if you have this big race, you want to celebrate it as well. And I think the athletes work so hard, you should also celebrate your milestones.
Yeah, exactly. And now, again, I'll just say, what a great spot to start your off season and truly celebrate. All of these women have put such an effort in for the entire year. Many of them started racing in January, and a very short off season for almost everyone nowadays. And then you turn around, you deliver these performances, and then suddenly you're here in Marbella in the south of Spain, and you get to have a nice paella, as Marta said, and just really enjoy yourself. So we're excited to see and hear from these athletes. We're going to rush right on down as soon as we can to the Hyperice Recovery Zone, and we'll get to hear from our very own Mirinda Carfrae and these champions.
Here at the Precision Fuel and Hydration
So here we are.
Ironman 70.3 World Championship, and I am with our newest champion, Lucy Charles-Barkley. That smile is big. Lucy, tell us a little bit about your day today.
Yeah, the day started pretty well. I started out on the swim. I had a little look back and saw I'd had a decent gap. So I was like, okay, I think the day is pretty much going to plan. Kind of just keep your cool, do what you need to do, and get out onto the bike. And obviously I had company with Taylor out there, and I know how phenomenal she is on the bike. So I knew as long as I kind of stay with her, it could be my ticket to the win today. And I felt super strong on that run, and yeah, just couldn't be more happy with how the day panned out.
And Lucy, on the bike, Taylor came by you with a little bit of authority. What was the thought at that moment? Were you just like, just hold on, or was it like, I got this?
Yeah, she was solid. I mean, she came past me on the first climb, and I was like, just stay with her, see what you can do. We were definitely pushing some big girl watts out there today, so I think it might be a power PB for 90k, but yeah, I was just like, if I can stay with Taylor, it's going to set me up for a really solid day. And I kind of still needed to keep a little bit to my pace, because it's still a half marathon at the end of the day. So yeah, kind of just wanted to back my run a bit as well, but know that, yeah, I want to try and stay with Taylor as well.
And last question, does this erase some of the disappointment from Kona just 4 weeks ago?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, there was a lot of heartbreak in Kona. I came home and we unfortunately lost a family member, so it was a really, really tough time. We've had some really tough family things going on, and I think hopefully this is going to bring some positive energy to the family. And I definitely had some angel wings out there today, and I think they helped me fly around the course. So really grateful that I could do that for them and all of my team who have got me here. It hasn't been easy, but we made it, and yeah, it definitely has made up for the disappointment of Kona for sure.
All right, Lucy, appreciate your time, and you certainly made everyone proud on the Lucy Charles-Barkley team. Congrats. And next we've got Taylor Knibb, second place. here today. Welcome into the high price recovery zone, Taylor Knibb. Tell me a little bit about how your race went today and what do you think about how the race transpired?
I was really regretting my choices to come in the swim. I was getting seasick. Is that possible when you're in a wetsuit in the water? Oh, it was so it was just rough. And then the bike, I was a little too excited the first 40 minutes. Sorry, Dan. And then I died the last 2 hours, an hour and 50 minutes. And then the run, I was like, okay, just go out aggressively. Blew up. So it was, this is my 970.3, and I am still making rookie errors.
970.3, it's relatively young in the sport. You've won a lot of those 70.3s. 6 of those 9 you've actually won. 3 world championships. Yes, I do my study too.
Even though I was distracted.
Not at all. No, Taylor, I don't know, does this erase any of the disappointment from Kona, or does it just make you more hungry for more next year?
Well, I think you can never erase what happens. It's always it'll always be there. It was kind of like last year after Paris. People are like, oh, if you got a medal in the mixed relay, it just erases all that, but it doesn't. It's this is kind of morbid, but I'm like, if you lost 2 of your dogs and the third one was still alive, it's that doesn't change anything. You still a loss. But I'm very grateful to be here. I'm grateful that we took a chance, and you know what? You show up, and congrats to Lucy, congrats to her team. She put on a heck of a performance, and it's very inspiring. I am thrilled to be on off season and motivated as ever. So that's all you want, right? Healthy end of the season and onwards.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations, Taylor Knibb, our 2nd place finish here today. And 3rd place here today, Tanya Nelbert, your 2nd 70.3, a relative rookie at this distance. You had a phenomenal day out there today and a beautiful run. Tell us a little bit about how your day went on today.
Yeah, in the swim, we came out of the water in a big pack, so I have on the bike just looking where I was and how to keep the distance, so that was quite hard for me. And then I just went with the girls in front of me and a little scared in the descent, but just tried to keep pushing and then just believe that I can run fast and do my own race, and very happy.
Yeah, and will we see you around more 70.3s in the future? Are you going to stick to short course?
Yeah, I think we will see me on more 70.3, but for the next years, I also will keep the focus on the short course distance. But maybe some in between, if possible.
No doubt. Well, I'm sure you're a star of the future. Congratulations on that 3rd place today. Tanya Neubert here in Marbella, Spain. 3rd place today. I'm going to send it back to the studio. Thanks, you guys.
Thank you so much, Mirinda. Daniela, we knew it was coming, but what a genuine response from all 3, but really starting with Lucy. I mean, a tough month for her, culminating with a great victory.
Yeah, very tough. And I think it's wonderful that she could, make good memories here now. And like Taylor said, it's not going to erase any bad moments, but definitely it's nice to celebrate and go into the off season like this.
That's right. Stay with us for a little bit more action here in Marbella.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
And you're back here at the Precision Fuel and Hydration Ironman 70.3 World Championship. And as we cut away, we were talking about how impressed we were with the words, the gratitude, the turn of events here for Lucy Charles-Barclay, having a tough month and coming in here and going out on a high note, now entering this off season. And I'm sitting with Daniela Reef, who has great perspective here. Talk to me here about what you saw out of Lucy, and then of course Taylor as well, just culminating this season.
Yeah, I think seeing Lucy Charles-Barclay here taking the title is definitely very special. We saw her emotions in the finish. And as she said, she had a rough month, not only from a disappointing race in Kona, but also personal family happening. And I think that's something is really hard. And, you know, if you have grief and like feeling sad, to bring that back to performance, it's really, really difficult. And I think that she could do that today for the team. And she actually mentioned something small in the press conference, that she wants to, do it for the team. And it's wonderful that she could do that today. And I think it gives them a little something to celebrate. And definitely her performance today, it looked like or sounded like she had the perfect day, which is absolutely wonderful. When that comes together in the day where it matters, it's really, really hard to do. And she definitely brought it to the point.
And she did, yeah.
And then, Taylor Knibb, I mean, as she is very direct and she's right. In the end, you can't outdo a bad result, but I think will give her confidence in her body that she's healthy and she's still at the top level of the sport. And I love hearing her that she's fired up as ever, because that means she's going to be working hard over winter, as she for sure will do. But it's great to see.
Fantastic. And here is our podium celebration. Now we're looking at our third place finisher here today. Of course, Tanya Neubert. She did come out of the water in 27. She biked 2:33 and an impressive run here today of 1:18 and 16 seconds, representing Germany with fine form, Tanya Neubert. And in second place, a fantastic result here for Taylor Knibb, a 25:52 swim, 2:28:36 for the fastest bike ride of the day. And then she closed it out with a solid 1:20:21 on the 13.1 miles. Taylor Knibb rocking that second place step on the podium. And then with that gorgeous backdrop, we can crown our Precision Ironman 70.3 World Champion. She swam 25:05. She biked 2:29:41 and a smoking fast run of 1:17:14, representing Great Britain and representing her team, Lucy Charles-Barclay from Great Britain. Congratulations. Now a two-time 70.3 world champ.
Yeah, and I think her run split today really shows how she improved over the years. She didn't belong to the best runners a few years ago, and now I think with that split, she belongs to the best runners. And it's really impressive. I think she's always been a good swimmer. Then she worked really hard on her bike, and now in the last, 2 years, she also became to be really, really strong in the run. And she's a very complete athlete now, and that brought her the win today.
Agreed, and it really is a testament to just that work and that consistent year after year, chasing people, being chased by people, putting it all together. Just a really great result. And I think we've seen she's still so young. She's still so kind of early, where she's got multiple years to continue to come back and win this race and win in Kona, and certainly vie for those top spots for years to come.
Yeah, and it looks like she's enjoying what she does. I think she loves the training, her team. They love the lifestyle also, being in Lanzarote, training hard, and yeah, it's great to see now sharing the joy together. And yeah, look at Lucy; she's super happy, and definitely deserves that win. Congratulations, Lucy Charles-Barclay, for an absolutely. I can't even find the words. What's the most superlative?
Epic
race.
Yes, I agree, and to just sort of echo what you said, her team does. They live the lifestyle, they breathe it, they support it. It's really a fantastic thing to watch. And so today, a new Ironman 70.3 world champion, Lucy Charles-Barclay, well fought, well earned, and yeah, she's up there. Couldn't be more content to launch into the off season. And we see them there with that. What a stunning backdrop for the Athletic Brewing Podium celebration.
Taylor was just checking her watch. I don't know if she has another appointment or if she checking her run splits.
maybe both. Oh my gosh, so classic. As they and I think you said this earlier. They're all friends now. The race is over, and while they're fierce competitors on the race course, really a lot of respect there runs amongst those women, and they can all go off and celebrate together. Happy with their results, and I'm just tickled to see these results. So cool to see, as you mentioned, Georgia Taylor Brown, second in the Olympics back in Tokyo, sixth in the Olympics in Paris, and now we can look at these. Our results for the day, fantastic. 4:14.54 for Lucy Charles-Barclay. She took home 3,000 points in the Ironman Pro Series. And then, of course, Taylor Knibb, wow, that is only 3 minutes and 1 second back for second place. And then Tanja Neubert closing out the podium. Any other notables you'd like to mention in our top five?
Yeah, also Georgia Taylor Brown coming fourth. Really great performance from her. Marjolaine Perrier had not the best Kona, and now coming in top five at the Ironman World Championship, Ironman 7.3 World Championship. She will be happy with that. Solveig Lovseth coming in sixth, getting 2,400 points. Was not enough to get the Pro Series win here. She would have had to have a really super performance. But yeah, she looked happy when she crossed the line.
And there it is, the 2025 Ironman Pro Series final standings. Kat Matthews taking home that $200,000 bonus for getting first place with 20,000 points. Solveig taking second, an amazing performance there. Lisa Perrier in third, Jackie Herring, the American, in fourth. And the movement today, you can see that as Laura Jansen jumped up and Reichman bopped down, and Reagan Holyoke also got a good bump. But that is it today, the conclusion of our event. And I would like to thank you and everyone for watching the 2025 Precision Fuel and Hydration Ironman 70.3 World Championship Women's Race. You can watch on-demand replays of all Ironman Pro Series broadcasts exclusive in the U.S. and Canada. Sign up for Outside Plus today. Globally, you can watch at proseries.ironman.com, Ironman Try YouTube channel, or any of our global distributors. Please join us tomorrow for the men's race. It is going to be absolutely epic with the field on tap, and it will be the culmination of their Ironman Pro Series. Stay tuned as well to our social media channels. Follow Ironman on YouTube, Instagram, Facebook. And until tomorrow, I will say, on behalf of Daniela Reeve, Craig Alexander, and Marinda Carfrey, I'm Michael Lovato. Thank you for being with us. Hasta luego. Hasta mañana.
Hasta mañana.
Copyrighted broadcast of World Triathlon Corporation may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without express written consent of World Triathlon Corporation.